This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living bats, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
That voice, Sir Trevor McDonald, and what a lovely little package that was, and some wonderful memories there to start off this summer of 2021. Lovely to be back with you once again here on the Surrey live stream. Good morning to you from a very cloudy Keir Oval. It's not the warmest of days, but the good news is we are all set to start on time at 11 o'clock this morning with this 3-day friendly between Surrey and Middlesex. Every ball this season on the Surrey live stream for you. And it would, can I be honest with everybody? Let's start this season as we mean to continue. It wouldn't have been the Keir Oval at the start of the summer as I had everything lined up there off the back of that beautiful package with Sir Trevor McDonald. And it wouldn't have been the Keir Oval if we hadn't had the sound of a gentleman on the balcony down in front of us with his pneumatic drill, drilling in something straight off the bat. So it is absolutely wonderful to be back and very much looking forward to these 3 days. Always interesting. These pre-season games are always interesting because you sort of look at them at times and think, well, how much are teams going to take out of this? Well, don't forget, of course, the Championship, and we'll talk about that, I'm sure, over the next 3 days and how that's working. The Championship is only, what are we now? Well, we're Friday today, starts on Thursday. So Surrey head off to Bristol, Middlesex have Somerset at Lords. So, you know, preparation has been done by the counties, and now they just want to get out there and get playing. They've played a few pre-season games already, but this is sort of the final big build-up into that first Championship game of the season. Of course, no crowds in at the moment, but fingers crossed, everything keeps going according to plan, and you'll be back in the ground with us sooner rather than later. Delighted to say that alongside is Johnny Barron for these 3 days. Let's just see if the gentleman's stopped drilling down below us. I think he has. So we'll get a... Oh no, he's still going down below us. But Johnny Barron, hello, sir. Good to see you. How have you been? Obviously, it's been a strange old winter, but very, very nice to be back and have cricket in front of us.
Absolutely, Church. You know, it's lovely to be back, I have to say. And well, it has been a funny old winter, hasn't it? Bit of lockdown. We've been locked down pretty much since we last saw each other, I think, pretty much, haven't we, since last September or so. But no, survived the winter, but it's lovely to be back at the Kia Oval and to see live cricket. Fantastic stuff.
Indeed, and we're in our commentary, but just to remind everybody where we are. So we're in the JM Fin stand, looking from the Vauxhall end straight down towards the pavilion, and of course one oval square, it's magnificent new construction down there at the pavilion end of the ground. We watched the players have a bit of a warm-up this morning. We've got the old marquee away to our left-hand side, but you can see it there on the pictures. Just see there to the left of the pavilion, one oval square, still under construction, but it looks, I have to say, actually, driving in this morning from, and this doesn't really work on the live stream with these pictures, but other side of the pavilion from Oval Tube Station, it looks absolutely magnificent, and very much looking forward to seeing that in all its glory at some stage, Johnny Barron.
Haven't you got a dinner coming up there quite soon?
Yeah, well, fingers crossed.
Terms and conditions.
Fingers crossed for Ricky Clark's testimonial. His launch dinner on the 24th of June, so that would be good.
Good timing.
Excellent timing, and much like a Ricky Clark cover drive. I thought I'd get that in early. So, look, we'll give you teams, but we're not quite sure what they are at the moment, as it's one of those.
Big Middlesex team.
Indeed. We've got the full Middlesex squad in front of us, but we do know that Surrey have won the toss and are batting first. So we know that Surrey have won the toss and are batting first, and we'll take it as it comes, because you'll be seeing the pictures much like us. We know that Surrey named 13, and Messrs Verdi and Moriarty won't bat but will bowl, and nothing as yet from Middlesex, but let's be honest, I'm just, anybody who's listened to me, and apologies in advance to Middlesex, you've got us two on the commentary, but you will know I'll get terribly excited when T. Murtagh takes the new ball and just starts wobbling it around corners early, which is probably bound to happen, isn't it? And looking forward to hopefully seeing Mr. Roland Jones having a bowl as well. Good. I read a very interesting interview with Toby Roland Jones. Of course, has had terrible injury problems, poor lad, and fingers crossed for him, this is a summer injury-free, because he's still a terrific bowler, and it's not that long ago. Here, he was leading England off, of course, in Test matches. So it'll be great to see him going. There's Murtagh. I can see him already down there, and it's like he never goes away. T. Murtagh, and there he is down in. Yep, absolutely. Looking forward to watching Mr. Murtagh have a bowl. But you can see the Middlesex players down there in front of the pavilion. That they'll be using. I think it's still the same as last year at the moment due to COVID. They'll be using the long room as their dressing room, and then I think Surrey will be in the Montpellier club, which on those pictures you can see on the live stream is just to the right of the pavilion. As you look, it's got the slidey doors, as we always say. It's a little light turning left on the plane, and wicket. Well, Lee Fortis and his ground staff have done a tremendous job as always. They've been in that marquee for ages, actually. Been in the marquee for months, it seems. But yeah, looking forward to seeing some cricket, and also just watching both these teams. They've played a bit of pre-season stuff, but you know, with the championship actually starting on Thursday, it tends to focus the mind a touch, doesn't it? There he is. There's Tim Murtagh in his long sleeve sweater. There'll be a lot of sweaters being worn. There'll be a lot of sweaters being worn today. We're not quite at the full ski wear and every bit of new kit that you got during the winter stage as yet, but it's pretty chilly out there, isn't it? I'm not surprised Surrey batted first today. One area you don't want to be early this morning is that slip cordon, but there's the Middlesex boys in front of the pavilion, getting ready to have a bowl today.
Yeah, cable knits, of course, means no squad numbers, which is always handy.
You'll be all right.
Get there, I think.
You'll recognise Murta.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Recognise Roland Jones.
Oh yes.
And then I would expect it to probably be Burns and Stoneman to open up. The other thing, of course, is certain Hashim Amla is here for Surrey. So Hashim Amla here for Surrey. Apologies if you're hearing that. I've no idea where that sounds like another pneumatic drill from somewhere. A bit of interference there from somewhere. But yeah, so Hashim Amla here for Surrey. Of course, you're allowed 2 overseas. No Colpacks, but you're allowed 2 overseas this summer in the competitions. And Kemar Roach, well, I think he'll be arriving after Bristol now, Kemar Roach, because of course he's playing Test match cricket at the moment for the West Indies. Middlesex, of course, Peter Hanscom. I read an article in the Standard by Will McPherson saying that Mr. Hanscom will be probably here for the 3rd championship game of the summer. So Steve Eskenazi will be in charge until then. Just waiting for our 2 umpires. You'll see them coming down the steps there. And that's umpires Bainton and Watts in charge for these 3 days. And as I say, what we do know is that Surrey won the toss and are having a bat. And Surrey, 13 players named, we think. And we've been told along the grapevine, the cricketing grapevine, that I almost packed up and went home, didn't I, when I was told that Moriarty and Verdi won't bat. So here come Messrs Stoneman and Burns. Burns in a short sleeve sweater, Stoneman there at the front, making his way down the steps, and then Burns behind him. And very good to see those 2 gentlemen getting ready to open up. There you go, there's Mark Stoneman's stats for you, averaging 36.45. High score of 197 for Surrey and 2,734 runs for Mark Stoneman. And feels like he's been here a long time now, Mark Stoneman. And then the Middlesex players making their way out. And there's Burns' stats for you as well for Surrey. Very good stats from the captain, 44.59 averaging. That highest score of 219 and 8,250 runs for Surrey. It's always quite fun as well to see what bat manufacturer they're using. I know Burns switched on the tour. I'm very excited to see what Stoneman's using. That is old school from Mark Stoneman. That really is old school. And here is one of the least surprising things of this summer of 2021. It will be Tim Murta to get us started down there from the pavilion end, and Rory Burns with his hair still long coming out the back of his helmet, taking his guard. But yeah, good stuff. Great to get started. You can get in touch with us, of course, via the wonderful world of Twitter. I'm just seeing if that gentleman's still building. I think he's gone down his ladder. So it will be Rory Burns on strike. Oh. Those 4 slips are in there straight away. And Mark Stoneman down there at the non-striker's end. As I say, anybody else spotting what Stoneman's using?
Is it Grey Nicks?
No, it's even better.
It's a Newbury.
Yeah,
it's an old school one, isn't it?
That really is retro. It really is. So it will be Tim Murta to get us started. Surrey winning the toss, batting first on this opening day of this 3-day friendly game here at the Kia Oval, pre-season game. And we've got a delayed start due to Chris Taylor, the Surrey fielding coach, who's stuck right behind the bowler's arm. There he is. Very good to see Mr. Taylor. Right then, here we go. Murta with the first ball. And let go by Burns. Good length, bit of movement straight away. Again, least surprising thing probably of the summer there, that Murta's first delivery was on a line and length outside the off stump.
Well, you feel he'll nibble it about this morning, as he has done either side of the river for many moons now, Mark Church.
Well, he's a terrific cricketer, Tim Murta. Interesting to see at the end of this summer how many wickets he's picked up in the championship. Defensively pushed back up the pitch by Rory Burns.
He's one of those players, like sort of somebody like Rushworth up at Durham, where people think, how will a talent like that in the county cricket who picks up loads of wickets then fare in the international game? And of course, as we saw in that Test match against England, very nicely indeed.
Absolutely. It's not all about extreme pace. It helps having extreme pace, obviously, but you've got to know what you're doing with the ball as well. This man certainly does. Burns forward, just lets that come onto the bat, pushes it down into the gully. Rory Burns would like to start the championship season with some runs, of course. I read an interview with him yesterday. I think Surrey had their press day yesterday, just looking ahead to the summer. Inevitably was being asked about India and the Test series. I think all you can do is start the summer with as many runs as you can. Anybody really, that's what you're looking for, and don't get too far ahead. Murtagh immediately just probing away outside that off stump of Rory Burns. I think everybody's now got used to the Rory Burns setup. Little look towards mid-wicket. Here's that Murtagh action again, just grooved, isn't it? Look at that, straight on that line and length. And just probing away to Murtagh. Neil Bainton down at the pavilion end. Just turned into the leg side, but just straightened his line a touch there, did Murtagh. 4 deliveries on or around that off stump, and then a straighter line, and just turned into the leg side by Burns. But those 4 slips in, they're all hands in pockets. Probably got hand warmers in those pockets as well. Good first over from Tim Murtagh. What you'd expect from Murtagh. 5 deliveries on or about that off stump, and the straighter one just turned into the leg side. So, underway here on the Surrey live stream, kearoval.com. Great to have you with us. Cricket for you, which is terrific. And Surrey batting, and Burns yet to get off the mark, and Stoneman yet to face a ball.
Yes, now it's a lovely scene here. Of course, had some dramatic weather, or stunningly warm weather through the course of the beginning of the week. Not quite so much today, but still looks like young Bamber, Ethan Bamber, will take the new ball up here from the Vauxhall end. 3 slips a gully, tightly compact. Left-handed Mark Stoneman, who's using this rather fancy-looking Newbury. And Bamber is in and just pushed out on the offside by Stoneman, and there's no run. Tinge of green. We saw actually the kind of those UV lamps on the pitch early on, trying to grow that grass, didn't we, Churchy, just before the start of play? It's the kind of surface that might offer bits and pieces through the course of the first day or so. Bamber again is into Stoneman, who's working away on the onside, just backward a square. There'll be a quick single. And Surrey are off the mark.
Yeah, those big lamps are interesting. I've got no idea what they do, but they were there when I arrived quite early this morning. They've been on when the covers came off, and there they are away to. I think you see a lot of them at sort of football grounds, don't you? They're those lamps for the pitches.
I think they're originally designed to sort of grow sort of illicit narcotics, weren't they? I think
Well,
original.
Well,
in the old attic.
everyone's scrapped for cash at the moment.
I'm seeing a few of those knocking around the university.
I have to be honest, you'd need a very big attic
You would.
for those.
Those ones. I'm pretty sure that the kind of technology behind them was honed in many a student dwelling. Here is Bamber into Burns. Ooh, looks to take the bat away from that one as it bounces into the gully and fielded.
Yeah, good line that.
Yeah.
From Bamber. Just had Rory Burns in two minds whether to play or leave that. Just hit the bat, apologetically hit the bat, didn't it? And just rolled down into that slip cordon.
A few taps from Burns. Bamber again is into Burns. He's driving nicely through the covers. That will be four as that stretches away through the pigeons. Just down below us to our right hand side. Seen a few of those from Rory Burns over the years. Very nicely played, 5 without loss.
Yeah, very nice. Seeing this again on the replay, long half volley, but nicely put away by Rory Burns. No great flourish, just a punch through the offside, whistled away to the boundary rope for a first boundary. Nice way to get started for Rory Burns.
Bamber again, top of his mark. A few pigeons just below us. He's in to Burns, who leaves alone outside that off stump. Tidy stuff. Yeah, the old marquee. Well, it must be thin pickings for the old marquee companies. Are probably grateful that the cricket season's come along. There won't be too many weddings knocking around in those things, will there? Functions and the like.
As I say, the Surrey marquee's been up for a while.
Yeah. Bamber again. Purposely up to the crease is into Burns, who's pushing down the ground, thinking of a single, but nicely field up at mid-off, and there's no run. End of a pretty tidy over, apart from the dispatched half volley, 5 without loss, sorry.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of swing. That last delivery of that over, I think just a little bit of swing for Bamber, but again, just probing away on or about that off stump. And Surrey, there you go, 10 deliveries for Burns and a solitary boundary. Stoneman a couple of deliveries, so it's been Burns who's seen the majority of the bowling so far. It's be a first time Murtagh's bowled to Mark Stoneman.
Kevin Hand is being useful for us, Churchy.
It's the first.
Just working out our slip cordon for us.
No, it's the first. Stoneman just pushes it back of a length delivery from Murtagh that time. Stoneman had to wait for it and then just pushes it up towards mid-off. Swabble, just get it up there on a length. Just coming back. He's got a stride in, did Stoneman. It's fascinating watching Murtagh. This is a guy that knows his game inside out, upside down and backwards. And that one just getting a little bit of shape. Just probing. He is going to test your technique. Especially on April the 2nd. On a day like today.
It's not a bad little delivery, that one.
It's not going to the dentist, this. As forward comes Stoneman, and he'll get runs. Thickish edge, but all along the floor. And he'll get a couple here. So Stoneman will move on to 3. And 7 without loss, Surrey, but it is like just a complete and utter examination.
Very tough. Murtagh in these conditions.
Well, he's tough in any conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
He really is. You know, there's always that thing with Murtagh, isn't there? Oh, there's a bit of cloud cover around and nip around. He's good with blue sky and the sun out.
Yeah.
You know, he really is right up there. Shot from Stoneman. That is a lovely shot from Mark Stoneman. Length delivery from Murtagh, and Stoneman just leans on this. That made a very nice noise off his bat. Mark Stoneman, nicely played. And he'll move on to 7, and Surrey will tick round to 11 without loss. But again, I suppose when you Murta, you don't mind getting driven. You're going to get driven, aren't you? That's his length, Murta. He's going to get driven now and again. But that was a very nicely played shot by Mark Stoneman. He seemed to have lost the ball. Either under covers
in amongst the boxes over there.
Well, yes, of course. With the stand still being erected, I think it actually got lost under the covers there. With the stand being erected, if the ball goes into the stand, as we saw during 2020 last year, it sort of has to come back, be cleaned. It always takes a while.
Yeah.
A couple of boundaries this morning. One for Burns, one for Stoneman. Responds with a delivery on or about that off stump, just moving away a touch, nicely left alone by Stoneman.
So the Newbury, Mark Church, first name that springs to your mind when you think of that bat out there?
The first name that springs to mind with a Newbury for me, it's a very good question actually. Shout for LBW again. And they'll get a leg by here. By a Bainton leg by. I'll tell you who. This will surprise you. Cordelia Griffith.
that has.
Yeah.
That has got me.
Because Cordelia uses Newbury. And but who are you thinking?
I was thinking Gatting.
Yes,
Gatting.
Of course, yes.
In sort of 85 onwards. Is a great piece of will. I do possess one myself, actually. Probably won't use it quite the same.
That's not sales, isn't it?
Not quite the same ability that Mark Stoneman has.
It's always exciting seeing what they're using.
Indeed, at this stage of the season. Here is Ethan Bamber, who's into Mark Stoneman, who's squeezing away on the onside as that dribbles out to
bit of
mid-wicket.
Bit of correspondence. Richard saying it's lovely to have pictures and commentary back, and sense of normalcy, he says there, and as will be the predictable Murta 5. Yep. And Peter saying it's nice to have cricket back at my Surrey as well. Nice to hear from everybody.
Bamber is in outside the off stump, left alone by Mark Stoneman.
That was a tempter, wasn't it? That was. Does Stoneman feel like it's July type delivery, wasn't it? He just let that one drift outside his off stump.
Surrey Pigeon has been in touch. Brisk and only getting more brisky over the coming days. Should be good for a warming Surrey lunch. Always comes back to food, doesn't it? Cricket, as a general rule. Here is Bamber again. He was into Stoneman, who's pushing forward, thinking about a quick single, thinking better of it.
It's going to be a bit like this for both these sides next week. And having seen a weather forecast, Middlesex starting at Lords against Somerset.
Bit of snow,
Surrey at Surrey are at Bristol against Gloucestershire. Of course, the new format for this summer.
Here is Bamber again to Stone, who's clipping down the leg side. That'll be 4. As that disappears towards the pavilion. Nicely. Just drifting down the leg side and helped on its way. 12 without loss. 16 without loss. Second boundary to Stoneman.
Yeah, just started on leg stump. Just nicely tucked away by Stoneman. So yes, the new format for the championship this year, I actually like it. I quite like the 3 groups, and then you top 2 go into Division 1.
Well, it means you can have a sort of runner from nowhere, can't you? Competing potentially in the final, right? Kind of collegiate system almost, isn't it? Bamber again up here from the Vauxhall end. Is into Stoneman, who leaves alone outside that off stump. No ball. As Bamber takes a bit of a tumble. Another couple of runs to the total.
Yeah, so it's three seeded groups of 6 counties. So Group 1, Essex, Warwickshire, Notts, Derby, Worcestershire, Durham. Group 2, Surrey and Middlesex's group. Somerset, Hampshire, Surrey, Gloucestershire, Middlesex and Leicestershire in Group 3. Kent, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Northants, Glamorgan and Sussex.
Bamber again. Driven. Didn't really get all of it, did Mark Stone? I'm thinking about a single. I think better of it is it's fielded up at mid-off.
And each county will play home and away against the others, so that'll be 10 games in the group stage. And at the end of the group stage, the top 2 counties from each group will go into Division 1. 3rd and 4th will go into Division 2. 5th and 6th will go into Division 3.
Bamber again. Stoneman leaves alone outside the off stump. A little tighter than he might have anticipated. Decent finish to the over though, 18 without loss.
And then the final 4 games will be played in those divisions. And in Division 1, the champions, unsurprisingly, will be the team that finishes top after those 4 games. But then the Bob Willis Trophy final will be from Division 1, 1st and 2nd. We'll play a 5-day test match at Lords, like last year, in the Bob Willis Trophy final. So I think I think it's a very, very nice way of doing it, and I'm glad we've still got the Bob Willis Trophy, because that was a huge success last year with the cricket that we did have. 5th over the day, and it's Murtagh continuing, and Burns just covering up outside that off stump, popping that down into the gully region. Of course, Essex, well, Essex will go into this year as favourites, I would have thought. Very good side, Essex. So there is a chance, of course, that you could win 2 championships this summer. You could win Division 1,
yeah,
and then go to the Bob Willis Trophy final and win the Bob Willis Trophy final as well. So there's, there's so much silverware up for grabs. Burns turning into the leg side. Might get a run out there towards square leg. No great pace to this pitch, of course, because it's April the 2nd. So Rory Burns going to have to do a lot of the work there, turning into the leg side to get it past the fielders in there. So yes, I rather like it, and I also think it is, Surrey haven't seen Leicestershire in Championship cricket for years. I wonder. I think it was KP's 300 and whatever it was. When was that? 2013 was it?
Yes.
It was around about that.
Well, it wasn't just. It had a little bit of everything, that game, because you had the small matter of that 300. Matt Dunn, of course, was at the other end, wasn't it? Didn't they add 100 for the 10th wicket? I'm not sure how many did Dunn get. Not too many. But of course, he took his pads off, got himself into a taxi to go for that summit with Andrew Strauss.
And didn't play the next day.
Didn't play the next day. Who promptly told him.
Didn't see KP again.
Who promptly told him, having torn up his IPL contract to get back in the England side, that he wasn't required.
There you go. Rory Burns times this one. That's nicely played. Typical Burns shot. Bamber does his best to get round to that, but that'll run away for 4. Rory, that's such a typical Burns shot. Be interested to see this again. Where is this pitching? It's his movement. Yeah, he's taken that off middle stump, but it's typical Burns, and nicely tucked away for his 2nd boundary. He moves on to 8. Good effort from Bamber there on the replay to get round to that. It was one of the most remarkable innings I've ever seen from Mr. Kevin Peterson that day. It's well bowled. Burns will get runs. Just squirts off a thickish edge that out into the offside. Nicely bowled by Murtagh Burns. Just rehearsing playing straight down the ground there. Just getting that back, coming straight back towards Tim Murtagh. But he gets a run, moves on to 9.
So last time, I'd imagine it must have been his last first-class game, Kevin Peterson, wasn't it? Huge shame the way in which that particular episode finished.
But that's 8 years ago now. Solid looking defensive shot that from Stoneman.
We kind of feel we were robbed of. I think easily he's the greatest English batsman I've seen in my lifetime, and I just feel robbed of 4 or 5 years of his career because of internal ECB politics. Such a shame. Wonderful player. Saw him in the Legends, the World, what was it, the Road Safety Legends series out in India.
That looked amazing.
It looked a good.
What was more fun?
Good fun to be involved.
Well, what was more fun was some of the pictures I saw of sort of having a team dinner, and you sort of wow, look who's there.
Yeah.
Chris Tremlett at 21 stone bowling.
Well, yeah. Nice shot down the ground. Very nice shot down the ground. In fact, by Rory Burns.
That's such a good shot. In that's exactly what he was rehearsing off Murtagh when he got down the non-striker's end. Was that full face of the bat, and there's nothing wrong with that delivery from Bamber. Slightly over pitch, but it's just absolutely rock solid that from Rory. There's no flirting with that at all. It's just the full face of the bat, exactly what he was rehearsing down at the non-striker's end after that thickish edge off Murtagh had squirted for a single.
Bamber again. He's into Burns. He leaves alone outside the off stump. Yeah, I mean it was funny actually watching England in that tournament. If anybody hasn't seen it, there was a Legends tournament out in India. It actually coincided with a large part of the England tour, and England had a mixed side, it's safe to say, that kind of looked a cross between the Fantastic Four and the Teletubbies. I could tell. I think a couple of ex-cricketers slightly overindulged over the years, safe to say. Bamber again. Here's into Burns, left alone outside the off stump. But Monty Panesar, I think, picked up he was one of the players of the tournament.
Was he? Yeah.
Kevin Peterson looked as if he still had it.
As I say, well, how Mr. Tremlett got in the shirts beyond me.
Well, he had a very good game. I mean, a very good series. He was bowling rockets, and he was batting as high as 3 or 4 on some occasions. It's a tremendous watch. You can find it on YouTube if you have a look around. Bamber again to Burns, who pushes back to the bowler. But yeah, England's probably their biggest win was beating India. Yuvraj Singh and co. In front of pretty much a packed house out there.
Yeah, I didn't actually see any of it. The only reason was I didn't realise Mr. Tremlett was out there. Until I suddenly got a WhatsApp from him of him bowling, which he sent me. And I was, wow.
Bamber to Burns. Pushes away on the offside. That dribbles out to third slip, and there's no run. Yeah, it's I thought it was good fun. I mean, because I think the individual franchises are individually owned, like the IPL.
All right.
But you had some good old players out there. Tendulkar leading the India side. Sri Lanka had a very strong side. They ended up losing to India in the final. West Indies looked pretty strong as well. Bamber into Burns. He leaves alone. Into the over 27 without loss.
Well, it may be the future.
Well, I think it's a lot of fun. If you can get into that side. Matthew Hogarth taking the new ball.
I like everything though at the moment. Not as much fun if we didn't have all our restrictions. I should think when the restrictions are lifted, then it'll be a lot more fun. I'll be surprised if they manage to get through a game.
Well, absolutely. But who else was playing? Darren Maddy was in the side. Troughton was playing.
Some good names.
Yeah,
there.
some good sides. Yeah, good names.
Well, those 6 overs this morning have been interesting. Actually, it's been good cricket. This for 6 overs, bit probing away, bit of an examination on the old scoreboard. And Murtagh continues from the pavilion end to Mark Stoneman. And Stoneman, he was through this a little early. He'll get runs, the 4 of them. It's a pretty short leg side boundary. Just for a second, mid-wicket would have thought, could be in the game. But just held that shot, just held back on it enough, did Stoneman. That's going to be the thing here. You could get through the ball far too early. I think that waiting for the ball is going to be the absolute key over the next 3 days. And just for a second there, Stoneman was a little through the delivery, but just managed to just hold back enough and timed it very nicely in the end. And it whistled away to the boundary. Covers up once more to Stoneman. I think looks to be in the right place at the moment for Mark Stoneman. That slip cordon. They'll be just warming up a bit now. The sun's watery sunshine coming through. It's great to see the players back out there again. It really is.
And on time. Of course, what did we start last season?
Well, I think the first
July,
game was August.
yeah.
August the something, wasn't it, the first game? Outside edge, just in front of the slip cordon. That's nicely bowled from Murtagh. Just probing away. First edge of the game. That, and just in front of that slip cordon. And that'll hurt the fingers. And they'll pick up a single. Went down. I think you're going to have to go at it really hard to get that ball to the slip cordon. And it wasn't a full-blooded drive, that, from Stoneman by any stretch. Just pushed at it. It was always going down. And another run for Stoneman. Moves him on to 16. Rory Burns on 13. And again, Murtagh just a bit wide outside that off stump, and Burns happy to let that one go. Of course, we've got the 100 this year as well. Looking forward to that. I'll be interested to see how that goes. No reason to think it won't be successful, 100. And there's a few here that will be involved in the 100, because of course we've got London Spirit and Oval Invincibles. So there'll be a few involved across the board out of these two teams. Burns drives straight up the ground. Hasn't really timed this. I think he'll get a couple, might get back for 3. Don't think he'll come back on the throw. So 2 more to Burns, and again that whole thing of Burns full face of the bat, pushing back down the ground, making sure he wasn't going through it too early. Picks up another couple. That'll move him on to 15.34 without loss.
Probably just need some weather, really, don't you? At that time of year, the restrictions you feel will be relaxed.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope
Subject to change.
Let's hope so. One of the slips comes out now, so 2 slips in a gully for Murtagh. Well, it's 2 slips, first, second slip, and a full slip as Burns once more just covers up, pushes that one out into the offside. Another over ticks past. 7 gone here on the Surrey live stream. Every delivery on the Surrey live stream of Surrey's game. Same with Middlesex, of course, this season. Terrific stuff, the live streams. And Championship cricket starting, as we were saying, on Thursday next week, and it will be a joy. It might be a bit cold, but it will be a joy. It really will be an absolute joy to get cricket going again.
No Bob Hunt.
No, bless Bob. Bless Bob. I think because of course we will have the BBC commentary as well, starting next week, so that's good news. 4-year deal being done on that front.
Handy.
And Mr. Helms into the attack, wearing a rather lovely bandana.
Yeah, Tom Helm, who's he's been involved in some of the white ball tournaments over the winter. I think he had a run out in the T10, the Abu Dhabi T10, that's a nice one if you can get it, isn't it? Chowdhury don't like a bit of that. Here is Helm, who's into Stoneman, who's pushing out on the offside. A bit more pace from Helm. And I think he's been been involved in and around the England squads as well, hasn't he? This winter.
Yeah, well, he's a very
One of
fine
the reserves.
very fine bowler. And, very nice. Is that a bandana? Do you call it that these days?
I think it is, isn't it? Sort of a bit sort of Rambo.
Sponsors logo on it as well. Very good. Very, very good.
Yeah, not quite Jack Brooks. Here is Helm again, who's into Stoneman, who's leaving alone outside the off stump.
Yes, I watched a bit of the T10 because, of course, Jamie Overton was the most valuable player.
He was
in the tournament.
It looked a lot of fun, actually. It gets a lot of grief, but I think it's a lot of fun, isn't it?
I'll tell you who it's a lot of fun for.
Mr. Pooran.
The mentor.
Oh, is there a gig for a mentor?
Well, on a serious point, Mr. Sangakkara was the mentor for Messrs. Overton and Evans. Was it Evans? No, Overton.
Helm again and left alone outside the off stump.
But that must be a great gig, mustn't it?
Oh, I think
a mentor.
I think if you're mentor, the other one is ambassador.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Yes, yes.
Remember Alan Stamford used to have a few of them, wasn't it? Sort of Botham and Richards and others.
Is it envoy? That's not.
Envoy. I think you have to work as an envoy, don't you? There's work involved. Ambassadors are sort of shaking hands occasionally, isn't it? Turning up to cocktail parties, that kind of thing. Envoy, I think you've got to kind of smooth passages. Here is Helm and pushing forward is Stoneman on the offside.
Nice start this from Helm.
Yeah.
Very nice start from Tom Helm. Yes, I used to enjoy watching. I think Sangakkara was a mentor. I can't remember who any of the others were, but it looked a great gig.
Oh,
it
didn't
really
it
did.
just?
It looked super.
2 games a day. No, I enjoyed it. Actually, I enjoyed it. I think more than some of the other white ball affairs in the winter.
We've got the IPL starting again next week, isn't it? The IPL starts again, and then I watched a bit of the Sri Lankan T20 as well. I enjoyed that. That was good.
Lanka Premier League.
That was good fun.
Here is Helm, and pushing forward is Stoneman outside the off stump, and that beats him. Nice bit of work from Helm.
That's a lovely piece of bowling, isn't it? This is a lovely start from Tom Helm. It really is, and those slips, they better be on their toes because he has started nicely here. The old skipper will be there at first slip. Quite happy with this from Tom Helm.
Talented boy. Well, he's got a sort of fairly leisurely, ponderous run up, but don't be fooled because he's quite explosive in the action. Helm again at the top of his mark. He's in to Stoneman. He goes past the outside edge again.
Good luck.
That's a nice
Delivery. All the best with that delivery.
Yeah.
That's an absolute cracker from Tom Helm.
Nice bit of bowling.
I think if you're Mr. Stoneman, you just sort of nod at Helm and say, well bowled. That was lovely. Two gorgeous deliveries there from Tom Helm. Mark, we must welcome Mark, our producer.
Oh,
there for the live stream at the back of the bot. He's giving you all these brilliant pictures at the moment. Is Mark, and then Jake on the cameras. He'll be listening in somewhere on his camera. And
good to see
terrific.
Jake. Good to see Jake again.
Yeah,
of course.
Terrific to have
very much warm welcome to Mark.
Have the live stream. Adam there. People will be familiar with the name Adam. He's gone off to knock stuff down these days. He's just going around destroying stuff. I think that's his role now. As this is a short ball from Merton, that's nicely played by Burns again. Doesn't really time it, and just tucked into the legs. I think he's trying to whip that through mid-wicket, but gets a single, does Rory Burns, and he'll move on to 16. And there on the live stream, 35 without loss. Yes, so Mark is giving you all these pictures, and of course, all the counties live streaming these days. It's great. It's a great facility for everybody.
It's been a tremendous development, hasn't it? Started off with a fixed position camera back in the day, didn't it? I think Nottinghamshire were the first people to do it.
That's beating the edge of Stoneman. Just probing away again there. Groping a touch at that one was Mark Stoneman. Taken by Simpson, moving away to his left.
Because the thing is, actually, before the live stream, is that these pitches existed, didn't they? Because you had the fixed position cameras. Often we had them broadcasting around the ground so people could watch in the bars, etc.
The royal we.
He's 14th year, Churchy.
Is it 14?
I think it's 14.
You're claiming 14, are you? Forward comes Stoneman again. That Murta.
You know what I mean.
Trying to do a bit of footballing skill there. These pictures are wonderful, and it's an amazing facility, and it's great. But I did used to enjoy the days where it was on. The camera used to be on the top of the sight screen in high winds.
Yes.
It used to be. And
with you doing the highlight package,
yeah,
on the
which
back
used
of it,
to
the voiceover.
which used to take until about 2 o'clock in the morning
With
on
dodgy
a dodgy
Wi-Fi.
Wi-Fi in a field somewhere. And you did miss most of the action, as this is left alone by Stoneman.
Like you down at Colwyn Bay, wasn't it? The local bus's Wi-Fi was quicker than the hotel, so you just popped yourself on the number 17.
Yes. So every night, the first night I remember I couldn't do the highlights because I couldn't get any Wi-Fi, and then I worked out that the local bus had very good Wi-Fi on it because I caught the bus in the morning. So I used to every night buy I think it was £4.50 the day ticket and just go up and down on the bus until the highlights uploaded. Pushed by Stoneman again off the stumps up towards mid-on. So yes, I remember I saw a lot of the road to the hotel and back to the ground in Colwyn Bay waiting for the highlights to upload. But yeah, amazing really. That if you think that was 2007, and I still haven't got another job. No, 2007, and now look at what we've got. It's amazing, isn't it? Really, technology. But no, this is great. It's terrific, and then again, have the pictures throughout the summer. Punched by Stoneman straight into extra cover, and there's no run. End of the over. And if you're just joining us this morning, good morning to you from the Kia Oval pre-season game. Surrey against Middlesex. We're 9 overs in to proceedings, and Surrey solid start. You can see it there on the scorecard. Burns 16, Stoneman 25. Stoneman 16, apologies. Matching each other run for run, 35 without loss. Both face 25 deliveries now as well.
Yeah, nice solid start. No alarms. Useful for these two openers to get a bit of a look before the championship starts proper next week. Helm again, up here from the Vauxhall end. Busy into his stride now, is into Burns. Ooh, nearly plays on. For a moment he didn't really realise where that was.
This has been a lovely start from Tom Helm.
Yeah. Well, he would have benefited from a fair bit of cricket. One of the reserves with the England set-up and being picked up in a couple of the white ball tournaments. That T10 is a gateway to the bigger stuff, isn't it?
It is. I wouldn't want to be a bowler though.
Not with Nicholas Pooran going nicely. Here is Helm again. Right arm over into Burns, who's pushing just down the ground, and there's no run.
Yeah, this is lovely stuff from Tom Helm.
Yeah, he's a yard or two quicker than what we've seen thus far today. Brisk, fast medium, you would say. Couple of slips, 3 slips, all in about 15 cable knit jumpers each. Robson first, Eskenazi, and then Anderson in there. Here is Helm again, who's into Burns, who's squeezing it in that mid-wicket gap. Nice bit of work. Moving away to his left-hand side by mid-on, and there's just a single.
I think that's the first run off Helm.
Yeah.
And it's exactly where Rory Burns intended.
I'd say the new stand, the new development away to our left-hand side. It's coming on very nicely. You'll be there for the big launch party, March Hedge. Here is Helm again to Mark Stoneman, who's leaving alone outside that off stump.
Yeah, you could leave that from Stoneman. It could have been a tempter, but he wasn't tempted. No, as I say, if you're passing this way at any point when you're allowed to. From when you come down from Oval Tube now, it looks spectacular. It really does. One oval square. And, I think it gets that capacity up to about 27.5 now.
Yeah, proper numbers. Helm is into Mark Stone, who watches that depart outside the off stump. A bit of rebranding, isn't it? The signage.
Yes.
Here at the Kia Oval. Kia have updated their logo, haven't they? I think.
They have indeed, yes. Very, very modern.
Must be one of the longest standing partnerships in sport, isn't it? Kia have been involved here for a number of years. Helm again. Right arm over, left alone again by Stoneman outside the off stump.
They're not going to give you a car. I told you that. That was a good over from Helm, wasn't it?
It's a shame the Sportage would go down quite nicely, I have to say. Meek would be first in the line for that one when he was here, wouldn't he? He'd have a little Sportage on the go.
Chris surfboard.
down on the south coast now. Been putting the hard yards on the paddleboard, according to Instagram. I think he's enjoying life at Sussex, Stuart Meeker, which is good stuff. Lovely place to be, down on that coast. You and I know it fairly well, don't we, Church? We know that neck of the woods.
Chilly today, I'd have thought. You know, wind whipping up off the sea. Murta once again, well bowled to Murta.
Cool.
And got him probing. Now did a little push at that, did Rory Burns, and then wanders off towards square leg. Nicely bowled by Murta.
His head shot back because he must have thought that must have been a whisker away from the top of that off stump. Rory Burns. Be interesting, won't it? The kind of opening makeup once we hit the Indian series later in the summer. Championship runs will be pretty critical to that, I'd imagine.
That'd be absolutely vital. Burns forward, thickish inside edge. That just rolls up towards mid-on. Yeah, I think Rory Burns got asked about this all yesterday from what I was reading on Cricinfo, and as he said, he's got a bit in the bank with England.
Yeah.
But I think all you can do is go back and score a huge amount of runs for your county and wait for that series to come round, and then.
Well, I think what helps as well is what's at the end of this domestic summer.
Burns drives straight back up the pitch. Murta does the fielding off his own bowling.
When 400 plus in the last Ashes series will fare him well, you think?
Yes, of course, because
Getting
they're
on the boat.
We've got World T20, then an Ashes.
Yeah.
An awful lot of international cricket. There you go. There's the new stand under construction. And, yeah, you can see the sort of corporate hospitality boxes taking shape.
Looks like Amazon
They're
Prime.
on the roof.
Looks like Amazon Prime have just done a big delivery.
But yeah, it's going to be absolutely tremendous when it's all done and dusted over there in the distance. Yeah, I suppose everyone is interesting, isn't it? How long is it till the India the first test of the summer? We got 3 months?
It's
something like that.
I think it's a while, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
you've got New Zealand, of course.
So it's New Zealand first.
New Zealand first, and then New Zealand have the small mat. Then India, of course, have a World Test Championships coming up as well.
Runs for Burns, not where he intended. Thickish inside edge. He'll get a couple. That'll take Burns on to 19 and move Surrey on to 38 without loss. No, I think you've got what I like about this summer, and you've got a block of 8 weeks now with Championship cricket. That's it. The first 8 games of the summer are all Championship cricket, and I think that gives you the opportunity as a batter, doesn't it, to score a huge amount of runs and put your I suppose it can go the other way, but it gives you as a player, I suppose it gives you that focus of knowing what's coming, and you're not thinking about one-day cricket or anything like that, because of course, you know, it may have been different were we not in COVID times, but it wasn't long ago where sort of the one-day competition would be starting around about this time of the year as well. So
Benson Hedges zonal games, wouldn't it be this time, wouldn't it?
So, but you can as a player, I suppose, now you can, and I've noticed a few of them sort of saying it in the sort of pre-season. It's quite nice actually to know what we've got coming up is just one form of the game.
Here is Helm against Stoneman. Pushes out on the offside. Yes, I think it'd be intriguing because there are a number of little battles to think about, because Lawrence, of course, stuck his hand up at the back end of that Indian tour. Ollie Pope will be keen on getting some runs. Of course, he's been, you have to feel for Ollie Pope. He's never really had a run recently where he hasn't had a kind of injury-ridden build-up, has he? Rehabbing before getting back in the side in the winter, that shoulder issue. Here is Helm again, and left alone nicely by Stoneman. You got 2 or 3 people vying for those top 2 slots. Nobody really equipped them. Well, nobody scored any runs apart from Joe Root in the winter. So a number of people looking over their shoulders. So you could still have, you know, somebody like a North East or somebody like that who's been in people's thoughts coming from nowhere, potentially.
Sam North East's interview on Cricket Face, absolutely brilliant.
Again. Left alone by Stoneman.
In the fact that most of it is about his podcast that he does with Vish and Will McPherson, and how much he's enjoyed doing that, really.
2 hacks, 1 pro. Yeah.
But yes, I'm sure.
One eye on the media these days, all of them, don't they, Churchy? Where the gravy is.
But yes, I think I think it's rather nice to know that the next 8 weeks it's just all about Championship cricket.
Yep.
I think it's good.
Helm again and left lane nicely. Mark Stoneman. Well, I think, you know, this time last year, of course, nobody knew what was going to happen last summer, and that was only because of the brilliance of the ECB demonstrating they could put on a domestic competition and of course the international games. If you think of how little COVID problems they had last summer when they actually got up and running compared to all the problems that most sports have had, incredible effort. Helm and left alone nicely by Mark Stoneman. Actually, even I mean, looking at it, looking back on it and thinking in a pre-vaccinated world, how lucky the domestic season was, getting through just 1 game abandoned in the end, wasn't it? The final, was it Gloucester and somebody else, wasn't it? The final game with Gloucester and Northants, but otherwise, and that was without a great deal of testing or anything knocking around. It was incredible that we got through a domestic campaign last summer, knowing what we do now. Now again, up into Stoneman, who leaves alone outside that off stump.
Another tidy over from Tom Helm. Well, I think as well for the players, they've had a pre-season.
Yep.
That's the other thing. Last summer, he waited till August.
Well, lots of players were on furlough, weren't they? Round the
Well, I was looking at the number of players that Surrey had in the Bob Willis Trophy. 21 players played in the Bob Willis Trophy, and of that, only 1, 2, 3, 4 of them played all 5 games.
Yeah.
That was Jack Smith, Borthwick, and Verdi. And you know, you're looking at Middlesex as well last summer. Holden, Anderson, Robson, Eskenazi, Walla Lawita, They played all 5 as well. So you're very, it was amazing to get through it last year, but for the players as well, there was it wasn't a proper build up into the season, whereas they've had that this year. Yep. Murtaugh's come out the attack, so 6 overs for Tim Murtagh, and we're going to get Bamber having a go from the pavilion end now. And Rory Burns looking for an expansive drive first up. They've got a man in there at short extra cover. Thickish inside edge back onto his pad. Bamber bowled 3 overs from the Vauxhall end until Helm took over. Now having a go from the pavilion end. So yes, they've had a pre-season, the counties, to come into this summer. Burns just turned round a touch, plays it with soft hands. Of course, no great pace on this pitch, so he'll get runs. That squirts off down to third man. Didn't go hard at it at all, just let the ball hit the bat there. Did Rory Burns, and he'll pick up another couple of runs. Burns has moved on to 21. Burns played the one Bob Willis Trophy game, the last one against Sussex, and made 103 and 50 odd in both those innings. Just 2 slips in there for Bamber. This one's left alone by Rory Burns. So yeah, it was terrific to get cricket last summer. The one that surprised me last summer was the 2020 competition, in the way that the players made their own atmosphere, really.
Yeah.
And even finals day, even though it went on forever, even finals day was they had their own atmosphere, and they, Notts winning and Surrey getting to the final, desperately keen to pick up a trophy. But it's been interesting hearing from those players that have played in front of crowds, sort of a Big Bash and in India, saying you do realise how much you've missed it when you do have a crowd.
Well, it's incredible if you look at those. The T20s, you had the first 2 T20s played in front of 65, 67,000, and then from the 3rd game onwards, not a sausage.
It was good. I have to admit, with the Test series, when there was a crowd in, was it for the 2nd Test? I think Burns is trying to work that leg side actually, and it just squirts back up the pitch. And is he going to? Yep, it's just rehearsing again, playing straight back down the pitch, Rory Burns. But I have to admit, when I put the telly on, you sort of get used to seeing nobody in the ground, and then it was terrific, obviously, to see supporters in. But yes, I think that was it. The first Test was played behind closed doors in India, and then the second and third they did have a crowd in. Driving is Burns, nice looking shot. Won't get a run. Crisp looking drive that from Rory Burns. End of a tidy over that from Bamber. What have we had now? 13 this morning. We're approaching the end of the first hour of play. Surrey winning the toss, having a bat. And you can see there on the scorecard, 40 without loss.
But actually, some of the production values, looking at some of the tournaments over the winter, the T10 and almost the IPL that was played in the UAE before Christmas were kind of designed for broadcast events. And actually, as a result, I don't think they lost. I thought they were both packaged brilliantly in the way in which they were presented, and kind of, it's a new look for sport moving forward.
I tell you what, the one thing that upset me this winter.
Here is Helm. He continues and just pushing forward his Stoneman.
I remember many years ago chatting with a gentleman. He's quite influential here at Surrey now, and saying, you know what the future is? Single wicket competition, without a doubt. And then I saw during the winter there was.
Was there?
Yes.
Where was that?
I don't know where it was. It was looked like it was in an abandoned warehouse somewhere. But Morgan played in it, I think. Peterson.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, like those. Here is Helm. He's into Stoneman, who nudges it nicely, runs it down through the gully region, along the floor boundary. that runs into the groundsman hut.
That was a nice bit of cricket, that.
Yeah.
That was a good delivery from Helm, because he just bounced a touch on Stoneman, but he played it with very soft hands, as the experts always say. And it whistles away down to the boundary rope for 4, but that was a nice bit of cricket all round that. So yes, there was somewhere there was a single wicket competition.
I used to love that. It used to be on ITV
Hong
Sport.
Kong.
Didn't
Was it Hong Kong?
Oh, Hong Kong.
No, that was the 60s.
The
But there was
60s,
a
but there was a
single,
domestic one, wasn't it?
Imran Khan bowling to Ian Botham.
Yeah. Left alone again outside the off stump, and Gucci would always get a go, wouldn't he, with his little...
Well, it would have been
Dobbers.
well, you know why.
Hadley would
Kapil Dev, Imran Khan, Ian Botham, and Hadley. Did I say Hadley?
Hadley
So those were the 4, and then you'd have a few others bunged in there, wouldn't you?
But it'd be on telly.
Oh yeah, World of Sport, ITV
Absolutely.
World of Sport after the wrestling. Watch Giant Haystacks do his stuff, and then it would be Imran Khan versus Ian Botham.
Halcyon times. Here is Helm. Pushed back firmly by Mark Stoneman. Nicely fielded in his follow through. Oh, there's a lot of scope, isn't there? I mean, people that... if the World Safety Road Safety Series, if that continues to go, that'll be another nice way to earn, actually, for some of the ex-players on the circuit, if they can still put one foot in front of another. Probably get quite competitive as well, I'd imagine. Here is Helm again, who's into Stoneman, again pushing out on the offside. But yeah, single wicket competition. Well, the T10 I did enjoy, I must admit. I thought actually the T10 as a tournament, probably, if you got with all the teams stationed at one venue, running 2 games or maybe even 3 games a day, you can actually see that in a way being more deliverable than a T20 competition if you're going to other frontiers.
I just thought it was a bit of fun, really.
No, exactly.
Especially during sort of lockdown, it was
Yeah.
nice to see some cricket.
Round the wicket for Helm. Left alone outside that off stump. End of the over. 44 without loss.
Because, you know, if we're all up front about this, the way international 2020 and IPL's going, it'll be a one-day international soon. The length of time it takes to play a 2020, you know, I can remember some of the IPL games in the last, you know, back in whenever we were, October time, they went on forever.
Well, England didn't 2 hours 15 to get through their
Well,
20.
Stephen Finn came out with one of the great lines of all time. How many bags of cement does one man need at the end of another over where we nicked off for another cement advert? You know, so I think actually 2020 is getting longer and longer in the international game, isn't it? And with little carts driving on, and I'm all for the razzmatazz a lot. That's great, but blimey, they aren't half going on, some of them. Burns off the back foot, punches for 4. Nice shot from Rory Burns, just a bit short from Bamber. And nicely played by Rory Burns, just gets those hands through it. Off the back foot, punches square of the wicket, and that runs away in front of the marquee for a boundary. And seeing this again on the replay, just a bit too short from Bamber. And that's nicely put away by Rory Burns. Complete control of that shot. And whistles off to the boundary rope. That'll take Burns on to 25. Surrey moving on to 48 without loss. Oh, well bowled from Bamber. It's a good return, that, after being punched off the back foot by Burns. Beats his outside edge. That's a very good response from Bamber. A bit quicker, that one, I think. And Simpson took that off his feet, going away to his left. Nicely bowled by Bamber. There's been some good cricket in this first hour this morning.
Yeah, the old Sunday League, John Player, will be played inside the current T20 windows, isn't it? It's incredible.
Covering up his Burns.
They'd be looking to get through 20 an hour, wouldn't they?
I have to say, the IPL and some of the England T20 games against India went on forever.
Oh, hours.
You know, really, this whole, you know, we'll get it all done in 3 hours. Kiss that goodbye.
Well, I was thinking, how many penalty runs would you have in one of those games if you were bound by the kind of Vitality Blast restrictions here? Because you've got an hour and 15 each way here, haven't you?
Yes.
Thankfully, in the
you have to start that last over, isn't it? But an hour and 15.
Yeah.
Hour and 15.
So if it's 2 hours 15, you'd be handing over the other team.
We
about
2020.
How many runs?
Well, the only reason the first time I really noticed it was 2020 finals day, where it rained the whole of the Saturday. So on Sports Extra we were doing some IPL and finished the game, the second one. As this is a typical Burns shot for 4. Just a little too straight from Bamber, and Burns just a roll of those wrists, and that whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4. Second boundary of the over for Rory Burns. Nicely played. He moves on to 29. And finished up, and I know there was nobody in the ground, but all the lights were off. Everyone had gone home that were there, because we finished about 8:30, I think it was, in the end. So yeah, it seemed to go on forever. 50 came up with that boundary, so a solid start this from Messrs Stoneman and Burns. Very experienced opening pair. Nice to see these two back together again, actually. It's been a while. And 52 without loss. Burns 29, Stoneman 20 there on the scoreboard. 46 deliveries for Burns, 45 for Stoneman. And I think both sides getting a fair amount out of this first hour and 5 minutes of play this morning.
Oh, they are indeed. And a 3-day game actually at this stage is perfect, isn't it? With the season proper from a competitive point of view, kicking off on Thursday of next week. Easter weekend. Conditions fair, if not balmy. Helm will continue up here from the Vauxhall end. Right on over into Stoneman. He leaves a lane outside that off stump. On the angle.
Well, Monday, was it Monday? Tuesday was lovely, wasn't it? The weather it was balmy. Mid-70s, I think it was on Tuesday.
Yeah, it was incredible, lovely weather. And Monday, of course, the kind of, I guess from a government point of view, your worst nightmare, release of restrictions, and then have sort of 20 plus degrees. Everybody outside, understandably having been cooped up for so long. Here is Helm, pushed forward nicely by Stoneman again. Looks in fair touch, actually. They both do.
Yeah, Stoneman. Surrey had a game against Sussex on Monday and Tuesday, and I think he batted a couple of times, Stoneman, and made 72nd time round. So Burns and Stoneman both look in pretty good working order. Helm's bowled really nicely.
He has.
This morning.
He's had a few injury issues over the years. Could see him back firing. Helm again is into Stoneman. Tight to that off stump, but left alone.
But it's warm enough. That's the key thing.
Yeah.
It's not like many of those pre-season games that see play. Well, dear old Michael Lum in basically full skiing, salopettes, gloves.
I think you can. Some of the images of that pre-season are still knocking around on YouTube, aren't they? I mean, that was bitterly cold. I remember it vividly. I think you were there, Churchy, weren't you? Doing updates. Wide of the off stump again by Helm.
But it's not warm, but it's dry and it's bright, and this is okay for cricket. It's not ideal, but it's okay. But there have been some. Well, there's obviously been snow, hasn't there? Some pre-season. Well,
yeah.
Some games.
Well, Lancashire and Derby in June played in snow back in the day. Here is Helm again. He's operating round the wicket up here from the Vauxhall end, just in front of our lofted perch. Played nicely. down the ground on the onside by Stoneman.
What have you made for your sandwiches for lunch?
Haven't got that far.
Ah,
actually.
there you are.
I might have a little trundle down to the facilities.
Yes, yes.
What have you got in your magic bag?
My standard cheese, ham and pickle.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
Wilted. Has it been on the radiator? You like that?
Well, it'll have warmed up a bit in there, I think, in that bag.
Here is Helm again, and working it down the leg side is Stoneman. I'll think about a couple. I'll come back for a couple as Bamber runs round to his right hand side, does the fielding. Couple added. 54 without loss at the end of the over. We've had just over the hour.
Yeah, Stoneman wants something brought out to him. I think it's a drink and gloves. So yeah, from the Montpellier club, drink and gloves being brought out for Stoneman. But yeah, it's been a good morning so far. The cricket we've seen. Burns and Stoneman looking organised, and Middlesex just going through their paces. Helm's been the pick of the bowlers so far. Bamber will continue, I think, down there in the distance from the pavilion end. So gloves brought out for Mark Stoneman. You can see there. Rory Burns, little survey of the field, and then all his typical mannerisms, touching his front pad and his gloves, and he'll have a bit of a fidget and a look towards mid-wicket, then his bottom will stick out, there it goes. And then he's forward to Bamber, pushing this one up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Yeah, I was looking at the sort of the stats for both sides actually from the Bob Willis Trophy of last year. And Middlesex finished third in the table, 2 wins, 2 losses and a draw. Surrey managed to get a win in that final game against Sussex, ended up second from bottom. There's little inside edge here from Rory Burns onto his front pad. Play that as almost trying to nudge it off down towards third man a touch. Rory Burns wanders off towards square leg, looking a little cross with himself actually. A little flirt with that one, trying to be a bit cute perhaps. So you look at Middlesex, and Gubbins of course made that 192 against Surrey, didn't he, in that opening game. Gubbins top of the stats with 350 Bob Willis Trophy runs at an average of 43.75. As Burns drives, doesn't really time this. Towards mid-off then Anderson 299. Apologies, Holden 299, Anderson 227, Simpson 250, Robson 215. But just the 100 for Middlesex in the Bob Willis Trophy. That 192 from Gubbins, and then unsurprisingly Merter top of the wickets with 25.
It's a handy haul.
As Burns drives again, this has come off the toe end of the bat, rolls up towards mid-on. Yeah, Merter outstanding, average of 12.72 and 25 wickets. Anderson 14, Miguel Cummings, who's gone to Kent of course, 13, James Harris 9, Sam Robson 2 wickets. I think that was against Surrey, wasn't it, in the game where he came on and picked up a couple of wickets. But best bowling figures, forward goes Burns, pushes this one into the offside and there's no run. His best bowling figures, 2 wickets for no runs.
Handy.
Right, that was against Surrey.
Very handy.
And then you look at Surrey. Well, Jamie Smith with the most runs, but played all 5 games, 274 at an average of 30.44. But of course, folks came back the penultimate game and got 100, 227 at 75.66, and then Burns averaging 77.5, played the 1 game. But the stat that interested me from a sort of a Surrey and a spin bowling perspective, because there's been a lot of talk about spin over the winter, hasn't there? Moriarty and Verdi, between them, 39 of the wickets that Surrey took last summer. And Moriarty only played 2 of the games and picked up 17 Bob Willis Trophy wickets, and Verdi 22. And Moriarty 11 for 124 in the match against Sussex.
Oh, he was good, wasn't he?
Yeah, and
he was
and
good.
Verdi, a couple of fivers in there. A little expensive, Amar Verdi, but rather fun to have the left arm spinner and the off spinner in the same team.
Absolutely. Here is Helm. Left alone by Stoneman outside that off stump. Yeah, I was incredibly impressed with Moriarty, I have to say, last year. One of those where you see him and 17 wickets in the campaign, you think, where was he in the middle parts of things? But you know, do sides play 2 spinners these days? I think they will this year. Certainly Surrey's strongest suit, you feel. Here is Helm, again left alone by Stoneman outside that off stump.
Well, I've said this before we came on air. I don't care what the pitch is like.
Play him.
If I'm Surrey, I'm playing both of them.
Absolutely.
And I'm
I
sure,
agree.
if not that they would be listening, but there may be Surrey coaches laughing at me saying that. But I don't care what the pitch is like. I'm playing both of them because I think they're both very, very good bowlers. They're both
Very
young,
good.
and also you also look at what else Surrey have got at their disposal with the quicker men. I'd love those two to play together.
Again, push down the ground, and there's no run. Well, the beauty of Surrey is they've got a lot of kind of bowlers who can bat,
Yeah,
which helps
yeah, absolutely.
with
You-
those
well, you-
carrying those two at the back end of your order.
Clark, 2 Clarks,
Yeah,
a Plunkett,
yeah.
and an
And
Overton.
an Overton.
So that
You can
that's-
all nudge it
but
around.
but then you
can't
look
they?
at Middlesex, and the one from what I saw last season, who was really impressive, was Anderson.
Yeah.
I think a pair of 50s against Surrey and wickets as well.
Now again into Stone. He's pushing out to extra cover.
And I would love, and everyone will say, but the sun won't be out, Mark, and you'll get to Bristol and it'll be cold and wet and green, and yeah, I know, but I would love to see those two play.
Well, you
Together.
could probably put a Surrey side together where you've still got a 6-man attack
Mm.
or a 5-man attack, including those two, with strong batting until 8 or 9 in the order.
Mm.
That's the beauty of having lots of bits and pieces. Here is Helm again, sharp for LBW. I think that's missing the leg stump.
That was one of the more unenthusiastic appeals from Tom Helm. I think he just sort of decided after the event to go up. But these will be all the decisions that are being made.
Yeah, it's pitching outside leg.
But
Isn't it?
I
That's his problem, there.
I like if it was anyone. You've got a left arm spinner and an off spinner.
Yeah.
It's fun, isn't it? Plus the other thing, of course, is when we hit June, it's D20 all the way. I think there might be a couple of games thrown in there somewhere, but
Helm short outside the off stump, and that is cut away very nicely in front of square by Mark Stoneman. Boundary to him. Well, I think the thing is, Mark Church, is that I always wondered how long it would take Surrey to replace Safran Zari. And they have now, haven't they? They've got, Moriarty is a serious bowler. Serious bowler.
But sort of from a Middlesex point of view as well, and I haven't seen a huge amount of him, but from what Kevin Hand says, and when I have seen him, is Walla Luita again as that option, and you've got Salter as well. But it doesn't half out when you've got two. You've got an offie and a left arm spinner. It doesn't half out. And the other thing about the two of them is they take wickets. All right, they might be a bit pricey, but they take wickets, which at the end of the day is unless the game's changed during the winter, that's part of your job, isn't it? Really?
Well, I mean,
And
just
I do
look at the averages.
And I do wonder at times as well, and I think we at times get too obsessed with stats and analysis and analytics and all that. And the thing that proved that to me in India was when Joe Root took the ball eventually and picked up 5 for spit in no time whatsoever. And it was, you could do all the analysis in the world there, couldn't you? But really, the way he bowls his off spin flat and quick on that pitch, he was just going to be an absolute handful. We've got James Harris in the attack here from the pavilion end. And, Mr. Harris straight away gets Rory Burns having a bit of a dash outside his off stump.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a really interesting point you make, because England's spinners really, I just don't feel they were fit for purpose in the winter. I think Leach's figures flattered him. He never felt he was in control. And Jack Leach is a good cricketer, but I really felt that England just didn't compete with the ball one iota. They didn't land it half the time, did they? I mean, that's half the battle.
This normally is the conversation when England get back from a tour of India, isn't it?
Yeah.
Apart from Swan and Panesar in recent memory, this is normally the conversation that you're having when England get back from India.
Well, Kevin Peterson said if Panesar had played this year, he might well have done considerably better than the other off spinners.
Burns driving, and that'll be 4.
Sure.
Nicely played by Rory Burns. And that'll whistle off to the boundary rope for 4 runs. Punch of gloves with Mark Stoneman there. And James Harris just slightly over pitching in his first over and nicely driven away by Burns. And you know that Burns is feeling in pretty good touch when he's playing that shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that one flashed off to the boundary. It's not a long old boundary off towards the marquee. Away to, as we sit in the commentary box, away to our left as you're looking there at the screen off towards the covers for Burns. Yes. Just drops his length back a touch, does James Harris, after being driven. So yes, this debate will go on. It always does, doesn't it? It always does when it goes off on tour to India and you come back. But I genuinely, and I say this with any county, that if you've got an option of those two, God, please bowl them. As this is left alone again by Rory Burns outside his off stump.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess in hindsight, you look back at last season, you know, when Moriarty played, significant impact. Had he played through the run of the games?
Yeah, and people will say to me, well, they might not, but they'll say, but he bowled in August, Mark, when the sun was out. So what? You know, really, at the end of the day, what was it? Who was it who said it doesn't matter what? You can get it to turn on anything. Oh, James Harris, that is an absolute cracker from nowhere. Lift and bounce and the gloves of Rory Burns. And Simpson takes the catch. Where did that come from? From James Harris. Wow. And Rory Burns' nice innings of 33 comes to an end. That has reared at him from just back of a length. You're not expecting that from James Harris on April the 2nd, but well bowled James Harris. First one for Middlesex, 62 without loss. And Burns has gone for 33.
Well, that is a cracking bit of bowling from Harris. We hadn't really seen anything this morning like that before. And he got very, very big on Rory Burns. All he could do is succeed in getting a little bit of glove and bat on it through to Simpson. And yeah, Surrey lose their first, 62 for 1.
Yeah, well, that's woken everybody up,
hasn't it? Just
well bowled James Harris. Rory Burns there was off his feet. It was sort of a Caribbean-esque dismissal on April the 2nd, wasn't it? And in a few moments, I think Mr. Hashim Amla will make his way down the steps and out into the middle. So Rory Burns goes for 33, and Surrey 62 for 1.
useful. Number 3. Hashim Amla coming striding out. Good acquisition.
Well, one of Surrey's 2 overseas.
Yeah.
No Colbacks anymore, of course. So one of 2 overseas.
Well, the other one is bowling very nicely at the moment. Kemal Roach, who is a very good acquisition. Who you feel, well, he'll come into this season in really good form. He's bowling extremely well in that series out against Sri Lanka out in the Caribbean.
Well, there's his Surrey record. Just flashed up on the screen there, Mr. Amla. And he's out there in the middle, but he'll be at the non-striker's end. But yeah, well bowled, James Harris. I mean, we'll probably see that again throughout the day. But wow, that came from nowhere from James Harris. It took everybody by surprise.
Just couldn't drop his gloves quick enough, could he, Rory Burns? It was just climbed at him.
Yeah, very well bowled. Hashim Amla, unsurprisingly, is in a long sleeve sweater.
Looks like Toby Rowland-Jones into the attack. Just down below us from the Vauxhall end is in and worked very nicely off his hip by Mark Stoneman. They'll come through for a couple.
Good to see Toby Rowland-Jones, because of course he missed last summer as well.
He's such a good cricketer. I remember when we first saw him, Mark Church, when he had a habit of just demolishing Surrey week after week, didn't he, in his early stages of his career.
Well, he bowled a spell at Lords. I can't remember how long ago it was. Where did he take a hat-trick or something like that?
Lots.
And he cleaned up Ramp Prakash and everybody. Amazing.
Here is Rowland-Jones again. Oh, goes past the outside edge. One that nips away. Nice bit of bowling. He never did anything wrong for England, did he? Well, again, one of those players where they thought, well, would he be quick enough? Did he have enough skills to master the international game? Well, he blew away South Africa here from memory. Tour or so ago. Brilliant cricketer.
Never dropped.
Never dropped, yeah. Absolutely fine cricketer. Here is Rowland-Jones again, who is in to Stoneman, who's pushing down the ground. Up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, good cricketer. Charming chap. Yeah, I remember everybody, well, when we first saw him, we just thought, well, he's going to play for England. No question about it. Kind of a little old school, isn't he? The bowling out, big strong action out swing. Can bat as well. Very handy in that middle-late order. Rowland-Jones again. It's on leg stump, and that's beautifully whipped by Mark Stoneman. Through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely shot to him. Score up to 68. Stoneman up to 32.
Yeah, nicely played by Stoneman. Oh, he's still got plenty of time, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Yep.
Plenty of time. Well, I was reading that Stuart Law says he's completely changed his body shape. Toby Rowland-Jones, not Stuart Law, during the winter.
Rowland-Jones again is in to Stoneman. He gets one again on leg stump, and he's just clipping that to square leg, and there's no run.
Stuart Law might have done, I don't know, but he was saying in the interview that Toby Rowland-Jones has worked really hard, because of course it's been his back, hasn't it, that's been the problem with him.
Well,
so he's worked really hard on his, and he's totally changed his body shape.
I'll tell you who you can look at for coming back through stress fractures. Of course, Reece Topley, of course, very much in and around the England setup at the moment. Rowland-Jones again on the hip, and that's work round the corner down through fine leg. There'll be a couple of runs, leg buys, I think. Score goes up to 70 for 1. Reece Topley, who I think has been through, what, 5 stress fractures? Out of contract twice. Missed years of cricket, and of course I think equipped himself rather nicely out there in India. Good man. Bit younger though, isn't he? I guess that the difference is that Reece Topley's what, 27, 28 now, I guess, and so Rowland-Jones
31, I think.
31,
was
yeah.
In that, I hope I haven't done him a disservice there, but I think that was what was in the article I read.
Well, he could still, I mean, he had all the attributes, didn't he? Wonderful cricketer.
I think the other wonderful thing about Anderson in particular and Broad is that they are extending everybody's careers a bit, aren't they, by keeping going, really. You know, I think if you're a bowler now, you look at what those two are doing and you think, just hang on, just a sec here, there could be another 5-6 years in the year. So, first ball for Amla. And he's turned round a touch by Harris. And thickish edge, it rolls down into the gully.
I mean, Anderson, you feel, will be carried out. He has no intention. There's no timeline. There's no kind of, we'll get through the Ashes. I mean, I think Anderson will carry on going until the body says no. And Broad, actually, what is he, 4 or 5 years younger? That's a lot of dog years, isn't it, in cricket terms?
Amla, he's off the mark, punching off the back foot, in front of square, through the covers, and away for 4. A little bit short, and Hashim Amla off the mark with the boundary.
Tapped it on the head, didn't he?
Yes, sorry, move on to 74 for 1. I always enjoy watching Amla bat. He really is a proper sort of artist, isn't it? Hashim Amla is working out all his angles and he's had a punch off the back foot here. It's a no ball. It's gone past his outside edge, and then he just practices leaving alone, does Hashim Amla.
A little bit there, isn't it? Off a sort of back of a good length.
Well, he played 1 game in the Bob Willis Trophy last season. Did Hashim Amla. Last game it was, I think, against Sussex from memory. Got it here somewhere. Yeah, 44 runs, 26. But of course he scored a lot of runs for everybody. Covers up and pushes this one from Harris into the offside, but of course his highest test score here.
I was there for that. Dear oh dear. He had a day out. I mean, he played some shots there.
It was longer than a day, wasn't it?
It was. Well, 300, what was it, 300 and something? God, blimey, yeah. I mean, and he was batting like in a one-day game at one stage. Flicking England to distraction.
The thing with Amla is, watch his stance. His feet are so close together before a push back. Because he was at the other end when Sibley got his double 100 against Yorkshire.
That's going back.
Had a big partnership with Sibley in whenever that was. But he's still a terrific cricketer. But fascinating to watch him sort of build his innings. And those feet very, very close together, and then there'll just be a step back. And this one, big leg buys.
We got some quality overseas coming over. Well, many from the Caribbean. Alzari Joseph will be playing at Worcester. He's going quite nicely in Antigua currently. Craig Brathwaite off the back of 180 odd in the current Test match. It's going into day 5 a little later today. He's playing at Gloucestershire.
Yeah, Craig Brathwaite is at Gloucestershire. Probably on the same flight over with Keemar Roach, but they won't play at Bristol, I wouldn't have thought.
No.
Runs for Stoneman, are they? No. Fielded there at square leg, little tuck off his hip from Mark Stoneman. End of the over. And 76 for 1. Sorry, yes, there's some good. Well, of course, Hanscom's coming over to captain Middlesex. There's some good players knocking around in the championship this summer.
Well, it's funny because I think if you're not in that IPL shake-up, then actually it's quite an attractive. All the narrative on the comms over in the Caribbean at the moment is what a good grounding, what a good schooling it is coming over here.
We should explain to people, because you've been mentioning the Caribbean series an awful lot in the past
hour
and a half.
Only because of Keemar Roach.
Yes.
Only because of Keemar Roach.
And of course because you've been broadcasting to the Caribbean, haven't you? Yeah.
Well, little bits. Outside the off stump by Roland Jones to Amla.
You're the equivalent of the verdict.
Well, that's right. I'm the kind of... Not sure I'm quite the Bob Willis of that. But, no, it's been good fun. It's been a nice way of spending the winter. Not quite like being there.
No. Well, one day.
One day indeed. Here is Roland Jones again, who's into Amler. He's leaving alone outside the off stump. But yeah, a lot of those, the West Indies side that will be involved, will be hitting the ground running when they come here. Will be involved in a lot of good competitive red ball cricket. Roland Jones getting into Amler. Just playing it nicely on the onside.
I've got an awful confession to make. I haven't seen you do any of it.
You haven't missed a great deal much.
But what do you wear?
I've been wearing the usual blue jacket.
Excellent.
With a rotating 3 shirts across the winter.
So when you're out in the Caribbean, will you be sticking to that in the heat?
Well, that's a good question.
Do you think?
Here is Roland Jones again to Amler, who's squeezing one away, just about got an inside edge on the pad. A bit lucky there.
Talk about playing it late.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's quite warm over there. The jacket tends to get a bit of a miss.
But you've been doing this from your house.
I have been doing
yes.
it in front of the bookcase.
Very good.
Through the winter.
What's on your bookshelf?
Well, a load of books I've never read.
Right, excellent.
Inherited from father, you see, Church.
Excellent.
So here is Roland Jones to Amler, who's driving very pleasantly through the offside, through extra cover, and that runs away towards the marquee. Can't bowl there to Hashim Amler.
It's just the minimum of movement,
Isn't it just?
really, from Hashim Amler, isn't it? Just very neat and tidy as always. Whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. So in front of your bookcase.
In front of the bookcase. Be recording later on tonight, Mark Church. But no, it's been really good fun with Sir Clive Lloyd and Tino Best.
Yes, of course, Tino.
Here is Roland Jones, who's into Amler. Again, is squeezing away on the onside, pushing forward.
Still the best in the business.
Still the best in the business.
Excellent.
Now that seems a long time ago, doesn't it? That particular...
Wow, that got an airing at 2020 finals day.
Did it? No.
Yes, over a coffee.
Really?
I think we're seeing this Burns dismissal again. Look at that. From nowhere.
Absolutely jumped, doesn't it?
Yeah. Just really surprised everybody, I think. Well, bold James Harris.
Boy, people will be queuing up for the old pavilion end.
Well, 33 for Rory Burns. In good order.
He did indeed.
Still that one from Harris. Stoneman very solidly in behind that delivery from James Harris. So yes, you got an airing, your advert again at the 2020 finals day.
What, Stocks? Chris Stocks?
No. I can't remember actually. I just remember it's something. I know what we're bored at the moment. It's raining. There isn't any cricket on. What should we do? I know what we'll do. We'll watch Johnny Barron's advert from the Caribbean again, just to cheer us all up. And it certainly did. It put a smile on our faces, Barron. But from that advert, look at you now. Well, no. On a serious point, when you're able to get to the Caribbean, then you'll be able to broadcast from the Caribbean.
Well,
now there's worse places to broadcast from.
True.
We'll
see. I mean, I'm always a little. You never want to get too far ahead of yourself.
No, but I can see you out there in Barbados. Short ball, hooking is Stoneman, and it's off the top edge and banged in again by Harris. And off the top edge, safe Stoneman, but not exactly where he intended. And again, effort delivery from James Harris. And seeing it again, actually, he was a bit early on that, wasn't he? Really, Stoneman, but it's down to the boundary rope for 4 runs, and Stoneman moves on to 36, and Surrey moving on to 85. for one. Won the toss, batted this morning, Surrey. As we were just discussing, Rory Burns, the man to have gone for 33 off James Harris. Left alone, and that smacks into the gloves of John Simpson, moving away to his right hand side. One of the features of last summer, of course, for us on the live stream was the crane, and it's suddenly into action again with the building work going on, because obviously it's the only way of getting all the materials to the right side of the stand. So the crane driver is in now, as is Stoneman. He lets this one go outside his off stump. Yes, I can see you and on the beach in your blazer.
Well, it does look nice over there, safe to say. I think there's a beach for every day of the year in Antigua.
Right. Mm. Little fiddle from Stoneman outside his off. He just indicates to Amler that one nipped away from him, and he wants another pair of gloves, I think, does Mark Stoneman. End of the over, it just brightened up a touch now, as you can see there behind the scorecard, just brightened up a touch. Blue sky away in the distance. Very, I have to say, what surprised me is there you just saw on the ticker tape in the lunch break a preview of this summer. Surrey's 2021 season preview. Interviews with Rory Burns, Hannah Jones, Richard Gould, Chris Coleman.
All the big ones.
Indeed.
Roland Jones, who's in, to Amler, who's driving up to mid-off.
So yeah, that preview show on at lunchtime. But yet, very quiet in London this morning. I know it's a bank holiday, but very quiet. Lovely to be back in London.
Quite an eerie drive.
Yeah,
I found
no,
this morning.
Hardly anybody.
It was like 28 days later. Or any sort of post-apocalyptic film. Here is Roland Jones. Oh, nips back on Hashim Amla, who leaves alone nicely. Nice bit of bowling by Roland Jones.
Well bowled, well bowled. What Amla didn't do was look behind him.
Yep.
Yeah, very quiet on Vauxhall Bridge this morning.
Yeah, about an hour and 10 max for me. Very straightforward trundle. Roland Jones again is in to Amler, who's driving again nicely down the ground on the onside on this occasion. There's no run.
It's quiet as well, isn't it?
Oh, really
Normally,
quiet.
sort of by now, you're hearing all the buses and very quiet everywhere.
I think it's going to take a while for things to return to normal, to say the very least. Here is Roland Jones again, who's into Amler, who's pushing forward on the offside. Another festival sadly went by the wayside this morning. I saw another cancellation. There's been a lot of that. I think with the initial pathway back, I think there was an ambition for a number of festivals and events to go ahead this summer, and gradually, one by one, they've all decided not to. It's a risky game at the best of times, but in these times it can be catastrophic if you get it wrong. Here is Roland Jones again, who's into Amler, who again is pushing forward studiously. And there's no run. Oh, I like the little extra box on the stream. That's a very neat little addition. I like that. What have we got till lunch? 20 minutes to go till lunch. Sorry, we're pretty pleased with this.
I think both sides. Good morning's work out this, isn't it?
Roland Jones again. Right arm over into Amler. Oh, sharp for LBW. That might be out. It is. And Amler, well, just getting his angles wrong as Roland Jones nips one back on him. Nice bit of bowling by the Middlesex man. And Amler has to go. 8 for him. 85 for 2 now. Sorry.
That's a lovely bit of bowling. I think Amler wonders whether he's outside, but that looked pretty close from up here. And seeing it again on the replay, not surprised the finger went up. So Hashim Amler goes, and nicely bowled by Toby Rowland-Jones. Amler gone for 8. Surrey 85 for 2.
I seem to remember this time last year, Churchy, didn't we see Ryan Patel had a couple of innings, didn't he? Didn't he come in at the beginning and then came in again at the back end of the day? Didn't quite go to plan.
Well, of course, the first sort of game last summer that we did was a sort of a friendly game between these two sides, wasn't
Where
it?
the order just went round again.
Yes.
Didn't it?
And yeah, so and then the opening. As I say, we saw an awful lot, and it was nice because he's a lovely player to watch. But we seemed to see an awful lot of Nick Gubbins for a couple of weeks, didn't we, Batty? Here's Ollie Pope. There's his Surrey average. Not a bad one, isn't it? 71.31 Ollie Pope averages for Surrey.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
Well, he's
been around for a bit.
He hasn't played a championship game for a while for Surrey, actually.
71.
Ollie Pope. So yeah, averaging 71.31, 2,068 runs in 25 games for Surrey in first-class cricket. A highest score of 251 for Ollie Pope, and out there at number 4, which is where he'll bat for Surrey, and 85 for 2. Amler having gone for 8. Harris has 1 for 14, having picked up that wicket of Rory Burns, and the sun's out, which is rather lovely. And the sun is out now, which is good. And Stoneman is in behind a shorter length delivery from Harris, and there is no run. We have a plastic screen between us this year, which is rather good, isn't it?
We do.
It's rather good. All COVID protocols in place.
I've had the old vaccine.
You have, haven't you? Yes.
Yep.
So I think you got jabbed yesterday, didn't you? Yes.
I did.
Yeah, and you seem to be okay. You seem to be okay. As Harris goes past Stoneman's outside edge, and Stoneman again with his hand just indicates that's gone away from him. Nicely bowled again by Harris. He's looked good this morning, as James Harris.
Yeah, the Oxford variety.
Excellent.
Yeah, and
closest,
they say
closest you'll ever get.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was one of those where I thought, at about 9 o'clock last night, I thought, oh, I'm okay. And then suddenly, boom.
Well, I'm glad you're done.
Yeah, done.
As, short wide one. Stoneman's thrown everything at that. Actually, it ends up in the gloves of Simpson away to his left-hand side.
I'd actually had a fair bit of acupuncture on my elbow just before going in for my vaccine. So they said, sort of, which arm would you like? I said, well, I've had about 5 needles in here anyway. I might as well have another one.
Like a sieve last night. Well, good. I'm glad you are vaccinated, Johnny Barrett. It makes me feel better, actually. On a length outside the off stump again, and Stoneman. Nothing to do with that one at all.
It does make you feel old when you're kind of in the category that's being asked to come forward. If you know what I mean, doesn't it?
Well, I'm not in that. Yeah.
I've got another month.
Got another month to go. Yeah, I think. Yeah. I'm not in that. I haven't had a summons yet. Didn't want to say anything to you. I'm not in that group. Driving is Stoneman up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, it was more a question, actually. I thought, as I saw sort of all my contemporaries and younger, I thought, well, how does one get one of these things? And the trick is, you go on the NHS website. If you keep logging on, you can kind of that's a quicker route than the kind of text from the doc, the GP.
Right, okay.
Once you're eligible, obviously.
Once you're eligible. Yeah. Stoneman just threw this a little early again and try to work that leg side. And again, it's a good over that from James Harris. Got a bit of everything in that over from James Harris. Another one ticks by. 85 for 2. Well, no, I'm very pleased. Everybody I've heard is they've actually not very pleased about. It's good. And actually, as someone who hasn't actually had the jab yet, because I'm not in that age group, I feel a lot happier knowing that you've had it, Barry.
Well,
yes.
Well, after 3 weeks, of course, I'll be less of a risk.
Did you request the Oxford one? I can imagine.
Well, no, it was the only one.
They offered you the other one.
It was the only one on
I'll
offer.
wait till Oxford, please.
Yeah.
Have you got a Cambridge?
Here is Roland Jones, and pushing forward is Ollie Pope, and might get run out here. Oh dear, shy from Simpson. Pope had to get his skates on. All happened there.
Well, as a first ball goes, it's not a bad one to get.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope in the end decided to try and let that go. Could have, well, I thought it had bowled him. Then he got called through. That's a frenetic start. That's certainly got the legs going for Ollie Pope anyway.
I think a direct hit would have been interesting there.
That'll go down in the book as a single.
Yeah.
But it had a bit of everything, that single, didn't it?
Did indeed. Toby Roland Jones is a master practitioner. Wonderful cricketer. Right arm over up here from the Vauxhall end. He's into Stoneman. Long half volley. Misses that one outside the off stump.
You know, and Kevin Ham would know this, I'm sure, but I'd love Roland Jones. I'm sure he's got an awful lot of players over the years with that one that just lifts on them and back onto the stumps. Just because he's got that natural. He's a tall boy anyway, but with his action, it's that natural off a good length. It just gets big on you, and that's exactly what happened to Ollie Pope there. And he's trying to let it go in the end.
Strong action. Here is Roland Jones again, and edges. Oh, lovely catch! Lovely catch at second slip, diving away to his left-hand side. That is a super grab, and well. Toby Roland Jones gets his second in the piece, and Mark Stoneman has to go for 36. Surrey are 86 for 3.
That's Sam Robson, I think. He's made that actually look quite straightforward, but in these conditions, Stoneman went after that. Big edge. And this is good from Middlesex. And I think Stoneman will be a little annoyed there. It was out there for the drive and he went after it, but that is, in these conditions on April the 2nd, that's a pretty good grab from Sam Robson. And gone for 36 and 86 for 3. So a couple of quick wickets for Middlesex.
Yep. Well, to be honest, it's no great surprise. Roland Jones is a serious bowler. And who knows? He has a good season here. Not easy nudging into that England bowling lineup at the moment at the best of times, is it? With even on a rest and rotation policy.
Just thinking if he could bowl a bit of off spin as well.
Well, if he could bowl a bit of off spin and actually land the thing, he's possibly got more of a chance. But Ben Folkes, nice little grey Nichols bat, is coming down the steps.
It's good. Isn't that good from Roland Jones though? Amler and Stoneman. No, good catch that from Sam Robson. Because he put it out there, a bit like dangling the bait from Roland Jones. But in these conditions, I know it's warmed up a bit, but it's not particularly warm out there. Sam Robson's been stood there for an hour and 10 minutes this morning, and all of a sudden he made that look pretty straightforward, to be fair to him.
Did indeed. A couple of international scalps to Roland Jones. Kick things off for him. Ben Folkes, who of course, no,
that is
definitely Ben Folkes.
Yeah.
Strolls out. He impressed everybody with his glove work, didn't he, in the winter? More stumpings than in one Test match than Butler's completed in his entire Test career, I think.
There he is. 3,559 Surrey runs.
That's good, that.
For Ben Folkes.
39.98. Lovely to nudge that over 40. Folkes just settling over his bat. 2 slips. 3 slips, really. Backward point. Roland Jones will fancy another one before lunch. 10 minutes to go. Good to see him back on the park again, that's for sure. Here is Roland Jones, who's into Folkes, who's pushing forward studiously.
It's a bit different this to the last time I watched Ben Folkes bat. And Ollie Pope, actually.
Yes.
Axar Patel.
Cool, he did look a handful, didn't he? Then again, I think you get a couple with your little waspish darts, Churchy, on a surface like that.
Something lovely about left arm spinner, isn't there? I don't know what it is.
Talented. Roland Jones goes into Folkes, who's driving.
Axar Patel sort of has the, I don't know why, he has the right physique for a left arm spinner as well, doesn't he? And there's no great fuss. Just sort of walks up and bowls it. Amazing that he'd never played a test match up to that point as well. Because I'd watched him a bit in the IPL and terrific stuff. But as I say, this is slightly different. April the 2nd in these conditions against Toby Roland Jones for these two.
Roland Jones again is into Ben Folkes, who's just squeezing one to backward point. End of another good over for the Middlesex man. Sun brightly out now here at the Kia Oval, which is wonderful to see. 86 for 3 at the end of the over, and we've got 8 minutes to go before the luncheon interval.
And just a little reminder in that luncheon interval, season preview for Surrey.
Yeah.
Very interesting, actually. I watched it the other day.
Are you doing all the questions, old boy?
Well, I do some of the links. I do
nice.
a few of the links.
Very nice.
Model the new Surrey training jumper as
Very
well.
nice.
Very nice.
Did you get to keep it?
Yes, I did. Well, COVID times, my friend. I couldn't give it to anybody else, could I?
That's because where is Surtees, if you're listening? Go on, son. Hey.
Short delivery from James Harrison. Ollie Pope ducks underneath. You could have two more contrasting deliveries, really, that Ollie Pope's had so far. Length delivery from Toby Roland Jones that bounced on him, and that one halfway down the track from James Harris. I'm not sure it would suit you, to be honest.
What's that?
The new training kit.
I think the kit I've got is a few seasons old now.
Well, now you're in your 14th season, obviously.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope.
I think that's right.
Work this one down the leg side. Gets
8, 9,
on.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's 14, isn't it?
The fact you've had to use your fingers as well to work that out is
that 14?
What a 14 years that's been.
Memorable stuff.
Pope, upish, but through the leg side. He's timed it pretty well. I don't think he'll reach the boundary, will it? The chase is on. Oh, it's a good chase. Yeah, it might be better just to let it run over the rope, but there we are. Good chase. And they'll get 4. They'll run 4. Voice feel for that. That's Bamber there.
Yeah.
Great effort from the young man. He charges all the way, dives full length, throws it back, and they've run 4. 90 for 3. Ollie Pope was a little early on that shot, but picks up his first 4 runs. Not a boundary, but 4 runs. And Pope will move. Pope moves on to 5. What's worse is when you do that and they run 5. That's even worse, because you flick it back and it goes beyond the person. Forward comes Pope, pushes this one out into the offside. It's been good stuff from Harris. Good.
Yep.
Actually, all the Middlesex bowlers have looked good this morning. Helm in particular, but Roland Jones and Harris have combined nicely here to pick up these 3 wickets. Surrey were 62 for, well, without loss until Harris got that ball to climb on Rory Burns. Runs for Pope. The reaction is he's taken that off the stumps. Get a couple of runs into the leg side. And Ollie Pope, as always with Ollie Pope, that scoreboard just ticking round when he gets out there. To 7 he goes. Sorry, move on to 92 for 3. Got a patch of blue above us now, which is very pleasant. We've got 5 minutes until lunch. Barron was saying, what, around 7 minutes ago? Good from Harris again. End of the over. Another one ticks by. 92 for 3. But yeah, very enjoyable first morning. This, I think that we're playing the 90 overs today. It's a 90 over day today. And just to say that Verdi and Moriarty are in the Surrey 13, but they won't bat, but they will bowl. It's all right, isn't it?
Well, it's... Oh, you'd like a little bat, wouldn't you? Be a bit robbed.
Yeah,
They'll definitely get a bowl.
The two batters that aren't going to have to field one.
No, that's for sure. Here is Roland Jones. That is punched very nicely by Ben Folkes. Pushed through the covers. Doesn't quite break the infield.
It'll be queuing up, won't they?
Oh, there is it.
I wonder if we'll see Hamler field.
It's like the only equivalent I can think of, Mark Church, is kind of like when you're on a tour game and you're playing, and there's always a squad of whatever, and you can just take a sneaky little break, can't you? Because you've got other people who are kind of vaguely eager to take your place. Nothing like it. Here is Roland Jones to Folkes, who is defending.
I would be surprised to see Mr. Hamler stood at first slip.
Yes. Well, you don't want to put your joints under any more pressure at this time of the season.
Not at all. Quite right.
Precious cargo. You're overseas.
Quite right too.
Absolutely. Roland Jones. He's done it all before. Could see him back. Bustling up to the crease is into Folkes. Ooh.
Bold.
Gets an inside edge, and that's squeezed down to Harris at fine leg. Nice bit of bowling as he nips one back on Folkes.
Well bowled. Well bowled, well bowled, well bowled. Mr. Roland Jones.
Yep. 2 for 12. It's interesting, isn't it, when you get the what I call your kind of your elites having a go on this surface. It suddenly looks a slightly more different game, doesn't it, with Roland Jones bowling. Jones is into Ollie Pope, who's pushing out a cover.
Well, the interesting thing is, and it tells how time goes, isn't it? It's 5 years. It's coming up for 5 years ago now that Middlesex won the championship with Roland Jones's hat trick against Yorkshire. That's 5 years this summer.
Side bottom. Was that the final wicket?
Yes, it was.
The trick?
Yes, it was indeed.
Oh, that was an extraordinary finish to the season. Here is Roland Jones again. Here is into Pope, who's clipping very nicely through the onside. Beats mid-wicket. We'll get a boundary for that one. Pope very much up and running. He moves into double figures. Goes up to 11. 97 for 3 now, sorry.
Yeah, nicely tucked away by Ollie Pope. What I remember about that, the late great Dave Callaghan very kindly got me a gig with him on that last day to help him do interviews, which wasn't much fun, to be fair, because I had to go straight down afterwards and interview Tim Preston and Andrew Gale. They weren't in the best of moods.
Roland Jones is in to Ollie Pope. He's working around that front pad into the onside. End of the over, 97 for 3.
Oh, I love it. I love it. It's a pre-season game. Yeah. And we're going to wait to see whether the big hand does tick round to 1 o'clock. I think we're going to get another one in here. Yes. Unless we're playing till 1:15. No one.
Well,
I don't know what we're playing here, to be honest. We could be playing till 1:15.
12:59.
So yes, but I do remember that. But yes, it's a Roland Jones, and then Roland Jones running off, didn't he?
Oh,
that's 5 years ago now. Amazing. 2016.
Wonderful finish to it. Lots of people there, wasn't there, as well?
Oh, it was a terrific day. It really was.
One of my favourite images from that was Ollie Rayner, still in full white, 11 a.m. the following morning, sleeping on his next door neighbour's settee because he'd lost his keys, hadn't he? I think last seen serving behind the bar in the Lord's Tavern.
Terrific. Yeah, it was. I seem to remember the weather was lovely. Maybe I'm kidding myself, but I seem to remember
it was
virtually a full house, and then all sorts of sort of declaration things going on as well, and then
didn't go down well in Taunton.
no, and then
Memory.
and then the most dramatic of finishes. Yeah, it's an amazing day, really. Nicely played by Ben Folks. A lovely shot, and it just lent on that. Just pushes it into a gap and it races away for 4. It's a nice bit of batting from Ben Folks, and that brings up the Surrey 100. First boundary for Folks. Nicely played, just lent on it. And whistled away to the boundary rope for 4. Not a very long boundary on the offside for Ben Folks. Off towards Archbishop Tennyson's School there in the distance. Away to our right from the commentary box, through the covers, as you're looking at Ben Folks on the live stream. This one will go through the leg side for 4 as James Harris just adjusted there, but on the stumps and nicely turned away by Ben Folks, and away for 4. Folks on to 9. Surrey move on to 105 for 3. Coming up for 3 years now since Surrey won the championship in 2018.
Oh, yes, that was a good old season, wasn't it? Scarborough.
10-year deal they've done, Yorkshire, with Scarborough now. Oh, a shout for LBW, gone! And Ben Folks caught plumb in front. I think Ben Folks was almost walking there, to be fair, and that will be lunch. Well, it's three deliveries contrasting. First one punched through the offside for 4, second one tucked through the leg side for 4, and then the third one straight missed, gone LBW. Folks gone for 9 on the stroke of lunch. So Surrey 105 for 4 at lunch, 2 for 28 for James Harris, and a couple of wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones. So Middlesex sort of dominating the second hour of play this morning.
Yeah, 62 without loss, weren't they at one stage, sorry? 104 for 4. Middlesex very much the happier of the two sides.
Absolutely. So there we go. Yes, 10-year deal Yorkshire have done with Scarborough to keep the festival going there, which I think is great because it is a marvellous place to watch cricket.
Isn't it just?
It really is. So we'll be back with you in around about 40 minutes time, but of course during the lunch break here on the Surrey live stream, as we were telling you, there is a preview for your viewing pleasure of the 2021 season.
here at the Kia Oval, obviously we're in pre-season, so the ground is empty. There are empty seats all around me. The thing we're all looking forward to is welcoming you back to the Kia Oval and having this place full up with everybody getting behind Surrey. Now, the man who knows how that's all going to work is, of course, the Chief Executive, Richard Gould. Lovely to see you.
And you.
How's the winter been?
Yeah, it's been a relatively long winter. Trying to understand what's been going on, but we've been working throughout. The Kia Oval was never closed down. Just working towards the start of the season. Been good.
Working out what's going on, we've all seen the roadmap.
Yes.
We're all wanting fans back in at the right time. Just from a Surrey point of view, how are you seeing that progressing?
Yeah, well, great that we've got cricket going on behind us at the moment. So that's good news. The preparations are underway. From the 12th of April, not much changes for us, unfortunately. By that point, we think that the first couple of championship matches will be behind closed doors. We're trying to understand whether there is some leeway, because there'll be lots of licensed premises, shopping centres, all that are going to be open, and we do think there's an argument that we could have 1,000 or two in the first part of the season, and we'll do our best to try and make that happen. From the 16th of May, we're allowed up to 25% in terms of attendances, and so members have been given first dibs of getting hold of a free ticket. We have to do a ticketing system so that we can allocate in terms of social distancing, and the uptake has been remarkable. We've already got well over 1,000 per game for the first two championship matches, and membership itself has been extremely strong. In terms of the T20s thereafter, prior to the 21st of June, those are not currently on sale. First priority will go to members, and once we know a little bit more about how things may change, we will go out to members and make sure they get permission to back their tickets for those first three championship matches. 21st of June, is it Freedom Day? We don't know, but we've got a game against Essex, T20 match on that day. We've got 3 actually T20 games in 5 days, and I'm hoping that all 3 will be sold out. Ticket sales are extremely strong. So that's how we see it, but we've really got to remain flexible. Hopefully some things will come forward and nothing will go back.
Now, arriving at the ground, I walked my usual route, and there was one oval square, looking absolutely magnificent. You must be pleased with the progress.
We're really pleased with it. Backing Group done a good job working through really difficult circumstances. We're about 6 to 8 weeks behind where we wanted to be, but we'll be finished by the end of May, and so by the time we get 100% crowds back in, we'll be good to go. The members' facilities in there are staggering. We will, without doubt, have the best members' facilities of any cricket club in the world, and I'm really looking forward to members getting in and seeing them. And indeed, our memberships have been so loyal. We're already up to about 12,700 members before a ball has been bowled. So many members were very generous in keeping their membership fees, or most of their membership fees, in last year. That's helped us enormously. So we're really excited by it.
And finally, well, they're behind you at the moment playing, but it's good to have cricketers back.
Oh, it's lovely to have them back, and they've come back in small numbers, but this is the first time we've been able to get them on the square. They're really enjoying it. Lee and his ground staff have put amazing work in over the winter, because again, it's been quite difficult circumstances, but the surfaces they've prepared, both for today and also in the marquee behind us, have been outstanding. And so we're just really pleased that both for our men and our women, we've been able to provide excellent facilities so they can prepare for the season ahead. Now, one of the most exciting things about any season is seeing the young talent come through into the Surrey first team. Of course, that all comes from the Surrey Cricket Academy, and we've seen the likes of Sam Curran, Tom Curran, Jason Roy all come through under the tutelage of the Academy Director, Gareth Townsend.
We're really proud of what we've done since the first lockdown. We started a lot of online support for our Academy and Pathway players. Fortunately, as that finished, we went into our return to training programme, where we trained at Guildford Cricket Club in Dulwich for our academy players. And then we had our return to match play at about late July, and we had a pretty comprehensive match play programme of red ball and white ball cricket. So we maximised everything we could. We utilised LSE, our training ground at New Malden, for a lot of pathway performance cricket in July and August. So we were really proud and pleased with what we've done. Our winter programme has been difficult because we haven't been able to train indoors. The only players that have been able to train indoors have been our academy under the elite player guidelines. So we've worked really well with those. About 16 players have been training regularly since January. Again, disappointingly, we can't get our pathway players back in until the protocols change and the guidelines change, which hoping will happen in April. We will, over Easter, we have a lot of courses set up for our performance and our pathway players to come into for their first involvement with us for the year, and that will be important. And our academy players will continue to train indoors, and gradually we're going to graduate out into some outdoor training over the next few weeks. Our match programme looks really full for all our players. We value how much cricket we play, and though we haven't been able to train all the time, we've got a very full match programme between May and August for this summer against various internal opposition, and obviously we play county age group matches as well. So that's going to be pretty comprehensive and provide a lot of opportunities for our players who otherwise have obviously been haven't been able to train or play for a while.
Given the disruption to the growth and development of these players, how important is sort of that match practice this summer going to be sort of something more like a more normal summer for them?
Yeah, it'll be really important. Look, players need to prepare, players need to train, and players need to work on their skills. And we will try and accommodate that, as I said earlier, in the Easter period, and get as much cricket into them as possible. But the match programme is what it's all about. It's performing in games under those conditions, and we will provide a lot of opportunities for our players to gain experiences and develop their game through the match programme throughout the summer. And we're really looking forward to spending time with both our boys and girls in the pathway to do that.
You stood by a list of academy graduates from previous years, and obviously that's what it's all about, getting players into the first team. We've seen over the last week or so players training and playing internal matches with the first team players. So sort of how good is that experience for academy lads, and what do you think they get out of that?
Oh, it's invaluable. Making that transition from academy player into the professional squad, it needs to be as seamless as possible. We've obviously got Bats further involved now with the second 11, and he's been brilliant in facilitating that with Vikram and Alex Stewart to ensure that we can get some players up. As you mentioned, we had, I think, 5 players involved in the internal game. They all participated with bat or ball. All the feedback was very positive in terms of how they performed, coming up against our professional players. And it was a great opportunity for them to kind of showcase what they can do. The experience of rubbing shoulders and training and playing against our best first-class cricketers from this county is, as I said, is just you can't evaluate that. It's priceless, and we want to do more of that, and we continue to do that as we go by week to integrate as many as we can.
One of the biggest success stories in the last 12 months has been the ACE programme, the brainchild of Ebony Rainford Brent, discovering more young cricket talent to come into the professional game. Now, to tell us more about it is their director, Chevy Green. ACE becoming an independent charity back in October 2020. What have you been up to since then?
Yeah, it's been exciting to go independent. Obviously, still love the attachment to Surrey. We've now got an office and based here and launched in Birmingham. But it's been a bit stop-start. A lot of engagement over Zoom, which was cool. Like, we launched and then went into second lockdown pretty much, and then luckily, as soon as we could get out in December, we had 3 quick sessions before we locked down again. So yeah, Zooms and some sessions, and then, you know, still in this the 3rd lockdown. So there's a lot of planning, but still exciting. At the same time, we've now got some more members, full-time staff, two coaches and an administrator, which helps grow the team. We've got a team in Birmingham as well. So it's just been a lot of planning and engaging regularly with the current scholars on Zoom, and there's a lot of interest in the program. And, you know, I guess through our leader, Ebony, we've got a lot of good media connections, so we're quite prevalent in the press. And, you know, we did a good piece on around International Women's Day, and that got featured on Sky, and we've just released now a new promotional video. So we're getting a lot of interest to do the programme, so just looking forward to the summer ahead.
Yeah, huge amount of interest. You say looking forward to the summer ahead. Of course, it's your first full summer. So what's coming up in the next 6 months for the ACE programme?
Yeah, no, big thing. So we'll be, after the Easter holidays, we'll be launching in our schools programme. So we've really got some schools booked in, and then our development community hubs will be taking place, and our academy sessions will finally get to have a full season to really watch them and see how they train and monitor them over match as well. So we'll have some fixtures planned over the July and August, you know, with the dreaded COVID. We're trying to put our games back as further as possible in the summer to give us the best opportunity. But, you know, really excited to see the players develop and get some new players and just engage the local community. You know, I'm just excited to do that.
And finally, how can people get involved in the ACE programme?
Yeah, please reach out to us. We're on a lot of social media platforms at ACE Programme. Our website, www.aceprogramme.com. Email info@aceprogramme.com. Please, if you're interested, we're not hard to find. Forever links. If you've got any ideas that you want to see how ACE can help, whether it is in sport or other industries, we're more than listening to helping, and we just want to help cricket itself, be reflective of society and community that we live in, and we know that we can help play a part in that to really make cricket a game for all.
And it's the best cap on the circuit.
You know what? The shop is coming. We've got a lot of stash hats. We've got the hats and the clothing line coming. So on those platforms I just mentioned, please buy. All proceeds to the charity just to help.
Surrey women had a magnificent 2020. Unbeaten, won the London Cup here at the Kia Oval. Dramatic game going down to the last over against Middlesex, and won the London Championship. Their captain.
So Hannah, 2020 was a really successful season for Surrey women, unbeaten in the London Championship and the London Cup. How do you reflect on that? Obviously a shortened season, but was it a good one for you?
Yeah, it was a really good season all round. I think we're all just grateful to get on the pitch, with it being a very uncertain year for everyone, and then the added success was just icing on the cake. So yeah, it was a really good year, and nice to be able to reflect on some success.
And obviously now you've had a full winter sort of in the pandemic, not really knowing what's to come this year, but how have you prepared for the season ahead?
Yeah, it's been a mixture of a winter really. So with the regional setup, there's been lots of opportunity to train. So we've been here, we've been at Beckenham, we've been at Guildford. So with the South East Stars, it's been really good to be able to train there. The Surrey women have had less training, but hopefully come the end of this month we'll be able to get together as a group.
You mentioned the South East Stars there. The structure of women's cricket has obviously changed a lot over the last 18 months, 2 years or so.
Yeah.
What is a good measurement of success for Surrey women now that county cricket is obviously feeding into the regional programme?
Yeah, I think to be honest, there's going to be an element of not really knowing. We're going to go into it, try our best as we normally do. We'll want to win as many games as possible like last year. I think a massive kind of indicator of success for us is how the younger girls feel like they can fit into the group. Now there's more full-time players within the group. It'll be good to get some leadership, and the senior team is now very much the foundation of that group. So for me personally as captain, I want to be able to create an environment that's welcoming and means that the younger girls learn as well as get the opportunity to play, hopefully.
One thing that everybody gets very excited about at the start of any new season is Surrey's training kit. Now, forgive me, you have got slightly overweight,
47-year-old long-haired commentator modelling Surrey's new training jumper, which I think is actually rather splendid. But it's not just that. Here is Surrey's new training shirt for this summer, which will also be Surrey's Royal London 50 over shirt, and here is Surrey's T20 shirt for this summer of 2021. Again, I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Now, you all look at these and think, oh, I want to have one of those. Well, you can get all the Surrey training kit available from the Surrey shop from April the 12th. Now, it's not just the pros, of course, that are going to be playing this summer. Thankfully, recreational cricket will be back, and all the clubs will be out there playing, and all the villages will be out there playing. And one man who knows all about this is the Foundation Director, Chris Cole. Chris, great to see you. Obviously, last summer for clubs was incredibly tough, wasn't it? Just overall, how difficult was it for clubs last summer?
Look, I think last summer for everyone, regardless of cricket and outside that, was very tough. I think it was particularly tough within the club environment for the volunteers. There was lots of uncertainty that we saw coming out of government, coming out of the ECB around what cricket we could play in what format. But I think full credit should go to the volunteers who were able to get pretty much half a season on across all of our participation areas, and a lot of leagues showed a lot of flexibility in playing formats. So we're really pleased to essentially get half a cricket season in last summer. And I think a lot of people picked up cricket because other sports weren't available, or they've had missed the end of the football season, the rugby season. So we actually saw lots of people returning to the game. So a real positive off the back of that. And hopefully looking forward into next season, it should see a boost in numbers.
Yeah, well, a real positive there. We're here at the Kia Oval. Pros are out there playing. Where are we now with club cricket? What does this summer look like at the moment for club cricket?
Look, we're looking good. Hopefully, as it stands, we're looking at a full season going ahead, probably under the same restrictions as last year. So regular sanitisation breaks, no changing room, no teas. But broadly speaking, it feels like cricket. Like, I've played myself for quite a bit in the summer, and barring the odd 6 over break to sanitise the ball and sanitise your hands just to keep it a safe playing environment, broadly it feels like cricket. And I think people are so keen after a winter at home to get out and play. That's reflected by we've seen a lot of the leagues pick up new teams. So we've got 30 new teams going into adult leagues this summer, which shows kind of a boost in enthusiasm for playing the game that got picked up after a quiet winter for a lot of people.
Yeah, that's a real positive.
Yeah.
You've surprised me with that. So 30 new teams coming in for this summer, which just shows the appetite there to be playing cricket.
Oh, absolutely. And real positive as well around from some of the junior sections. So we merged. Last year was due to be the first year of the Surrey Junior Cricket Championship. So that was a merger of the 5 divisions we had previously coming under one umbrella. 1,750 teams entered, over 6,000 games of junior cricket. So seeing that take off this summer will be great and really exciting for the young people involved.
Well, a big summer coming up for Surrey, and also a big summer coming up for the captain, Rory Burns. His 4th season as Surrey's captain, and during the winter he had a very, very important new arrival. And I'm not talking about his bats.
Rory, we'll start with the important stuff. How's the little one?
Yeah, she's really good. She's given her mum and I some sleep, which is nice, and yeah, it's good to be back and being a bit of a dad, to be honest.
Yeah, so you've obviously been away for a little while on the India tour, but now you're back at home. You're back at the Kia Oval. How are you preparing for the season ahead now?
Yeah, well, I just had some downtime since being home, like I say, getting back into, well, I suppose, getting off into a rhythm of being a dad. And then, yeah, obviously the training will pick up next week, a couple of pre-season games there. And yeah, it's great to be back around the Kia Oval. Very much feels like being back home again, and it's a nice place to be.
And in terms of the structure of the 2021 season, you know that there's 8 weeks or so of championship cricket before we go into T20s and then 50 over stuff. So how useful is that to sort of be able to prepare for the red ball before you move into a white ball block?
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously, gives chance when things are in blocks. It gives guys a chance to really prepare and hone their preparation in terms of what they're doing. And as a team, that we can plan for that. So it's a real good positive. And the games come thick and fast as soon as we get up and running. It's the usual county season. Fingers crossed. So 2021's back normal-ish, we suppose. So it's thick and fast, but obviously in those blocks, which makes it a little bit easier.
And come the end of the season, what would make it a successful season for you personally and for the team as a whole?
I think it's the same as every year. As a team, we want to push for trophies, we want to win trophies. But day to day, you've got to get that right. And you go back to our processes, how we want to go about our cricket, really nailing that down over the next few weeks. Like you say, there's blocks there that we can really try and pick off and really try and execute that. So it's just about getting those processes right to try and help us be in the right positions at the end of the year.
Well, thank you for joining us. I hope you've enjoyed the show. Don't forget, you can see every ball of Surrey cricket this summer on the Surrey live stream, which is absolutely fantastic, through kiaoval.com. But the last thing to say, of course, is good luck to Surrey this summer.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream. Lunch break is over on this opening day of the 3-day pre-season friendly between Surrey and Middlesex at lunch, with the sun shining, as you can see on those pictures, as Middlesex make their way out to the middle. Surrey are 105 for 4, and a very enjoyable first session of cricket we had this morning after Surrey won the toss and decided to bat first. Rory Burns and Mark Stoneman putting on 62 for the first wicket, until James Harris got a ball to climb at Rory Burns on 33, gloved it behind, and catch taken by John Simpson. Then Hashim Amla was LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 8. That was 85 for 2. Then Stoneman very well caught by Sam Robson at second slip off Rowland-Jones for 36, and then just on the stroke of lunch, James Harris with a couple of balls to go till lunch, trapping Ben Folkes LBW for 9. So Jamie Smith will be on strike for the first ball after lunch. Just one ball of this Harris over to go, and at the other end Ollie Pope is 11 not out, but Rowland-Jones and Harris very good this morning with the ball. All the Middlesex bowlers bowled well, and Messrs Stoneman and Burns looked in good working order with the bat, and nice conditions this afternoon. The clouds have parted, as you can see. The sun is out. There's a bit of shadow of the floodlights. And our first ball after lunch, James Harris to complete his over. It's back of a length, and Jamie Smith is up on his toes, pushing into the offside. And we're underway again after lunch. Hope you've all had a nice lunch. Johnny Barron is alongside, having had a very good lunch. He nipped off to a very well-known supermarket. Did the meal deal, I think, to Johnny Barron.
Well, yeah, kind of trying to find things I can actually eat, Churchy, which never easy these days. But ended up with some chocolate brownies, grapes, and some cooked chicken.
Excellent. Nice combination.
Nice combination.
Early April.
I've got a bit of chicken, and I've just gone straight in the brownies, to be honest. I'm two down from 4.
Yes, but of course you do have your, which we hear about throughout the summer, your dietary requirements. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah, a bit of a pain.
Yes. Anyway, Tom Howett will be, and Ollie Pope on strike.
Yeah, here is Tom Helm under blue skies. Up here from the Vauxhall end is into Pope, who's working away off his hip ball beautifully. Just in front of square. That'll be 4 runs to Pope. He's played a few of those in his career. Averaging 71 for Surrey. Extraordinary numbers. Another boundary to him. He goes on to 15, 109 for 4.
He's been busy, isn't he, since he arrived?
Yeah, all happened.
Nicely played, just off his hip roll of the wrists, and whistling out to the square leg boundary. And actually it's still not particularly warm, but the weather's a lot better than it was this morning. So we can see on the live stream there, the sun is out, which is rather pleasant.
Here's Helm again. Right on over into Pope, who's just again looking to work it away on the leg side, just in front of square, and there's no run. I'll tell you one thing, Churchy, even though the sun is out, it's bitterly cold out there. I mean, you could imagine, if it snowed tonight, I would not be surprised. It is absolutely brass monkey weather out there.
And you only walked to Sainsbury's.
I know, it felt like going up the north face of the Eiger. That chilly. Here is Helm again. Right on over under these blue skies into Pope. He gets a good one, bouncing on him. And lucky for him, he didn't get anything on it.
Well, that is a cracking delivery, isn't it?
Just. Let's have a little look at that again.
Climbed on Ollie Pope. Very nicely bowled by Tom Helm. He was an impressive first spell this morning from Tom Helm. Actually, I thought all the Middlesex bowlers bowled nicely this morning.
No hiding place with commentator cam here, Churchy. I have to say, my lockdown hair looks horrific. Anyway, here is Helm again. Right arm over into Pope, who's driving nicely, very nicely indeed, through the offside. Just a check down the ground. That'll be Murtagh just below us, jogging after it. He won't get it. And, well, Pope just flicking through the gears here. 19 not out to him. Largely dealing in boundaries. 113 for 4.
Well, it's sort of typical domestic start, this.
Yeah.
From Ollie Pope.
I know what you mean. I mean, he's always just rattled along, hasn't he, whenever he's been out in the middle for Surrey. Tom Helm looking like he's just come off the set of Rambo. Right arm over with his headband. Is in to Ollie Pope, who just gets him hopping on the back foot, pushing back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Either that or he's just standing for Rafa Nadal.
Rafa.
I think Federer these days.
He likes it. He likes one of those, doesn't he? Still going another one of these incredible elite sportsmen. Now he must be nudging the big 4-0 as well. Still going. Not just going really strongly as well. Helm again. Right arm over into Pope, who just gets one on the thigh pad. Probably hear the crack on the live stream. End of an enterprising over from a Surrey point of view. 2 boundaries to Pope, 113 for 4.
Stuart Broad, Sam Curran, all been wearing bandanas.
Yeah.
Bandanas?
I was talking, Stuart Broad's been picking up some rather handy work with old Sky, hasn't he, in the winter? Talking about a man being groomed for a role later on, once he's finally put his feet up. It's safe to say he'll be the next one in the box.
Well, Tim Murtagh into the attack after lunch. Bowled 6 very tidy overs this morning. And into the attack after lunch from the pavilion end. James Harris had that one delivery left, having picked up a couple of wickets this morning. Here is Murtagh. He's got Jamie Smith on strike. Turned into the leg side by Jamie Smith. Very talented young player, of course. Jamie Smith, still young, still talented.
3rd season?
Yes.
Is it now?
Yeah.
Well, the first class debut you got a ton, didn't he? Was that out in Dubai?
That was in the pre-season game in 2019.
In the Sandstorm.
That's when Pope got a double 100 as well. It was these two. We're out there in the middle at the moment. Left alone by Smith. That was the occasion where I thought I'd lost Test Match Specials down in Hallcross. Forever, actually. I thought that was it, to be fair. Caught in a sandstorm. 113 for 4. Johnny Barron taking notes.
Yeah.
Being asked to hide things.
Absolutely.
Quite right too. Smith's off the mark. Nicely turned away down towards the fine leg boundary road. That is fine leg down there, but that's nicely played by Jamie Smith. Just let it come to him, and then a little roll of the wrists from the right hander. Nice way to get started. Off the mark with the boundary, and 117 for 4. But yes, he made his first class debut in that game, got 100, and then he's always impressed when he's played, Jamie Smith. Keeps wicket as well, of course, and was the leading run scorer for Surrey in the Bob Willis Trophy last season. Forward he comes to Murtagh, just covers up and pushes this one nicely up towards mid-on.
One of those players that kind of has been sort of followed in his pathway journey from the very beginning, hasn't he? Jamie Smith always attracts attention of a good kind.
Yeah, I'd say he slightly slipped under the radar until he played. In a way, it's left alone by Smith. 2 slips and a gully in there, as you can see. Eskenazi and Robson having a bit of an at it. John Simpson with the gloves on. But yeah, I think he was a bit like Pope in a way at the other end. Everyone now talks about Ollie Pope, but actually sort of slipped under the radar. He wasn't one of these names that you're hearing about as a schoolboy protege at 15, Ollie Pope. But as soon as he came into first-class cricket, well, he played One Day Cup first of all, played a semi-final up at Headingley.
Age 17, and actually played a very critical hand in that game.
Oh, did indeed. Oh dear.
Oh my God.
That's I think what that shows how lockdown has been.
Doesn't it just?
That picture. I'd focus on that scorecard if I was you, everybody.
Not my finest angle. Safe to say.
But yeah, so he was at the semi-final of the Royal London One Day Cup up at Headingley when Pope first played for Surrey.
Here is Helm, and that's struck nicely. Clipped nicely, but straight to mid-wicket.
And of course he had that moment in the final, dropping Hales, who went on to go on and make that match-winning 100, one of the best innings I've seen in one-day cricket. But Ollie Pope now is sort of a, I'm not going to say a household name, but in cricketing circles everybody knows his name.
Yeah.
Like Cheers.
Here is Helm again. Right on over into Pope, who's pushing forward very elegantly. And there's no run.
So yeah, but very good to, well, with any sort of young player, lovely to see them sort of come through and get opportunities and grab them with both hands, really.
Certainly done that. Helm again on the top of his mark, just below us here in the voxel end, and pushed nicely up to mid on, and there's no run.
Nicely bowled again from Helm.
Yeah, he's been very tidy. None for 19, but all the Surrey batsmen have had to be pretty watchful against him thus far. Three slips backward point. Ringfield. Here again is Helm. He's into Pope, who's driving beautifully through extra cover. What a lovely shot that is by the young Surrey man. He's played a couple of those so far this morning. He goes up to 23 not out, 121 for 4.
I'm not going to say anything here. I don't think anything really needs to be said with a shot like that. Some good footwork from Stephen Finn on the boundary there, coming out the marquee, I have to say. Didn't pick the ball up. Kicked it back, you see, in COVID times.
Yeah. Absolutely. Here is Helm again, who's into Pope. He's driving again, just opening the face on that occasion. Runs out to extra cover. That is his slot, isn't it?
Well, we were saying before lunch, I don't think you could get much more of a contrast last time he played a first-class innings. Well, this isn't, but you know, competitive innings.
It's horrid, wasn't it? I mean,
now he's got this and sort of no spin at all at the moment, obviously. So,
couple of degrees cooler. Here again is Helm. He's into Pope, who leaves alone. Outside the off stump, back of a length from Helm. End of the over. 121 for 4. A few wispy clouds away in the distance. It looks a beautiful summer's day, but it is a bit nippy out there. Wow. It really is.
It's better than it was at 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, it's a glorious looking scene. Make no mistake.
Murta will continue. You can always tell by the non-playing staff and those players that aren't involved in the squads, the amount they're wearing, sat in the pavilion watching at the moment. They've got everything on, including bobble hats. Smith punching off the back foot, straight into the covers.
Oh yeah, it'd be a bit nippy in the shade, wasn't it, down there?
Well, the old, because everyone gets excited about the new training kit, don't they, for all the counties. But at this time of the year, the old bobble hat does come into force. Jamie Smith with that boundary so far. Tucked away into the leg side for his first boundary. Playing Murta very respectfully back up the ground on that occasion. But yes, this time next week, of course, we'll be on the second day of the first round of championship games. So there we go, look. Very good. There we are. Who's that up there? Is that Conor McCurr up there?
Yeah, it is.
And he has got his bobble hat on. He's got every bit. He's got a lot of equipment on there to keep warm with his bobble hat on.
Health and safety.
They're very nice bobble hats, I have to say. Punched away off the back foot once again by Smith up there in the Montpellier club.
Yeah, nice facilities at Bristol.
I think we're in a tent.
Are you in a tent? What's happened to the media centre?
Well, I don't think we can go in there due to COVID restrictions. Old boy.
Right, yes, of course.
I think we're on the as I understand it, we're in a tent on the boundary's edge. So fingers crossed it's a bit warmer than today. I'm going to take my bubble hat with me
might
for that, and some gloves, I think, as well. Drives again very nicely, but Murta won't mind too much seeing that from Jamie Smith, keeping the covers interested at the moment.
Mr. Winter, has he moved? Is he the Gloucestershire man?
I believe it's Mr. Stephen Lamb for the first game, which would be very nice to see.
Who's moonlighting?
Stephen Lamb. It would be very nice to see Stephen. Of course, the great Bob Hunt has retired. So
yeah, there's a big hole to fill that. Can we persuade him out of retirement? Because he's one of the greats.
Just back of a length this time from Murta. Oh, hello. Thinks he's a footballer now, does he, Tim Murta? He's flicked that one up and used his shoulder.
Gaelic football.
Yeah, of course, sorry.
Gaelic
yes, absolutely,
yeah.
of course, yes. Sorry. That was rather impressive, actually. I thought he was going to head it at one point. It's a good job it doesn't come back at much pace.
Yeah, that first touch would be put under a bit more pressure, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's very impressive. Forward again goes Smith. Good over from Tim Murta. End of it. 121 for 4. Maiden over from Tim Murta, and some footballing skill. There you are, there's the marquee. There are players in that marquee at the moment having a bit of a train while the game goes on that aren't involved. Scorecard giving you all the information you require, but yeah, there you are. It's a good marquee, isn't it? Really good marquee. Very good roof on that marquee, and you know why I say that, Johnny Barron? It's a sort of windowed roof. Now, most marquees, you see, don't have windows on the roof, do they? But there, I suppose that's to let the natural sunlight in, is it?
Well, it's been warming up in there, isn't it?
Probably like
Greenhouse.
Colombo in there.
Here is Helm. Ollie Pope is on strike and pushing forward. Good little tussle is between these two. 121 for 4. Yeah.
But you don't see many marquees with that type of roof. So as you can see, next time we get the pictures of it, it's got a. There we are. Look at it. You see, you don't get many roofs like that for wedding marquees, do you?
Well, gone with the days, of course, that the cost between a marquee or nudging off to Barbados for pre-season. Here is Helm again just pushing forward nicely is Ollie Pope.
Well, Lee Fortis and his ground staff do a terrific job with that marquee, and a lot of the counties, well, I've had to now, of course, you can't go anywhere, but it's an art form getting everything right in there. But as I say, I've not seen a marqueed roof like that before. It's like tiles, isn't it? Plastic tiles upon the roof. It's supposed to let the sunlight in as much as anything.
Helm again, right arm over. Is into Pope, who's all clipping beautifully through mid-wicket. Gosh, he's played that nicely. Just straying onto leg stump, and Ollie Pope making absolutely no mistake whatsoever. Not the boundary to him. He goes up to 27, 125 for 4.
Yeah, he's sort of working nicely on either flank at the moment.
Yeah.
Is Ollie Pope. That's a pretty straight ball, but he's just rolled the wrists on it, and it's fairly whistled away. That's his 6th boundary now, out of 27.
Yeah, hitting neatly off either wing, safe to say. Here again is Helm. What kind of response can he have against Pope, who's all sharp for LBW? That's nipping back. Only Helm going up. I think that's striking him on the thigh pad.
Yes, high, but nicely bowled. Yes, because we've seen boundaries on either side of the wicket so far, haven't we? From Pope, so his drivings look pretty good, and working the ball away through the leg sides look pretty good. I suppose at this time of the year, though, you're going to see a lot of driving, aren't you? Getting the ball up to the bat.
Yeah. Here is Helm again to Pope. He's just dropping it. Short extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, you're always going to be bowling a fuller length at this stage of the season in these kind of conditions. Looking for the ball to swing or nip. Yeah, Middlesex going through their paces over in the marquee away to our left-hand side. Here is Helm. He was into Pope. He's driving down the ground. Wow, on drive. That's a really nice shot by Ollie Pope, who really is dealing with boundaries. He goes up to 31. 129 for 4. A couple of beautiful shots in that over.
Well, most normal people would be happy with one of these in a season.
Yeah.
He's pulled one out on April the 2nd. Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely shot, isn't it?
It's a lovely shot, and that's ricocheting down below us. Seeing on the replay. Yeah, Ollie Pope doing exactly what he has since the start of his championship career, just rattling along.
Well, 7th boundary for Ollie Pope. And this 31. 129 for 4, Surrey. Lunch 105 for 4, so 24 added since the lunch break. Smith lets Murtagh go outside his off stump and then wanders off towards square leg. Umpire Bainton there, as you can see, in his white hat. Short sleeve sweaters being worn by both batsmen. Eskenazi and Robson in the long sleeve sweaters. Very nice to see the old cable knits out there again. Good leave from Smith. Again, the dentist has started here, hasn't he? Murtagh. Examination.
Peppering away at a length.
A bit of pain. Oh, look at the ear there, Johnny Barron, on the close-up of Johnny Barron on the live stream. It's enough to bring the viewing figures down. Well, it's lost everybody, I think, for this afternoon. It's a very close shot of Barron there.
About as close as you could ever possibly want.
Little inside edge from Smith here. A little shorter of length on that occasion, did Tim Murtagh. Well, now you're all jabbed up, Johnny Barron. Even though we've got the plastic screen between us.
Yep. Well, still, I think still takes 3 weeks for any kind of proper immunity to...
For you to give it to everybody else. 129 before.
That angle's being rescued.
Well done, Mark. Good leave again from Smith. So, where did you go for your jab?
Alton.
Lovely.
Alton.
Towers.
In Alton Towers. That would have been lovely, wouldn't it? Ride on the Big Dipper and then get the old vaccine.
Get your photo taken as you come down the chute. Take it away to keyring.
Yeah, Boots. Boots on the High Street in Alton.
Excellent.
Yeah, popped in.
Got some wash and go on the way out as well for the hair. And good morning's work, that. Driving is Smith. That's a good looking shot. Up towards mid-off. Nice looking shot from
some links.
Jamie Smith. Safari.
Safari.
No, it's good. It's a good visit to Boots.
Yeah,
that.
It was.
Yeah. Very good.
Still find them.
Yeah. After a session of acupuncture as well.
Yes. Poorly elbow, Mark Church.
Oh dear.
Well, of course, with my big county comeback this year.
Well,
yeah.
I wondered how long it was going to be until. To our Middlesex watchers and listeners, do apologise, but yeah, I do try and keep him in check. But Johnny Barron could be making his county debut.
Well, not technically correct. 33 years since I last played for a national county.
Right, yes.
But I've shuttled along into the age groups again.
So
as an underage player.
Which is going to drop him very quickly when you tell us what the... So this is for the Suffolk over 50s.
all right. But underage player, of course. Underage, yep.
For another year.
Big game, of course, in the squad.
Excellent.
Don't know whether I'll get a game or two, but of course, play Surrey at Egham on June the 14th. That'll be a lively encounter.
Lively affair.
Middlesex playing against them as well, potentially. Potentially.
Good.
Subject to...
How many in the squad?
There's got to be a few.
Quite a lot.
I think when you get the senior age groups, they go down like flies, don't they? To be perfectly honest. So we'll see, but quite excited by it.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, last played in 1988 in the Texaco Trophy. Panned around various parts of the home counties.
The Texaco Trophy.
Yeah. You played in it.
No, that wasn't. Was that the one where you sort of got vouchers when you filled up the car?
Here is Helm outside the off stump and left alone by Pope. You played in it as well, didn't you?
I don't think I did. I had no idea.
All I know, well, it was the under 16.
Oh, apology. I'm sorry.
You did play in that.
No. When you say the Texaco Trophy to me, of course England used to play.
Well, they
for
did.
The Texaco Trophy.
They did. But the sponsorship went all the way through the.
Oh, I see.
The ECB pyramid.
But this could be your official county debut.
Well, yes, not quite sure. Oh, nice cover drive against my Pope. I don't think it really counts. But
so this
gives me a little bit more credibility.
So this is the over 50s.
Over 50s.
Okay.
I would be an underage player. Underage player. You're allowed.
Just how many of those are you allowed?
I'm not sure. It depends how many pull up fit.
Right.
Or not. But there's some exciting. I'm gonna dig out the fixture list because it's quite exciting. Obviously made myself available for pre-season. Let's have a look. Helm again. Right, I'm over into Ollie Pope. Gets one that nips back. Hey, it's a good ball. Cool.
Well bowled.
Right, BT login. Let's have a little look. Now, there's some cracking. There's some belting fixtures.
We were all waiting with bated breath.
So I'll get there in the end. It'll take a couple of minutes.
I think you'd have played your first game by the time You get your emails up.
Yeah. Here we are. Here is Helm again. He's into Pope, who's pushing forward. Come on. Here we go. Here we are.
I'm not quite sure whether Mark, our producer at the back, agrees with me. We may have lost a few people here with this build-up.
I've got it. Fixtures.
This is great.
There's some absolute rippers here. Essex at Chelmsford, that'll be a tough old day.
Don Topley.
Don's. Ooh. Oh dear. Here is Helm again. Right arm over to Pope, who's tucking it into the onside. So yeah, the Surrey game, 9th of July at Egham. Sussex. That's at East Bergold. Kent we've got. I mean, some tough Northants at Mildenhall. All the big ones. Then, of course, a bit of national county stuff. So, Cambridgeshire, Lincolnshire, a bit of Norfolk. Big rivals. Big local rivals. Berkshire. Middlesex.
Ooh, there you are.
Ooh, yeah, 25th of June. Here is... Oh, driven by Pope. Bit uppishly. Backward of square. He'll get runs, though. He's not even running for it.
That is a very good over from Tom Helm.
Well, a bit of a dreadful bit of running there. I think they've just got through for a single in the end. Haven't they? Thought it was going for 4. Touch of the Ian Bells there. And did they just get a single?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah,
Helm just walked off in disgust after the shot because he bowled a lovely over there with the ball nipping back and then hung that one out there. And Pope went after it, thick edge, and then didn't run. But got a single in the end. The wind gets up a touch, 130 for 4. Johnny Barron, the Suffolk over 50s. You were running us through the fixtures.
Well, kicks off 13th of May. Cambridge on the 20th of May. Lincolnshire. And then the first time we come up against some serious opposition. I'm just kidding. Northants, Middlesex, Leicestershire, Surrey, Sussex, Kent. So, I mean, there's some proper cricket there. Not sure how much I'll be involved. Oh, yes, 22nd of April. That could be quite a big day for me, Mark Church, because I've seen the competition. It says trial. So so that might determine how involved I am through the course of those.
Trial game.
That's
good, isn't it? At least you get...
Missley, nice spot. Neil Foster's, one of his old clubs.
Normally for the trial game, you do at least get the jumper or a shirt or something, even if you don't get picked, don't you?
No, I've still got my old jumper.
I've seen it.
Have you?
Forward goes Pope. Very solid-looking defensive shot there to Tim Murtagh. Should be good, Pope and Murtagh.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that. Isn't that? That's exciting. Exciting news being picked for an over 50 side is terrific.
Well, I haven't been picked yet. But I'm on the email.
having a trial for an over 50s side is very good. Forward comes Pope. The good news is, really, you've been in that right age group to get your vaccination. Now you're being picked for over 50s teams.
God. Oh dear, it's the beginning of the end, isn't it?
Yeah. No amount of hair product can change which category you squeeze into. Oh, now Ollie Pope here has walked down the pitch at Murtagh, and in the end just lets it go. He's not just going to let Murtagh pop it on a length to him, so he's taking a couple of paces down the pitch towards Tim Murtagh there. But the experienced Murtagh, there you go. There's a couple of bobble hats sat in the Montpellier club. Conor McCurr. They are very good, those bobble hats. They've got massive bobbles.
Huge.
That Moriarty as well with a massive bobble. This one's turned by Ollie Pope. He has timed that quite beautifully. Nothing more than a roll of the wrists from Ollie Pope.
Looks like a man in a hurry, doesn't he? Ollie Pope. Bit of a frustrating winter. He played actually one of the warm-up matches in the Sri Lanka Test series. Actually, he did.
Yeah.
Played really nicely, and then that was just part of the rehab, and then to come in cold, effectively, in India. I mean, really and truly, that is tough.
36 now, and this one pushed a bit wider by Merton. Pope down on one knee, reaching across for that toe end of the bat down towards backward point, and there is no run. End of the over. 134 for 4, as you can see there. I could picture the Kia Oval, the sun shining down. Johnny Barron alongside, vaccinated.
It's about the only one of the few times I've been out of the house, Mark Church, apart from today.
Well, you said from the sounds of it was a great trip.
Well,
you put all your product.
Yeah.
And got vaccinated, and then had acupuncture.
And then had, well,
quite a morning, that.
Yeah, the old elbow, still a problem. Could hamper the comeback a bit.
I wouldn't worry. I think there'll be people worse off in the over 50s.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought the fact that I'm still relatively mobile might be a big factor.
You hear the encouragement there for Tom Helm.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty nicely, hasn't he? None for 32 thus far.
I've really enjoyed the cricket so far.
Yeah, it's been good. We've seen some good international stuff, haven't we? If you think of the Toby Rowland-Jones spell just before lunch, Ollie Pope coming out and looking like he's got, just looking as if he's in a hurry, but he always has done all the way through his county career. Helm again is into Smith, who leaves alone, bouncing high over the off stump.
Oh, you see all sorts of words about Ollie Pope. They're busy.
Yeah.
He's just a good player. You tend to miss out very often if he always talk about taking your scoring opportunities. That's what they always talk about, isn't it? Scoring opportunities, and he tends to sort of take them when they come along.
Helm again. Right arm over is into Smith. Oh, strikes him high. One just nipping back.
Just went a bit wider there.
Yeah.
Helm. Nicely bowled. There you go. That's nice, isn't it?
Oh, it does.
Blue skies heading off back towards sort of Crystal Palace way, Streatham way. That's the pavilion, and then one oval square taking shape.
Yeah. Proper development up there. Could be a nice place for lunch during a test match, wouldn't it? Or a county game. Here is Helm again. He's punching off the back foot, and that is a lovely shot by Jamie Smith. That really is a shot of high class. That runs across the cover boundary.
Nice. Super bit of timing that from Jamie Smith. But yes, I think it'd be magnificent, as I say. Ricky Clark's testimonial launch dinner in there on the 24th of June.
Yeah.
That'll be a
UMC?
No, I'm not. I might be hosting a Q&A.
Oh,
yeah.
Very handy.
Yeah.
Here is Helm again, and left alone neatly on length by Jamie Smith. Well, what a fantastic servant he's been. Ricky Clark.
Absolutely. Nobody sort of deserves one more than our Clark.
One of those looking back on it, and you think, when did he make his England debut? Bangladesh, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. 2003.
Yeah.
A while ago now.
It's a while ago. God, that is 18 years ago. Crumbs. I remember watching those games early in the morning. Here is Helm again, and Smith is driving again very pleasantly through extra cover, just in front of square. I'll get another boundary. Going nicely now, up to 12. 142 for 4.
I suppose That's a good sign, isn't it? One punched off the back foot and then one driven very handsomely through the covers for 4.
High-class shot. It's funny, in the kind of squad pictures, Jamie Smith looks so incredibly baby-faced. Then when you see him under a helmet out there batting, he looks like he's been in the game for 25 years.
Yeah. That's what they'll be saying when they do the squad photo for the Suffolk over 50.
Churchy.
Well, mate, if I've got a spare afternoon, I might come down and barrack you from the boundary.
I think with the Surrey game, I'd be quick if I were you. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of an active part I'll play in this. Yeah.
Ollie Pope. Next, this one from to go outside his off stump.
I'm planning to play, subject to fitness and selection. Planning to play as much as I can this summer if I can.
Good.
I think for, of course, the mighty East Bergholt and the mighty Tilford, if they'll have me. A bit of Last Man Stands, bit of 2020 stuff down here, bit of Lord Taverners.
Very good. That's something to look forward to. Left alone again by Ollie Pope. That sort of flick from Ollie Pope when he lets it go. Just rehearsing that little flick, letting the ball go. Ollie Pope. I've been doing I must say I've been doing quite a lot of running.
Yes, I could tell you're in condition, Mark Church. What sort of numbers are you doing?
Well, I've been trying. I've got to do it when I get back tonight, actually, because it's the first morning since I think it's November the 5th. I run every morning between 5 and 10 miles.
That's good.
Forward goes.
That's good.
Pope here and plays that one out into the offside, and there's no run. And I tend to, being the boring bloke I am, go to a little recreation ground nearby and just run round that.
Oh, well, just do laps.
Just do laps of the recreation ground. Unfortunately, you know where I've been because I've basically made my own running track now, worn it down. But yes, and there's a lovely, every morning without fail, this beautiful dog called Chewy, white dog. I don't really know a huge amount about dogs. Getting a big stride in there again is Ollie Pope. He's just trying to knock Murtagh off a line of length here. Here's Ollie Pope. Chewy every morning without fail just runs across, barks at me and then runs off. Every morning since November the 5th. But yes, it's been a nice way of sort of getting the day started, really.
So I've been running as well.
Have you?
Yeah,
Excellent.
I've been going the other way, so I do dusk
backwards?
Backwards running. Yeah. Oh yeah, still works.
Forward again goes Pope. Again, he's trying to get out to Murtagh here, isn't he? Trying to get out of that length of Murtagh, knock him off that length. So you run of an early evening, do you?
I run of an early evening,
right?
And I run basically a sort of kind of just sub 5k, which is about my limit. So I go out the kind of back of the paddock and around the fields, around the back of the estate, and it's very nice actually. Listen to a podcast as I go along.
Very good.
Do half an hour for a 5k.
Quite right.
So it's kind of leisurely.
It's left alone again by Pope. Good over that. Interesting over that. Pope definitely trying to get Murtagh off that length. But Murtagh just staying exactly where he was. 142 for 4 it remains. Oh, that's good.
I've enjoyed it. So about maybe four times a week. Still doing a bit of high intensity training in the morning, of course.
Yeah.
I've been playing quite a bit of tennis.
Excellent. Oh, that's good. When were you allowed to start that again?
Oh dear. God,
that's
Thought police will be on
since Monday.
Since Monday, that's right. That's right.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, that's
I mean, obviously, wouldn't want to ever condone. I think if you've got one on site,
if you've got one in your back garden, that's what you're saying. isn't it? You've got
access to one.
You've got, yes.
Access to one. Obviously, same household.
Absolutely.
Give or take.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well done.
Been quite enjoying the old tennis.
A bit of running and tennis. It's kept
Running,
you going.
tennis, bit of high intensity.
You look very well on it, I must say. And with you, now you're vaccinated as well. That's all good news. It's all positive for you, Johnny Barron. At
Dangerous
the moment.
word, positive.
No, I think it is for you at the moment. You've done. Pick for an over 50 squad in the right age group for your vaccination, and you're still able to play tennis and do a 5k run.
There you go. Happy days. Happy days. Roland Jones back into the attack. Is into Smith, who is pulling through mid-wicket and ball at the back of a length, and he's on that like a tracer, Jamie Smith. He's played that very nicely indeed. Gosh, he played that well.
Well, I think if you watch it again, he's made absolutely sure he's right on top of this. It's almost like a check pull, isn't it?
God, it's a good
rolled
shot.
the wrist and made sure it went down.
That is good,
Because he
because
could have been tempted to try and lump that into the OCS stand.
Yeah. He's played that very well. Toby Roland Jones not being greeted with the graces of respect first up. Roland Jones again is into Smith, who's pushing forward on this occasion. Dribbles out to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, really deliberate, wasn't it? Check. Make sure he's pulling down on the ball.
We played a bit of tennis, didn't we? I seem to remember a couple of years ago. Didn't we? Can't remember how that went. Before we went to a 2020 in Sussex.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes. Just to warm up.
Yeah. Here again is Roland Jones. He's into Smith, who's leaving alone nicely outside the off stump.
Yeah, Bamber's getting warmed up as well, I think, for another go. You can hear the encouragement there out in the middle for Toby Roland Jones. Picked up Amler and Stoneman this morning. Toby Roland Jones.
Yeah, ball very nicely. Great to see him back on the park. Here's Roland Jones again. Into Smith, who's just pushing forward, and there's no run.
Well, I'm still sort of... It sounds a silly thing to say, and I say a lot of silly things over the years, but because we started in August last year and we're now April, I'm still getting my months slightly muddled up, and it still feels almost as if cricket did start last April, but obviously it was August.
Roland Jones again and driving.
And what I mean by that, as well with the IPL, with everyone saying it starts next week, and then you think, well, it only seemed to finish a couple of months ago, but it did, didn't it? When did that finish? November, because it got pushed back. October, November time.
Yep. Well, very much so. And then, yeah, so you've had 2 IPL windows in the space of, what, 7 or 8 months? Not even that, 6 months. Roland Jones again. He's into Smith, who's just pushing forward, and there's no run. Yeah, it's been an enduring narrative, hasn't it, the IPL, and England's approach to rest and rotation, which has been a bit of a mess. I can understand why they had to persevere with trying to keep the IPL very much as part of things, but why on earth you wouldn't want your best side to take on India, who could well be world champions in the space of the next 3 months? I just don't understand it. Absolute madness to me. I mean, Gareth Southgate wouldn't go into the Euros without Harry Kane, would he?
I suppose he wouldn't. No. It's a very, very valid point, that. I suppose if England win the World T20 in the Ashes, everyone will forget. Really?
Yeah,
I don't know if that will happen.
I mean, the funny thing is, my view is, I think it's a very dangerous narrative when we just talk about the Ashes as the be-all and end-all, because what that points towards is the Ashes remaining as like a heritage series in amongst a load of white ball nonsense, and that's going to be our diet for years to come.
Murtagh's out the attack. Bamber, he's back into the attack, as we suspected, seeing him warming up previous over, and he's greeted with a back foot punch by Ollie Pope straight to cover.
I mean, the Ashes, of course, incredibly important. You know, it defines the game. It's about 90% of the ECB's revenue, as far as I can make out. But I just think that, you know, India, you know, you want to be, you know, that's an icon series, and you want to be treating it as such. Otherwise the wider cricket community are going to be, well, England aren't bothered. What's the point? Why should I take an interest? Why should I buy a ticket?
Yeah, I think I sort of look at it from a player's point of view as well. If you get offered an IPL gig, you're not turning it down.
No. I don't necessarily have a problem with IPL contracts. But then again, can you justify by taking 700,000 out of the pool that could be going on grassroots cricket if you're not actually playing the game?
Driving his Pope. He'll get a run. Doesn't really time this, but he'll get a run up towards mid-off. He moves on to 37. 147 for 4. Oh yeah, I can fully understand. So I sort of get it from I sort of get it from all sides. I understand the thinking behind the rotation thing, especially with COVID. I can see all that.
The bubbles is tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really
Yeah,
tough.
absolutely. I completely get that, and I think they've handled that brilliantly, to be fair. In behind, a short one goes Smith. As a man who is dreadful with his own company at the best of times, and in this environment, to be sort of locked down for that long in that environment, it's very difficult. But no, I get exactly what you're saying. You know, you look at India and you think, wow, what a series that is.
Yeah.
You know, a test match series in India. I think COVID has a bit to do with what the selection was happening, you know. Forward again goes Smith, but then people will shout at me, but they're picking to stay for the whole of the IPL, but heading off, you know. But it's a very difficult one to sort of balance up, really.
Yeah. I mean, I think the idea behind the rotation is very understandable because of actually the mental health aspects of trying to go through all that. But I think but it's just the tactics behind it where you wouldn't go into, you know, what is an iconic series against one of the world's best sides, and you know, and a global superpower when it comes to the income of the game. Why on earth would you turn up without your best 11? Because in a white ball cricket, to some extent, we won the World Cup. That's fine. It's neither here nor there. You know, Test cricket was supposed to be the priority, and I think you're going to have a situation where Joss Buttler is going to miss, I think, about 5 Test matches this year, while taking £700,000-800,000 out of the game that can't afford it. You know, and that's a quick cricket set that, you know, a club won't have, or that's, you know, an opportunity for somebody in a pathway scheme that will go by the wayside. I mean, it's not quite stealing, but it's pretty bad, I think. I don't know. But I don't blame the players. I certainly don't blame the uncontracted players like Bairstow and Mo and Ali. You know, absolutely take whatever you can, because the difference is in income if you're on a white ball contract compared to a red ball contract is huge. The difference between sort of, I don't know, 225,000 and sort of 780,000 or so. Here is Helm, and pushing forward is Ollie Pope. It's going nicely on 37. But I think aside, I think the fundamental issue is that yes, players need rest, but the problem is those rests need to be calculated. You can't send Bairstow home for 3 weeks and then expect him to come out and play against India halfway through a Test series. It's absolutely bonkers.
Yes, I think, and I think as whether you agree with him doing that or not, it's the preparation he gets when he gets back as well.
Oh God, absolutely. Oh, gone. Oh no, dropped at first slip. Oh, that's a disappointment. Toby Rowland-Jones won't be particularly pleased about that one, that's for sure. Nice bit of bowling as well. Should have had his man. As it is, he doesn't. Pope will go on to 39.
Yeah, when I first saw that, I thought it might not have got to him, but I think it did get to the captain. He just put it down. It didn't go particularly quick, did it?
Yeah.
That was the thing. I wonder whether we had too much time to think about it, really.
Rowland-Jones again. He's in to Ollie Pope, who's pushing forward a bit more circumspectly.
Nice bit of bowling, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think when it comes down, I just think that the idea behind the rest and rotation, the priorities were wrong. That was the bottom line. I think that the schedule is tough, but actually you've got to applaud the ECB for trying to honour those Test matches against Sri Lanka. The board desperately needed that broadcast revenue, so I can completely understand that. Here is Rowland-Jones again, and that's worked away on the onside nicely by Pope, and as far as mid-wicket, and there's no run. But it just seemed that England was just completely hamstrung at every point of the tour. Moeen Ali, I mean, that was just hugely unlucky. He was expected, I think, to start probably in Sri Lanka ahead of Don Best before he had the 14 days isolation, and that must be horrific in a hotel room on your own. I mean, you know, hats off to Moeen Ali to even be standing after all of that. Rowland-Jones pushed out on the offside by Pope, and there's no run. I worry about the game, I have to say. I do. When you see those decisions being made, and yeah, look, I get the IPL. And actually, normally you'd avoid it like the plague, wouldn't you? You wouldn't schedule anything around it, but this year is slightly different, of course. It being later in the season. Just poor decision making. Rowland-Jones again. Driven really nicely by Ollie Pope, just as far as mid-off. They'll just get a single. End of the over, 154. I mean, I just fear that, I don't know, you know, by the time England do get to Brisbane, heaven knows what they're going to be left with. Jofra Archer's got this elbow injury to manage, and elbows are horrible things. You know, that's a real problem. They never, you know, if you've got an elbow issue, it never really goes away. Don't get a great deal of circulation down there. Mark Wood, if you can keep him fit going to the Ashes, that would be a good effort as well.
Yeah, it's a long way away.
It is a long way away, and there's a lot of cricket to come.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
Yes, no,
yeah,
quite right.
That would be my only counter argument.
Yeah.
Is thank goodness we're actually playing.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, there was a chance that we might not be playing any at the moment. 150 is up. It's Bamber, and he's into Pope, and that's nipping back a bit. And Ollie Pope allows that one to go outside. He's off stump.
I think what everybody worked out across the globe, because in those first 4-6 weeks of until Project Restart happened with the Premier League in the middle of June, there was no elite sport, was there? There was nothing. No. But I think what people realised was how important it is for the soul, isn't it? If you've got something to watch.
As outside edge drops this time to his left-hand side by Eskenazi. Pope pushed at that. Big edge. This time to his left. Down it goes. And that's 4 more for Ollie Pope. Nice bit of bowling from Bamber. But I wonder whether Simpson might have thought about that as well. But I wonder whether Eskenazi thought Simpson might come across in there for a sec. But down it goes, and Pope picks up another boundary. He's on to 44, 154 for 4.
2 lives for Ollie Pope in the space of 5 balls.
Pope right out of his crease. He's almost halfway down the pitch there to Bamber. Little inside edge onto his front pad. Nick Gubbins in there doing the fielding. Looking forward to watching him bat. As I say, it seemed first sort of couple of weeks of last season when we started, all I saw was Nick Gubbins batting, which is rather lovely because he's a very, very fine player, Nick Gubbins. But he enjoyed his time against Surrey last summer. He really did. Waits again, there's boop, and this one's left alone outside his off stump. Yeah, I think the thing to remember as well is, as you're saying, so you know, you go back to this time last year. Well, we had no cricket, and actually there was a point there where we were all wondering, we're not going to get. When are we actually going to get any cricket again? Then the ECB worked miracles, and it cost a fortune. And you know, God bless the West Indies, Pakistan, and Australia for coming over, and Ireland as well. You know, that cost a huge amount of cash to get that done properly. Left alone again outside his off stump by. But then we got some Bob Willis. Now I think the problem then happened was, and it's the IPL. The IPL then gets shifted. So the IPL gets shifted. You're not going to stop those players playing the IPL. They're under their contracts to go and do that. And because of that, you've got 12 months, 18 months here, like no other. We've just said it, haven't we? You know, the IPL I feel like only finished yesterday, and it's starting again next week. Do you know what I mean? As Bamber's in again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ollie Pope. So I think because of that, everything's got condensed, and then you've got your series. You know, as you've just said, going on to your series in Sri Lanka. Then you've got India. Then you know, to keep your players sweet with the IPL. You've got to. We've seen what's happened in the past with the IPL and England players. You know, it's well documented. And also, there is a 2020 World Cup coming up. You know, so you need those players playing in an IPL to go into the 2020 World Cup. Then you got the Ashes off the bat. So I think what happened was that is an absolute storm of everything, and for all the right reasons. England at the start were hang on bubbles, rotation. In players in, out, and the other thing to remember is you arrive somewhere, you have to self-isolate for a certain amount of time before you can't just go straight out your hotel room and have a hit. You know, that's the thing here. I think it got muddled along the way, and I think because of what it was and that competition, the IPL, as Roland Jones is in and forward goes Smith, because let's be honest, there are still people out there who you say the words IPL and to them it's You can't say those words. It's the IPL. It's here to. It is the competition. And if you're a player and you get offered a gig in the IPL, you're going to take it. But I just think because of everything, it's been so intensified. And we've just said it. We've been rambling on this morning about the IPL, the T10, Sri Lanka, whatever that was, the Sri Lanka Super thingy. As this is pushed off the back foot once again by Jamie Smith, and then England have got, you know, Test series in Sri Lanka. Then they've gone to India. I can see people saying the rotation policy was all wrong. I think it was done for the right reasons.
But the wrong
I think it got muddled up along the way a touch. And so England ended up in the India series probably with not their best 11 playing in a Test series in India. As forward once again goes Smith,
which is a worry.
Absolutely, and I'm pretty sure that at times they sat there and thought this wasn't quite as we envisaged it turning out. But I think we're in strange times at the moment, and I think the intensity of everything. And as we've just said, it only seems like yesterday the IPL finished, and it's starting again next week. Smith covers up again.
Yeah, Rowan Jones playing quite nicely. Well, I think, I guess a couple of things. You ever seen that Morecambe and Wise sketch? All right, Morecambe says, "No, I did play all the right notes,
just
not necessarily in the right order." And I think that that's kind of, I just feel that the approach by the powers that be just hasn't really been fit for purpose. Whereas large parts of the logistics have been incredible. Here is Roland Jones, and that is driven nicely to extra cover. And they'll get through for a single. That's not another drop, is it? I don't think it is. No, it's a one bounce. I'll have another look in a second. I mean, the other thing you could argue, well, Kevin Peterson would always say this, is that he needed to justify, to get the IPL contracts, he needed to be playing in his whites for England. His rationale is that if you're not playing international cricket, your value falls off a cliff. Nobody's interested in you. So there is a case whereby, well, chaps, here is Roland Jones again, a right arm over into Pope, who leaves alone elegantly outside the off stump. It's a sweep around now. So I think there's going to be some quite difficult conversations at some point soon.
I'll just throw this in. Yeah. Okay. What would have happened if the auction had been after the Test series?
Oh wow, really good point.
I'm just throwing that in because obviously, with it being that tight, that was never going to happen. But if that's your argument, if that's what KP is saying.
Well, it would have been. I mean, funny because Mark Wood actually, and some interesting choices. I think Archer's missing a fair bit of the IPL because he's worried about. He wants to prolong his Test career, and that's a worry for somebody who's age 25. Mark Wood, of course, didn't enter the auction. He would have gone in an auction after the series. He would have gone for an absolute fortune.
Jamie Smith forward he goes once again and pushes this one back up the pitch.
I mean, Moeen Ali went for 700 grand off the back of knocking Kohli over and hitting a couple into the stands, didn't he? I mean, you have to make a mild impression in India to go for enormous sums, or be a very, very average Australian. They all go for vast amounts of money, don't they, still? It strikes me always as slightly closed circuit, the IPL. I never quite understand what makes it tick.
Oh, that's a good one from Bamber. Just a little fiddle outside his off stump by Jamie Smith. I think
vanity largely, I'd imagine.
And cement.
And cement. Vanity and cement, the perfect combination.
No, I think it's been a mixture of things that sort of all bubbled up together in 18 months, which, as I say, think back to this time last year. Didn't know if we'd ever see any cricket for a while.
In the domestic game here, there was no testing in place because it was unaffordable.
Left alone again by Smith. But just had Ollie Pope dropped. A couple of lives for Ollie Pope. Thank you, Mark. Yes, thank you, Mark. Brilliant. You absolutely you do that. Mark, just pointing out that dear old Sachin tested positive for.
Yes, I saw that
COVID,
this morning. Well, not just tested positive. I think he's in hospital.
Yeah, bless him.
Yeah.
This one's pushed back up the pitch once more. So thoughts with the great man.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a tweet from him up there on the screen. Good work, Mark.
Yeah.
There we are. So thank you for your wishes and prayers. And he's been hospitalised as Sachin. So to the little master, lots of thoughts and best wishes from us all. Pushed again by Smith out into the offside. Interesting with us chatting away about all the cricket to come and your thoughts on everything. These two, Pope and Smith. Pope's had a couple of lies, but they're just ticking along.
They are, yeah.
105 for 4 at lunch, Surrey. So I did 50. Pope's 44, Smith 17.
I mean, there's some interesting narratives here, isn't there? You've got Toby Rowland-Jones, who was never dropped, and you'd imagine if he returned to true form, would be somewhere near England pecking order.
Forward again goes Smith. Nice over from Bamber. End of it.
Then you've got Ollie Pope, who's got no more than a light pencil, you'd imagine, over his name as far as playing this summer. You know, we'll probably want to get a big pen out for that. Score some runs in this championship season. Jamie Smith making his way. Lots of good international matchups today.
Well, you think there's going to be the odd opportunity here and there.
Absolutely.
Throughout the summer.
Well, I think the trick is, isn't it, is you almost need to get yourself in the shadow squad, don't you? Like Dan Lawrence did last summer. And then your opportunity may well come. Here is Roland Jones, who's into Pope, who's just tucking that into mid-wicket. Because Dan Lawrence actually at one stage was touted in playing in that first test against West Indies, I remember, last summer. But I thought he looked... I mean, I remember vividly that double 100 he scored here... the 100 he scored here age 17. Was that on debut? Or his second championship match?
It was early on.
It was early on, yeah. I think you can still find Dick Davis's commentary on that on the BBC website. Oh, it was quite an iconic moment, a 17-year-old scoring 100 here at the Key Oval, and Dick Davis just banged on about the fact that he only waved his bat to the pavilion. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolute magic.
Good old Dick. Yeah. Bless him. He was early on the vaccination front, wasn't he?
Very early.
He was pre-Christmas.
Yes. Him and Paul.
Yeah, Paul would have, yeah. Bless him.
I think Panto got cancelled though.
Oh, Dick does do a bit of that, doesn't he?
Loves it.
Here he is, Roland Jones, pushing forward. He's like, what is it with Panto and cricketers? Just can't help themselves, can they?
I'm trying to think. Dick Davis of BBC Essex, one of the greats.
Yeah, one of the greats.
But I think he's... I'm trying to remember which one it is, but I think he's played...
Got to be a few of the sisters.
It might have been Eliza. Is it Eliza Doolittle and My Fair Lady? Or, I think he's played that about 12 times.
One of the big men in Amdram in the Billericay area, pushing forward. Is Ollie Pope. That's no run. To be fair, I think actually he's at... Well, Paul, I know, lives in the Vale of Dedham. I don't think Dick's too far away either.
Imagine that on your poster. One of the big names in Amdram in the Billericay area.
Yeah, probably taking in Southend as well. Got to be Panto down there. Roland Jones is into Pope, who's pushing forward again. He's had two lives. Yeah, it is good.
This is good stuff at the moment.
Yeah, England's bowling attack is fascinating. They just don't quite know what to... They seem... I mean, the other thing I couldn't fathom after Anson bowled so brilliantly in Sri Lanka and in that first test is why on earth they dropped him or rested him in that second test, thinking ahead to the third. It made no sense. Roland Jones again pushing forward.
Well,
it's like you know, try and win the series. Sure, Jimmy, play what's in front of you.
I heard Jimmy on 5 Live this morning from the latest Tail Enders podcast saying much the same about England's T20 top 5, saying if they keep changing it, it's a bit dangerous before you go into the... You sort of got to try and settle down on who's actually batting where.
Yeah, I agree.
And I wonder whether there's a little bit of overcomplicating things. And I think we've all done it, haven't we?
Yeah.
I think that, to be fair, I think over the last 12 months, understandably, we've all overcomplicated everything because everything's been so strange.
There's
really
nothing worse than when cricket tries to be too clever. There's nothing worse.
All commentators.
This
is a nice shot from Jamie Smith, just on his pads from Bamber, and just turn of the wrists from Jamie Smith, and that's where patience pays off, because Jamie Smith's been very patient against some very good bowling from Bamber and Roland Jones, and that time just straying onto his pads. Look at that, he's taking a big step forward and taking that from around about middle stump. Nicely played by Jamie Smith. He moves on to 21, 159 for 4.
Yeah, he is a talent, Jamie Smith. And actually, he's sort of kept a number of those kind of little naughty shots he occasionally has in the locker today.
What's the score in the test match, Johnny Barrett?
Well,
you're
nothing, I'm afraid.
Just preparing yourself for this evening's TV.
I am slightly. Well, they're
is it raining?
It's raining, and to be honest, yesterday afternoon, the West Indies dawdled in that post-lunch session, which could cost them a little bit.
Right. Johnny Barron doing his preparation for his TV appearance back to the Caribbean tonight.
Yep.
Very good. That's the sound of a pigeon there. Forward goes Jamie Smith, pushes that one away out into the offside, rolls out there to Nick Gubbins. Out there at extra cover. He's dispensed now of his jumper, Mr. Gubbins. So he's obviously heated up a bit, or warmed up a bit.
The best bit about all the cricket in the Caribbean, and actually the Sri Lanka tour that England went on, has been Mickey Arthur Cam. Has been gold. They literally have a camera on him all the time.
Well, it's always him and Grant Flower, isn't it? The two of them sort of sat there before Mickey
bemoaning their misfortune.
Before Mickey then legs it into the third umpire spot.
It's so funny. It's been unbelievable. I mean, there was one where he think he's got him, and he's going through, and they're slapping each other on the back, and then suddenly DRS will show that the ball's just missing the leg stump, and his mood just changes. It's just been priceless. Broadcaster's dream.
Nice to hear from Craig, who says he's watching from Nashville, Tennessee. Is that? Yeah. Driving here is Smith. Very good stop from Gubbins. Diving away to his left-hand side. Home of country and western.
And South by Southwest, the music festival, I think. Which got cancelled last year, cancelled this year as well.
Dear. Yeah, nice shot that from Smith, seeing it again, but very good bit of fielding from Nick Gubbins. Well, that nice, Craig, that you're with us in Nashville.
Globally available.
What, Nashville?
Well, the stream. It's good to see our international.
Absolutely. No, it's terrific. Genuinely, you know, all the counties now with their streams, absolutely tremendous. It really is, and especially and fingers crossed, you know, it's not too long now until, well, as Richard Gould said, is it called Freedom Day? That was what he said. But May the 17th.
Sorry.
May the 17th,
oh, yeah.
Isn't it? The sort of 25%.
Well, I think those they're being snapped up as well, aren't they?
Well, I think absolutely. I think, you know, any opportunity to get in and watch will be, but sort of, I suppose, with the live streams, they've been so important, especially last year, really, and the BBC comms as well, starting next week.
I mean, it's developed a lot of the way in which people have done things. I mean, the live streams, if you like, they've gone from kind of a fixed camera, maybe a couple of robotic cameras, to a fairly comprehensive platform at each county in the space of 4 months last year. I thought TMS's coverage of the Sri Lanka series off tube was
all done from here and
stunning,
and from Salford and from Andy Zaltzman's shed.
Yeah. Roland Jones steaming into Ollie Pope, who's leaving alone outside the off stump. But I thought, because off tube is a difficult skill. You don't, because you don't get visibility of anything really, and you're guessing half the time. And I just thought they made it sound as if you felt you were there. I thought it was brilliant. Really nailed that, I have to say. But yeah, I mean, one thing it has led to is, lots of guests can come in studios and stuff just from their bedroom or office or whatever.
Absolutely.
Roland Jones is into Ollie Pope again. He's pushing forward. So in a way, it might have increased opportunity in some areas.
Yes, no, I thought it was terrific. You know, and as I say, Zaltzman in his shed, Norcross and Tufnell probably in here, I would have thought.
Agnew in his pyjamas in the Vale of Beaver.
Indeed. Very clever to be able to pull that off. Great effort all round, really.
Roland Jones again. Who's into Ollie Pope, who's pushing forward, inside edge onto Pat. I mean, I think what was impressive is that actually, apart from when they referred to it, you never got a feeling that they weren't there.
No.
And actually, in a way, they could have bluffed their way through it, couldn't they? I mean,
but I can remember when sort of it all first started a few years ago, when it wasn't sort of, you couldn't get there, but you sort of, people were doing it slightly on the sly off the telly and sort of building up from Mumbai.
Here is Roland Jones pushing forward.
Really struggled to get the ice off the car this morning getting in. All right, yeah. But no, I think you've seen a lot sort of technology over zooming things and Teams. I've spent a lot of my time on Teams. I didn't know what Teams was until before lockdown.
Yeah, Teams. Roland Jones is into Pope, who leaves alone.
Thank goodness for FaceTime.
Yeah,
as well.
FaceTime.
You know, that's
there's what platform are I being using?
There's a few out there now.
Where is it?
Here we go. Johnny Barron again, just for everybody, so you know what's going on the live stream. He's again trying to go through his emails. We had this with the Suffolk over 50s fixtures. Now I don't know yes.
So here is Roland Jones again. He's into Pope. So this is the one that I've been using. vMix Call. Very clever. Just key your name in there.
Excellent.
In we go.
What's going to come up now on your computer?
And then
who are you dialing?
Nobody at the moment.
Oh,
but then everybody will come in onto this platform, and you'll have.
Very good.
Anyway.
Well, that's excellent. But for me here, that was very interesting. For everybody watching worldwide, very dull because they couldn't see any of that.
Vastly exciting.
There we are.
Still rain in Antigua.
Not here though. It's lovely.
Glorious.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Sun shining. Bamber getting ready to come in again. Smith on 21. Pope on 44. Partnership's worth 54 between these two. Just gone past 3 o'clock on this opening day of this 3-day game. Bamber in, and Smith pushes off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no one. Just a reminder of what's happened today. Reminding myself as much as anything. Surrey winning the toss, batting first. The big news and the disappointing news for me is that Moriarty and Verdi won't be batting. They will bowl. And Burns caught behind off Harris for 33. 62 for 1. Then Hashim Ahmed LBW to Roland Jones for 8. 85 for 2 that was. Smith whips this one up towards mid-on. Then Mark Stoneman, who looked very good. Just tempted by Roland Jones outside his off-stump driving, and a very good catch from Sam Robson. Gone for 36, and then Ben Folkes just on the stroke of lunch. LBW to James Harris for 9. That was 105 for 4 at lunch. Before my cheese and pickle sandwiches. And then since lunch, Pope's had a couple of lives. He's on 44. Smith is on 21. Bamber's in once more. It's a good leave from Jamie Smith. Building his innings again is Jamie Smith. He played a couple of really long vigils last season in the Bob Willis Trophy, where Surrey struggled in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Why do you think that was, Sergi? What are your thoughts about it?
Well, I think it's sort of a combination of factors, really. I think they batted very well for a start. I think that's, I think that old chestnut. Forward again goes Smith. You know, and by that what I mean is they didn't really build innings. It was all a bit frenetic and wham bam, thank you, ma'am. And I think there wasn't a lot of the clubs were on furlough, but the Surrey boys it weren't. But again, it's difficult, isn't it? I think going into that was difficult, wasn't it? And especially with 5 games, if you start badly, and they started badly, it's very difficult to catch that up. Forward goes Jamie Smith, pushes his one back up the pitch. But I think actually, if you're brutally honest, they just didn't bat very well.
Hangover from 19. I mean, that was a pretty grim title defence, wasn't it? 19 from memory.
Yeah, it seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? So I think this year, again, I think for all the counties, they've actually had a pre-season. And I think that doesn't make a difference. As Smith has a drive, flirt outside his off stump.
That's that naughty shot.
And that beats the outside edge. But actually, Folkes, and I think Alex Stewart summed it up. Folkes came back for that penultimate game. I can't remember who it was against now. Got 100, and as Alex Stewart said after, you know, well, that's his job. That's that's what he does. And I just think that's what happened last year. I think they'd all put their hands up and say they just didn't bat well enough really last year.
Whereas, I guess, this year, they've got all the big guns available, largely. Or certainly the red ball big guns, because you haven't got any sort of England bubbles knocking around.
They have for the start,
Yeah.
really. If you think about, you know, you've got this lad facing up at the moment.
Roland Jones, who's into Pope, who's pushing forward. Well, the fact they've got
Burns.
Pope... Yeah, Pope, Burns and Folkes. I mean, that's a bit...
Let's be totally honest here.
Yeah.
If you've got, in this game, as your top 6, Burns, Stoneman, Amler, Pope, Smith, Folkes,
really?
You should be finding some runs from somewhere,
Yes.
really.
Yeah, I agree.
And, you know, I'm not sure that will deviate too much off the top 6, probably at Bristol.
Yeah. It's a strong side. Roland Jones again. Back of a length and just pushing off the back foot is Pope.
So it was for all 18 counties last year was very weird. But what I would say is the best side
Won the
over
championship.
still managed to put it together and win the Bob Willis Trophy.
And actually, what is interesting is that, well, one of the bits of news in the last couple of days I absolutely love. I'll come to it after this delivery from Roland Jones, who's into Pope, who's pushing forward and there's no run. Is
Have you used them much during lockdown? Deliveroo?
Deliveroo. A bit of an Uber Eats man, actually. Other providers are.
Sorry, no, just suddenly mentioned them there.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, that was a slip of the tongue. No, the news that Alistair Cook is likely to sign an extension to his contract. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, I think he's enjoying it, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it just makes my heart sing news like that. Here is Roland Jones to Pope, who's pushing very gently down the ground, and there's no run. Myrtle will do the fielding. But it's kind of, you know, those stories, and Cook got some big runs in some really important games last year, didn't he? But I just love the fact that he's not just going to dive into the monotony and tedium of the media and start spouting off like all those old players do once they're out the dressing room. He's still a really valid voice because he's still playing the game. Here is Roland Jones, and again big push forward. Pushing forward is Ollie Pope, and there's no run. Saw Ollie Pope the other day, actually.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, I won't say where, but in a Waitrose car park.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's very good news.
Doesn't live too far away.
Yeah, well, Sir Alistair, Bob Willis Trophy final, Lords, 100. It was nailed on, wasn't it? It was absolutely nailed on.
Roland Jones trying to work away on the onside is Pope, and there's no run.
I must say, I rather enjoyed on Channel 4 Messrs Strauss and Cook together.
Yeah.
I thought that was rather fun, having those two in the studio together.
I mean, wasn't it great to have the game back on terrestrial TV?
It was. I must admit, I slept through quite a lot of it. It's an early old start, wasn't it?
And the one game that did start at a generous time was over before lunch on the second day or whatever it was.
But no, it was excellent.
Yeah.
See Simon Hughes in a cupboard somewhere.
Yes.
Being the analyst again was rather nice.
I think he'd sell his own grandmother, Simon Hughes. Remember him going on Test Match Special and talking about the death of Test cricket and the primacy of T20, and there he is, cropping up for the Test matches on Channel 4.
It was very good to see him.
Yeah.
Very good to see him with his pot of balls that he had as well. That was fun to see. No, it was. No, you're right. I think that was another one of the sad things about the sort of series and the games ending quite early is that everyone was very. I had friends who were like, "Oh, it's brilliant, it's on again."
Yeah.
No, it's all finished now, which was a real shame. Martin Anderson is into the attack for the first time today down there in the distance. So he had a good Bob Willis Trophy last season. Martin Anderson enjoyed playing against Surrey as well. But yeah, I think that was one of the disappointments, was it's back on terrestrial telly, and then Well, there was that one particular one, wasn't there? It was a Six Nations weekend, and the Test match was going to be on, and then it was all over.
Didn't even get there.
So Anderson is in his first balls down the leg side, and Smith, nothing on this at all.
Well, it's where you have to tip your hat off to both the RFU and the Football Association, in that you still have internationals, on terrestrial TV, don't you? I think it's ebbing away, isn't it, with the Six Nations, with the new broadcast deals, but there's still something.
As this one's way down the leg side by Anderson.
And I just think that I will never be convinced, I will never subscribe to the argument, ever, that taking the game away from terrestrial TV is a good plan, and there's more money in the game, and it goes on grassroots. You don't have to worry about the game if it's got visibility and people are engaged by it. You just don't have to worry, I don't think.
Anderson just trying to find his length and line, and this one's on a roundabout leg stump, and that's turned leg side by Smith. He'll take a single. Moves Jamie Smith on to 22, and Surrey move on to 160 for 4.
I mean, Sky have done a fantastic job in terms of the quality and calibre of their coverage is second to none. You certainly recognise that compared to the kind of Star Sports pitches or commentary teams.
Runs for Pope. Again, Anderson just straying onto his pads. Pope picks up a single. Just that run rate's dropped now in the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, Pope's been kept quiet, hasn't he?
Well, he got off to a typical Pope start, but see, this is the thing with Ollie Pope, is he's quite content to have a quiet patch. Just keep going. He obviously likes to see that score tick round, but just sort of bedded down a touch now. It's better from Anderson. It's nicely played by Jamie Smith.
I just think a little bit more free to air. I mean, the perfect scenario, wouldn't it, from an ECB point of view, would be all away tours, where they don't get any revenue anyway, because it's foreign boards selling the rights on, end up on terrestrial TV, and then they get to sell all the stuff they do control to the highest bidder. But that's unlikely to happen.
Turned again by Smith up towards mid-on.
I mean, BT Sport have snaffled they'll have the West Indies series. Have they got the Ashes? I'm pretty sure they're close to it.
Sure.
But yeah, whether we're going to see the game. I mean, obviously there's the 100 that's on
the Beeb.
On the Beeb, but yeah, I don't know what effect that will have.
I think we're all waiting to find out.
Yeah, we are.
One of the main talking points of this summer, without a doubt.
Well, it's not making a huge noise at the moment, is it?
Not as yet.
I mean, to be fair, I actually, hats off. I think the ECB are going about it the right way, in that all the focus now is selling Vitality Blast tickets, isn't it? And that level of the competition, which is so important for those clubs that aren't involved directly, of which there are many. Roland Jones. He's into Pope. She's not Roland Jones. Harris, sorry. Change of ends for Harris.
Hey, we've not seen him from the Vauxhall end. James Harris picked up a couple of wickets so far today.
Well, one snorter as well, Rory Burns. I think he leapt at him. Pope on 45, not out. Batting quite serenely. Harris is in. Pushed off the back foot, another one that bounces steeply. He's very lucky still to be there, isn't he? 2 drops by Eskenazi. Could prove to be quite expensive.
But if you're going to drop them, now's the time. Get them out of the system before Thursday.
Oh, wow, absolutely. Here is Harris again. He's into Pope. Is driving very, very nicely down the ground. Straight to the dive from Pope. That really is a lovely bit of batting. Goes up to 49. 165 for 4.
Yeah, lovely bit of batting from Ollie Pope. Full face of the bat, straight back where James Harris came from.
Oh, that's a good shot.
It's just nicely played, isn't it, really? And thanks to Richard, who sent us the scorecard of that MCC Surrey game in Abu Dhabi. And there we are, that massive partnership where Pope made 251 and Smith made 127.
Harris again. He's into Pope, who's flicking off the pad. Get through for a single. Did Alistair Cook play in that game? For the MCC?
No, I don't think he did, from memory. I remember Stuart Broad captained.
Ah,
yes.
Right. Yes.
Well, the bowling attack was... Oh, I can't see it, but Cook, not Sir Alistair.
Yeah.
Simon Cook.
Yeah.
Broad.
Harris again. Oh, that is played beautifully by Jamie Smith. Gosh, he's played that well. Just a fraction short and flicked away through the onside. Gosh, he picks that up nicely. Played a couple of those.
Yeah, 266 they put on, those two. But yes, Stephen Parry, of course, playing in that game.
Ah, no, he's retired now, I think, isn't he, Stephen Parry? Certainly left Lancashire. Here is Harris again. Driven on this occasion by Jamie Smith. Superbly through extra cover. Lovely flare of the bat. Back-to-back boundaries to him. He goes up to 30, 176 for 4.
Yes, that's a lovely shot as well, isn't it, from Jamie Smith? I think we said it with Ollie Pope, working well on both flanks.
Yeah.
Well, same there for Jamie Smith. One nicely pulled away off his hip and then driven away through the covers for 4.
Good runs, these. Useful to get a bit of a look at this stage of the season. Harris again. Workmanlike approach to the crease, and that is pulled away. A short ball. Out to the deep square boundary. A single will be taken.
It's like a tennis serve, that.
It is.
From Jamie Smith trying to reach that short
Yeah.
ball. Ah, thank you, Richard. Here's the bowlers. Cook, Broad, Trigo, Rhodes, Bess, Parry. Lawrence, that's right. Don Bess played in it as well. Oh yeah, that was it. And Dan Lawrence and Tom Westley were playing, and Sibley was playing in that as well.
Yes.
Seems like a while ago that now.
Does, doesn't it?
2 years ago. Sat with Dan Norcross on a roof.
Was it just the two of you?
Yeah, it was just the two of us. Yeah. Well, I say the two of us. There were moments where Norcross had to depart. Yes, for an editorial break. Plus, I thought I'd lost him in the sandstorm. Anderson is in to Smith, and that's driven up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
Was he? Oh, I think had he scrolled? Had he made it worth what? Had he done? Was he working for Crick Info as well?
No. He just and genuinely he struggled. He struggled in the sand. Because it was actually at times it was pretty full on, you know. It was like being sand blasted. I had lovely smooth skin when I came back. Turned by Smith into the leg side, and then we actually spent a little bit of our time reenacting your advert from the West Indies, which we never edited because we didn't want to upset you.
No. I would.
No. I don't know where the footage has gone now. Actually,
I have seen clips. The thing is about that advert from those Middlesex, well actually probably it's such a while ago now that probably nobody will remember it, but
Smith again solidly forward.
It was the only way we could survive. The idea was everywhere we arrived in the Caribbean, to get ourselves a stay or get ourselves a car or food or whatever, we'd have to do little kind of adverts or
which you hate.
Promotions.
You literally had to be dragged screaming in front of the camera to do those.
Barry's idea. I can't even find it anymore, I don't think.
Smith again, just nicely in behind a short ball.
Slightly haunts me, I think.
I think it will forever.
Yeah.
There were just some. Yeah. It was just.
Well, then it got retweeted by Accidental Partridge. That was that. It went viral.
Well, that was all around about that time that Surrey were playing the MCC in that first class opener.
Yeah.
Which was like, you know, it was a very enjoyable 4 days in Abu Dhabi. As wee wobbled. Anderson's just skidded that one on.
Yeah.
Just seemed to skid a touch onto Jamie Smith. Smith just had a little fiddle outside his off stump. Nicely bowled by Anderson. Ryan Patel marching back towards the Surrey dressing room. Up in the old Montpellier club. Nice in there.
Oh, isn't it just?
Turned by Smith nicely through the leg side. Nicely timed. He'll get a couple, might get back for 3. Nope, just a couple here. Jamie Smith. So just after a quiet patch, runs just beginning to tick round again. They've done this pretty well. Those 2 lives for Pope, but move the score on to 179. The partnership's worth 74. I think we've got 5 overs till tea now on this opening day. Weather's playing very nicely at the moment.
I think the big news at tea is I think the other couple of chocolate brownies are going to get sorted
Of
right
the
out.
vegan variety, are they?
Vegan and gluten-free. Got a feeling they're going to be top of mind.
Well done.
Yeah. What else have I got? I've got some. Yeah. Cooked chicken grapes and some boiled eggs. It's not exactly the tea of champions, I'm afraid.
Well, keep you going through the final session.
Well,
the most important thing,
absolutely.
keep your energy levels up. Like the players, you've got to keep your energy levels up. A lot of cricket to come over the next 6 months. It's fascinating, I always think, that we'll get to sort of September time to look back and think of today and think, oh, golly, do you remember that opening day? Barron was banging on about his vaccination and play for the Suffolk over 50s. And look at him now, leading run scorer and wicket taker.
Here is Harris. And that's played very nicely. Into backward pointer, there's no run.
Yeah, but it's always exciting. This time of the season is always so exciting because obviously you don't know what's going to happen.
No. I mean, I think just Surrey, apart from in my times that I've done this with you, apart from in 2018, now there's a couple of other occasions, they can be very slow starters, and they want to get off to a warm start. And actually being away might suit them.
In the rain.
Harris, that's played beautifully by Ollie Pope, who has just cut that, ridden the bounce, back with a square, down towards the pavilion for 4 runs. Gosh, he's played that nicely.
Yeah, lovely 50 there.
Yeah, 50 for Ollie Pope. Yeah, that'll start him nicely, won't it? Not a first class game, this is it?
No,
that's 13.
No, this is a 3-day friendly.
3-day affair, so
You'll do well to find the scorecard.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. Yes, aware of that. But still all useful in the preparation for the season ahead. Pope on to 53, 183 for 4. Here is Harris again into Pope, short one. Ducks underneath it. Timely reminder. 1 for the over indicated. Ooh, prospects of play in Antigua. I'll tell you what, the weather does look a bit ropey there though. Quite a bit of cloud overhead. I think the West Indies are going to do well to try and get something out of that.
Well, people can tune in.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Get your thoughts on
get
it
my
later.
Thoughts on
the game that you weren't at
the
today.
game I'm not there. No, all covering or watching. Worked went to the onside. Eastern Caribbean Dollars Church. That's all you need to know.
Tune in tonight. Well, I'll give you the verdict on a game I haven't watched any of today.
No, I've got it. I have got it in front of me, surreptitiously. Yeah. No umpires under brollies out there. Not good news. Windy there in Antigua, so often if they do get any stuff, it kind of blows across the ground quite quickly.
And of course, that's where Middlesex went for the old Stanford.
Well, driven beautifully through the offside by Ollie Pope. That'll be a couple. There's a sweeper out there. Well, funnily enough, it's now called the Coolridge Ground, where the Cricket West Indies are based, but they played the T20s there. First international.
Johnny Grave lived there.
Johnny Grave does live there.
And he converted the sticky wicket pavilion.
He has. Very cleverly.
Kept the pool, I think.
Very cleverly has taken that on at Peppercorn Rent, I think. I'm not sure Alan's going to put up much of a fight. Here is Harris, and that's worked away on the onside. All sharp single taken. Taken nicely. Murtagh can't stop that one. Yeah, Johnny Grave, you'll see. I often see him in meetings on the pitches. And Charlie Dagnall's dulcets will be there right now. Mark Church, he's delivering the top and tail on BT Sport for it.
Excellent. Well, that's now 13 years. No, hang on. Let's do the maths on that. 8.
It's 8, wasn't it?
2008. So what's that? What's that?
It's a while
12
ago.
years ago now. 13 years ago.
Was that your greatest ever cricketing experience? That has to be up there, doesn't it? How long were you there?
It was
for?
very interesting with the great Kevin Hand. It was an interesting. I wouldn't say.
How did the BBC
I wouldn't
justify sending you out there?
Well, because nobody really wanted to cover the Middlesex games. This is driven by Ollie Pope out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. But I wouldn't say it was my greatest cricketing experience in this job, but one of the most interesting, fascinating. Just the entire soap opera drama going on around us was extraordinary, really.
So what? You were there at the final. Were you doing updates or anything like that? Or were you doing...
we were sat in the stand with a beer. If I'm honest, as this turned again, I Pope in there towards me wicket, and there's no.
So that taxpayers' money we're never going to get back.
Well, that's because the proper broadcasters turned up for the final.
Right.
You see, the proper broadcasters arrived for TMS. So Hand and I, just sat in the stand with a beer and watched it. And
Andrew Strauss dropping the.
Well, that was because of the old floodlights, you see, because they couldn't put them up at there. No, they couldn't because it was next to the airport.
Oh, yeah. Shot.
That is very nicely played again by Ollie Pope. Everything's right about that shot from Ollie Pope, and he just runs away for 4 more. And when he plays a shot like that, you can't really say too much, to be fair, apart from what a nice shot. From Ollie Pope, because that's exactly what it is. There's not too much wrong with the ball. I think he's taking that from a roundabout off stump and whistles away. No, the thing was, because the ground was next to the old airport, they couldn't just stick the floodlights up. So there was. I never knew whether this was true or not, but there was part of me at the time that hoped it was. But since we found out what happened with Mr. Stanford and his money and all that malarkey, slightly hope it wasn't, but this is driven on the up this time by Ollie Pope. He's timing everything now, Ollie Pope. He's in one of these little patches now where he's timing the leather off everything. Picks up a single. It's a good half stop in there by Gubbins at extra cover. Otherwise, I think that would have gone away for 4 more. Pope's on to 61. For the final, the flights got paid off for the 4 hours, so they couldn't land. So they could put the floodlights up full. So then you could actually see it. But apparently it was like looking just up at the night sky, because there were lots of absolute bowlers were getting the ball lobbed back to them from mid-off and dropping it because they looked up into the night sky and there were just stars everywhere in the white. But yet, no, it was as I say, it was an interesting experience, but it was a bit of a soap opera. It really was a bit of a soap opera.
Well, there was. Alan Stanford sat on the players' wives, I remember.
Nearly lost George DeBell, genuinely.
Oh, God, he got ill, didn't he?
He trod on a poisonous fish. Forward goes the right-handed Smith and pushes this one out to extra.
Did he get sepsis?
Thank goodness George survived. No, he trod on a poisonous fish. And George, sort of tells the story, because we didn't see him for a few days, and then he got on the bus, and poor chap, he looked dreadful, and he said he'd literally found a doctor and gone into the local GP. He said, I think you've trod on a poison. There's only 2 ways to go here. Back to your hotel and see whether you're up in the morning. And George said that he lay on his bed watching EastEnders, being piped in. But thankfully, of course, George
wake up
the next morning, full of the joys of spring, and was back. So as I say, all sorts of things went on during that. It was.
Where were you staying?
It was something. It had something to do with a pirate. I remember
Right.
the name of the hotel.
Jolly Harbour.
It might have been. It was either the Jolly Roger or the Jolly Harbour.
Yeah.
Either way, it was jolly.
I think it's Jolly Harbour.
It was all inclusive.
Oh.
Help yourself.
You must have bit of wings.
Filled my boots. I have to say, most nights.
Rum. Bit of rum.
Well, it was one that all-inclusive place where it was the local alcoholic drinks.
Oh my
yes. So it's a couple of those. And, oh dear.
I mean that stuff is firewater.
But as I say, no. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't say it was my greatest cricketing experience, but it was certainly one of the most interesting.
Oh, hello. Where's that gone?
6.
Shot. No. 1 bounce 4. Nice shot by Ollie Pope. Short from Harris. Tucked into. He goes up to 65. 195 for 4.
But yet an absolute joy to be there with Middlesex and with Kevin Hand, of course.
Yeah.
In his shorts.
Well, that immortal commentary in the back of the T20s. The Middlesex are off for Stanford, wasn't it, at the back end? That led a few programmes after that, didn't it? Those. Here is Harris again. He's into Pope, who's pushing forward.
Yeah, no, it was. But you're looking back now, you just think, oh dear.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean the.
You didn't see England. Did not see head nor tail of them.
Well, they didn't want to be there.
Sort of got locked in their hotel.
Well, I mean, it was one of the most misguided things that England have ever got involved in. Harris pushed out on the offside, quick single take just in front of square. Nice bit of running that. But I mean, it's like you look back on it. I remember talking to a friend of mine, Jamie Singer, actually from Onside Law, and he was operating for the ECB. And their due diligence, it boiled down to whether he could pay or not, and he could, they reckoned. But that's because he was sat on a great big Ponzi scheme.
Well, yeah, it's terribly, it's just awfully sad.
Well, if you think of the, they don't like stuff like that in America, so, he's still got 600 years to serve. All punched off the back foot very nicely by Jamie Smith, out to extra cover, and there's single taken. But, I don't think he'll ever see daylight again, Alan Stanford. But he got 70 years, something like that. They don't like kind of grand larceny, do they?
But that ground now is that's sort of the home of West Indies
very much
cricket,
so. Yeah, I mean,
right?
all the age groups play there. It's in tip-top. Having been sort of locked up for many moons, it's now a big part.
Each team didn't just have a dressing room; they had their own pavilion.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It was extraordinary, really.
Here is Harris again, and thoughts of a quick single.
Now, would you excuse me for 1 second, Johnny?
Of course,
I've got a call of nature.
Well, why not? Why not? Yes, an extraordinary event. Looking back on it, ECB's response to the IPL at the time. But there we go. Out in Antigua, the West Indies are taking the field after a delayed start. Sri Lanka need a further, I think, 348 to win. But the draw is a more likely option for them. Batting through the final day. Funny enough, these two sides have drawn before, I think way back in 2012 in a test series, 0-0. Outside the off stump is Anderson, and there's no run. Tiramani, he's been in good form out there in the West Indies. He's got 3 back-to-back 50s. Be looking for another one. Surrey, meanwhile, here at the Oval, Surrey 197 for 4. Pope 166 not out. Jamie Smith nicely on 34 not out. It was a very quick call of nature outside the off stump and no run.
Well, years of practice.
Yeah.
I used to be better than that. I used to be able to, in between
do it in a delivery. And
yes. I'm not sure. It depends who's bowling. Might get away with it. He's got a longer run up. He might get away with it between balls then. No, this has been interesting after lunch because Middlesex again have bowled very well. Smith and Pope have batted nicely. Yes, Pope's had a couple of lives. Smith's just looked very assured again. And as we mentioned, these were that partnership of 266 in 2019 in that opening game. Like actually, interestingly, how many times they've batted together since then? Wouldn't be that many because of course Pope got injured. Then he's been off with England. So they haven't probably batted together an awful lot in terms of Championship cricket since then. But they bat nicely. They look like they enjoy batting together, these two. You sometimes find that, don't you? That certain partnerships that they work well together.
I think what's perfect is it's kind of, if you're batting with Ollie Pope, just by the natural way in which he'll accumulate runs, he takes all the pressure off you, doesn't he? Because you know that he'll be ticking things over, he'll be scoring at a healthy runnable rate. And that, that's when people say, oh, they enjoy batting together, more than likely it's one partner going, well, I can just watch from the other end, thank you very much.
I think it's not rocket science. This is driven nicely by the right-handed Smith, but it's not rocket science that D. Sibley's 2 Test match hundreds, B. Stokes has been at the other end. Scoring runs. And that's just allowed Sibley to play his way, really. And again, when he got that 80 odd in India, it was Jay Root at the other end getting the double 100. So it's sort of, but these two, they're a very nice pair to watch as well, aren't they? They really are. Because they're both attractive players, and they're a very enjoyable pair to watch.
It's interesting, and it's Jamie Smith is one of those that always looks, you think, oh, and then he'll get out, and it's, if he can lock away some of those naughty shots, because often it's unforced errors that gets Jamie Smith out.
But last year, I might disagree there, Baron. In that last year, and a couple of times, he has played very, very long innings.
True.
For mid-30s, 40. I remember him at Scarborough a couple of years ago, just getting his head down while everybody else fell around him. And he did that a couple of times last season as well. Oh, Nick Gubbins is into the attack. Going to get a bit of spin from Gubbins here.
Here he is with his leggies. And that's chopped out in the front of square by Ollie Pope. Will go up to 67, taking the single. But he's got all the talent. They're slightly different players to watch, aren't they? Here is Gubbins again. Another one outside the off stump and played quite nicely off the back foot by Jamie Smith.
Well, of course, the other thing with both of them is both keepers as well. So there's a lot of similarities between the two, but they're just a nice pair of batsmen.
Yeah, you've got at least 4 keepers in this side, haven't you? I guess. Pope, Burns, Smith, and Folkes. That's not bad.
I think our Burns may have retired.
Here it is. Oh, down the track. Shot. Really nicely by Jamie Smith. Has he got a good piece of that? He has. Into the what's this stand called? JM Finn stand. Sorry, JM Finn stand away to our right hand side. Proper shot that. Gosh, that looked easy on the eye, didn't it?
Well, that to me was a little like you're standing 160 out. You pick your favourite 8 iron. You know you're going to hit it 160 with your 8 iron. And it's
easy
just
swing.
Easy swing. Thanks ever so much. He was a bit like Dustin Johnson.
Here is Gubbins. In again. It's shorter and it's smacked nicely off the back foot by Jamie Smith. Who'll feel he missed out a little bit there just by catching the man at extra cover. A couple of yards either side would have been another boundary. Gubbins again. In this extraordinary starting position of his is in again. It's full of length and it's pushed down the ground.
Absolute cracker, isn't it? It really is.
I'm trying to think. He looks like. What's he look? I'm trying to think. What does he look like? Almost if he's about to throw the ultimate ball, isn't he? At the beginning of his. Or what game's he playing? Do you know what I mean? Where a table tennis player almost about to serve is how Gubbins looks when he starts.
It's a definite sort of ready to pounce.
Yeah, there is,
isn't he? At the top of his mind. That six brought up to 200 as well. It's a nice way to do that. And the partnership is worth 99 now between Pope and Smith.
Yeah, this has gone well.
Anderson continuing from the pavilion end. Yeah, so they've added 99 since lunch as well, because they started together straight away after the lunch break. Because the Gubbins start is he's poised, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's a little crouch there, and then
like a
coiled spring or cobra.
Both available.
Left alone again. Wide outside the off stump by Ollie Pope. Tumbling take by John Simpson away to his right hand side. I think we might get one more of. I've completely lost when tea is now, because we've gone past 22, and I wonder if it's 4 o'clock, because we've got 32 overs left.
Yep.
We've gone past that point as well. Might just be when everybody fancies a cup of tea, as this is driven by Pope straight into the extra cover. That's one of those that on the if you took a sort of screen grab of the shot, you'd think that's race to the boundary. Just hit the fielder.
Yeah.
In there at extra cover.
Annoying. Hit it hard. Oh, Surrey's new man's got the ball in hand. Out in Antigua.
As I say, if you want to find out what's happened in the test match, watch Johnny
Tune in
Barrett
to Flow Sports this evening.
Flow Sports.
Yep.
Oh.
More nuggets.
Good job there hasn't been a full day's play, really.
Wow.
How many more days of that test match?
This is it.
This is it.
This is
So
it. And then
tomorrow.
there's a bit of a. I mean, there's a bit of a break now.
This one's turned very nicely.
Shot
by Ollie Pope.
Given up.
And that'll go for 4.
Yep.
And Ollie Pope will move on to 71, and that will bring up the 100 partnership between Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith. But again, Ollie Pope there just gets into these patches where he times the absolute pants of everything, and he's just in one of those patches at the moment.
It does make the game a nice easy watch when he's out there, doesn't it? Because he will get on with it, won't he? He really will get on with it.
Waits again, and he's in behind. Short ball.
I mean, he'll just be thankful that the ball's not spitting past his shoulder like it was in the winter, to be honest.
Look, nothing against Nick Gubbins here at all, but if you think about the last time Pope faced spin.
I mean, wow. I mean, all of that came with a bit of a health warning. I mean, I watched most of that series from behind the sofa. Terrifying.
Made for good cricket, though.
Oh,
It's
it did.
entertaining, I tell you.
Well, the funny thing, England still had the opportunities to win the last couple of tests, and yet they got absolutely bundled.
The two things that what really stood out, I'm going to say two things because there were two of them, but Panton Folks' keeping.
Wow.
Is extraordinary. It really was.
Here is Gubbins. Ooh, that's punched off the back foot. For one moment there, I thought Jamie Smith was going to come and launch him again.
You know, the start of Gubbins' run, he looks like he's sat on a very small chair.
Yeah.
Or a bar stool.
Crouching Tiger. Again, chopped off the back foot through extra cover. Yes, but do you see what I mean about the table tennis serve? The way he kind of drops down now, hiding the ball, and then in he comes again. Smith gets to work that nicely on the leg side. Sweeper out there in front of the German fin stand, which is a large part of this oval space, about half of it really. Single taken.
Well, it's going to... The ground itself will look... And of course, Lord's having their Their new build as well at the moment.
Here is Gubbins again. Again, that's
Bold.
worked off the back foot. Nicely by
That one
Jamie Smith.
might have been the other one, I think.
Yep. Cheeky googly not back in there. Yeah, tea not far away. There's chocolate brownies. Here is Gubbins again and pushing forward. There's Ollie Pope, who's on 71. Yeah, won't mind watching Pope in the early stage of the season. Do you want Smart Church? I think that's a very nice way to spend first few months of the season. Here is Gubbins again. Push forward. Oh, shout for LBW. Is that hit pad first? I don't think so. I think looks a little optimistic.
I thought we middled that.
Yeah.
Ollie Pope, but
you're still allowed to hit it, I think.
Oh, I think that might be tea.
Ah.
Yes, it is. The players seem to be heading off.
Chocolate brownie time.
Towards the pavilion. So that's been an interesting session of cricket, that.
Yes.
And 209 for 4. So that's a partnership worth 104 between Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith. Pope has 71, Smith has 41. Johnny Barron's going to have a grape.
Yeah.
We're going to all go and get a cup of tea. We'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time for the final session of this opening day. It's been fascinating. So it's been really good stuff, actually. I've really enjoyed this. And good stuff from Middlesex, good stuff from Surrey. So at tea, 209 for 4. Pope 71, Smith 41. And we'll be back with you in 20 minutes' time. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Kia Oval here on the Surrey live stream, the opening day of this pre-season friendly between Surrey and Middlesex. It's been a terrific day's cricket so far, and as you can see there on the screen, Surrey 209 for 4 with Jamie Smith 41 not out, Ollie Pope 71 not out. Those 4 wickets to fall today. Rory Burns was the first this morning, caught behind off a James Harris delivery that just bounced a bit more than Burns was expecting and gloved it and went for 33, caught by John Simpson. Then Hashim Amla LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 8. Mark Stoneman was caught by Sam Robson very nicely in the slips for 36 off Rowland-Jones. And then Ben Folkes LBW to James Harris for 9. That at lunch was 105 for 4, and taking Surrey through that session unscathed were Messrs Pope and Smith. Pope 71, Smith 41, the partnership 104. Johnny Barron has had his tea and he's ready for this final session of the day, and another interesting post-lunch session on this opening day.
Absolutely. It's kind of like the old days, Church. You remember before cricket commentaries were kind of all the rage. We used to sit here, just you and I, doing days on end, wasn't it? Just the two of us. And always quite fun. You get a narrative going and the like, and you see a game unfurl and unfold in front of you. It's been, I mean, because Ollie Pope's kept the foot on the gas, it's been enterprising fare, hasn't it, all the way through the course of the day. And Rowland-Jones is a classy act.
Yes, he is, and well, I think Middlesex bowled pretty well today. Of course, Pope had a couple of lives before the lunch break. After the lunch break, apologies, Tom Helm to get us started. After tea from the pavilion end, single straight away for Jamie Smith. Just working that into the leg side, and that'll take Smith on to 42, and Ollie Pope coming back onto strike on 71, unbeaten. But yes, I think Middlesex will be pretty pleased with the way they've bowled. As you can see on the live stream, not as much sunshine as we had after lunch, where the clouds broke and we had blue sky, and I wouldn't say the sun was beating down, but it seemed to warm up because it was very chilly this morning. But now I think the wind's dropped a bit, so the clouds aren't really going anywhere, whereas they were skipping across the ground. All this in build up to Thursday and the opening championship games of the summer. Surrey off to Bristol to take on Gloucestershire, and Middlesex back home at Lords for their opener against Somerset. For Middlesex in the championship, those 3 groups this year. A lot of cricket to be played. I was sort of explaining how it's going to work this morning, but it's 3 groups, and then the top 2 from each group will go into Division 1 after 10 games, and then 4 games, and then the team that's top of Division 1 after those 4 games will be the county champions, but teams 1 and 2 in Division 1 will then go to Lords for the 5-day Bob Willis Trophy final.
It's kind of like starting in the pre-qualifying for the FA Cup, isn't it? And then getting all the way to the main draw and then through to the final.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. But it'll be, well, as we were saying this morning, there's a chance for how much silverware is up for grabs then. 2020 Championship, Royal London, and the Bob Willis Trophy. So there's 4 domestic titles up for grabs this summer. I suppose there's always 4 domestic if you're Division 1 and Division 2. 2020 in the Royal London One Day Cup. Solid looking defensive shot again from Ollie Pope.
I think what's interesting, so I remember the narrative at the end of last year was that there was a real likelihood that the games would start again behind closed doors this year.
Yes.
And it's funny, isn't it? Because I think in a pre-vaccinated world, I remember thinking, I said, oh, surely not. But I think, people within the game knew the direction we were travelling, and here we are again. It'll be great when we do get players back.
We got them back.
Crowd's back, I should say. Sorry. Yeah, got the players back. Yeah.
Otherwise,
you really
this would be a boring day. I'm hitting the thigh guard of Ollie and rolling the square leg.
Hang on, you did a whole series of that kind of thing.
End of the over, 210 for 4.
That's a play. Are you as far as the ODIs yet? I can't remember in your backyard.
Oh no, we did an entire Test series, ODIs and T20.
Well, there was kind of YouTube follow-up and post-play and stuff, wasn't there? I mean, there must be a lot of stuff in the ether.
I'll be on. Well, I'll tell you this. I was suspended from Twitter due to garden cricket.
No, why?
Yes, the Maverick.
Yeah.
And his morning preparation of lip syncing to certain artists.
Right.
I've had a number of warnings. Then I got suspended.
How long for?
Well, I had to
say I was.
Yes, and then but I've decided if I get suspended again, that's me done with Twitter.
You'll take it on the chin.
Yeah, I'm not doing it anymore. Thank you very much indeed.
Here's Murtagh. Up from the Vauxhall end. He's into Smith, who's leaving alone outside the off stump.
So yes, I've had it. Yes. I think I've been back and deleted everything.
Yeah.
I'm slightly concerned there might be an Elaine Page knocking around somewhere that will get me in trouble. But if I'm going to go, what a way to go, eh? Yes.
Elaine Page, of course.
And
one of the Neil O'Brien stable?
Well, it was also with Barbara Dixon.
Oh!
Yes.
I know him so well, was that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But that might. Oh yes, what a way to get suspended.
Yeah, that is a way to go, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, I'm being
another note.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Right. Getting past producing notes here. Yeah. One of those sort of no build-up whatsoever. just think of something to say.
Yeah. Good point. Bless him. Murder again. From the Vauxhall end is into Smith, who's leaving alone outside that off stump. No wickets in the Caribbean. West Indies searching for 10 today to try and beat Sri Lanka. Running out of time. Courtesy of the weather.
Still keeping an eye on that for later.
Just keeping an eye on that. Rarely I get double tap. Churchy. Wouldn't mind this all the time.
Especially when you're only watching one of the games.
Here is Murtagh again, and that's pushed forward by Jamie Smith. Well, funny enough, actually, a couple of the New Zealand games on the overnights. Literally 2 minutes looking at Cricket Info before Bosch.
Well,
that's quite a rite of passage. Early days, though.
Of course, New Zealand over this summer, aren't they?
They are.
And
well, they've got 3 tests, haven't they?
Well, got that. They're going to be in that Test Championship final thing as well, aren't they?
It's worked quite well for scheduling that, hasn't it? And bear in mind both the touring sides. Here is Murtagh, driven handsomely by Smith, only as far as mid-off, and there's no run.
That final, that's at the Aegeus Bowl.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But it's before restrictions are lifted.
Right. So
it'd be difficult. I think if you had a kind of England-India, or even England-New Zealand, or India-New Zealand at Lords with a packed crowd, it would mean. I just feel that Kohli and India have been quite keen on Test cricket recently, but gosh, that's going to be a struggle, isn't it? With no fans there. Wonderful venue. Murtagh to Smith, who's pushing forward, defending again. End of a good over from Murtagh. 210 for 4.
Yeah, it's interesting. Here we are, some of Ollie Pope's highlights of his innings today. He's played very nicely, all round the wicket really, offside and leg side.
Your timing, isn't it? Look at that, just racing away.
We're just very quick to seize on anything really. There he is driving, and then there we go, just slightly over pitch and just whipping that through the leg side. And he just gets, as we were saying, he gets into these. That's the shot. he gets into these little
Serious
passages where he times everything, even his defensive shots. He just absolutely nails it. And he's in that. He's very good to watch. The third man in now for Ollie Pope. Defensive field, really, for Pope. Hitting a line and length to him.
Good cricketer. Good cricketer. Had a tough run of it with injury. And lack of preparation as well going into... It's a shame he couldn't have played the Sri Lankan test, actually, because that would have served him quite well, you feel.
I think, you know, they always say you're better for the experience.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
He's looked in pretty good nick today. As he's driving on the up towards middle. So in a moment we're going to be joined by Terry Blake, who is the new PA announcer at the Oval, but we haven't really had an opportunity to... Of course, Brian Rain, a voice so familiar to everybody, and so sadly we lost Brian. What would it be now? It's over a year ago now. Yeah, and we went to Brian's funeral, and it was a very emotional day, and the tributes were, well, they summed up the man. Brian Rain, wonderful man, lovely voice, of course, lovely man, as runs here for Ollie Pope, and he'll get 3. It's a good chase. So 3 more to Pope. He moves on to 74 and 213 for 4.
Huge loss, Brian.
Yeah, we were both very fond of Brian, weren't we?
Well, he was just such a loyal soul, Brian. Always looked after your interests. Always did. He was just a really good man. Wonderful communicator.
Yeah,
I mean, wonderful voice as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Loved Surrey.
Yeah.
Had his own radio show as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Amy Smith covering up and pushing this one into the offside. So missed Brian an awful lot, actually, and obviously with what happened last year, never really able to sort of pay a proper tribute to the great man.
Well, clearly very much loved, judging by the amount of people that were there at his
Yes,
funeral.
Absolutely. It was a lovely service.
Yeah, it was.
It
really was. Wonderful tribute from his wife, I remember. No, very sad. He was just a good man, and that's a... If you could be remembered as being a good man, Churchy, that's a good one for me.
Turns leg side again, just bowling very straight at the moment. Is Tom Helm, wicket to wicket stuff this from Tom Helm. So yeah, miss Brian very much. Terry sort of starting his first full season now as the voice, and we'll ask Terry about this, but you Terry rejected you for a job.
He did. I went in
a few years ago.
Very green, sort of bit wet behind the ears. Yeah, I think his CV had been bundled in front of him, and he very kindly invited me in for a chat at the ECB, and then wrote me a letter saying, "Dear Joy, I'm afraid you're clearly not ready for the working environment." I didn't really know what to do about that. He was probably right.
A short ball, and that's pulled away by Jamie Smith, and it's away for 4. Not quite sure he got fully on top of that, but it's away in front of the marquee. There's Murtagh retrieving the ball in front of the marquee. It's gone away for 4. Smith is on to 46. Yeah, he's got it in front of square. He's on top of it. But I think it actually was through the shot early with Smith, because it made a strange old noise off his bat. But it's away for 4. The partnership has moved on to 112, and as you can see, Surrey 213 for 4.
Yeah, he was probably right. I think I made the mistake. I think he was about to play for the cross arrows on the nursery ground right in front of the ECB offices at the time, and I think he'd yes, I think just looked like a man in a hurry at the time. I think I caught him at a bad time. He was in his whites as we sat down to the meeting, but he was very kind to have me in, and then yeah, talk about a rejection.
You out.
I mean, really, in the days of getting a letter back, not even we'll keep your CV on file and bear you in mind for future roles. That was that. So yeah, I think I've forgiven him.
Have you seen him since? Could this be an awkward? Do you think he'll remember you?
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
He will when I tell him.
Yeah. Did he know you rejected my colleague, Johnny Barron? Yeah, push forward.
Some would say he was ahead of his time.
Well, exactly. He wouldn't be the first to reject me. I think I was in the tie. I had a pretty run. I still think I have 100% record in formal job interviews where I've never actually
got a job
without nepotism. It's not good to know. No, I'm joking. Not quite that bad, but I was struggling a little bit, I think. But,
so you've never got a job out of a formal job interview?
No, it's always been sort of, bit of luck, shall we say. Being in the right place at the right time.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. It's worse if you're in the wrong place at the right time.
Yeah.
Well, Terry's here now.
Right.
So you can reintroduce yourself. You might do better this time.
Well, yeah, but do ask him.
It's the first thing I'm going to ask him. Basically, how he managed to get rid of you that quickly, because I've been trying for 14 years, and yet you're here again.
I know. Devastating. Driven only as far as extra cover by Jamie Smith.
Although, imagine if it had gone the other way. The loss to broadcasting. Because imagine where you'd be now at the ECB.
I'm not sure I'm a corporate man. I'm not sure it would ever been for me.
Mm?
No. I definitely wasn't right for the corporate environment.
What were you interviewing for?
No, to be fair, it was more a kind of...
Can we have a chat?
I'm enthusiastic about the game.
Yes.
Are there any roles in the game for me?
Can you get me in the England team?
Are there any roles in the game for me? And the answer was no. So that's fair enough.
It's quite a lot of roles in cricket, though, isn't there, to get a complete blanket?
I know. I think he was right.
Nothing.
But no, to be bothered to write, though, is good.
That is nice.
It's nice. It's nice.
What was it, handwritten?
Yeah. Yeah, naughty church. What are you trying to suggest?
Well, Murtagh there has just gone off his little short
Yeah,
run there,
yes.
all of a sudden trying to surprise the batsman. He surprised himself more than the batsman there.
Shall I depart?
Yes, because we need to clean your headphones as well, you see.
do.
So it's John Surtees, executive producer, is borrowing the wet wipes so that we can clean up the headphones for Terry. And then not only can we chat to Terry about being the new voice of the Oval, but I can ask him why he rejected Johnny Barron. There's no role for you in cricket. There's an awful lot of roles in cricket. But this is a meeting of Terry and Johnny Barron again after many years. So there we are. We're very good. It's going to be James Harris continuing. Apologies, Tom Helm continuing. Down there in the distance. Let Terry settle in during this over as Helm is in over the wicket to Ollie Pope, who's looked for the big expansive drive. Helm set his field up, nothing on the leg side. Oh, a bit of a misfield up there at mid-on. Now, sorry, I took my eye off that for a second, and they're going to pick up a couple of runs here. Everything sort of just come to a grinding halt with a bit of a tumble up at mid-on, a bit of a slip there. But Pope will pick up another couple of runs, so 2 more to Ollie Pope. 220 for 4. Ollie Pope moves on to 77. But yes, a little slip from Toby Rowland-Jones up there at mid-on, and I think everyone was a little concerned that he was okay, so everybody stopped running, but he was fine. So Pope decided to nick another one, and Pope off the back foot punches out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and he'll pick up a single. 221 for 4, and I'm delighted to say here on the Surrey live stream, well, he is the new voice of the Oval, of the Kia Oval. Terry Blake, good afternoon, sir.
I think that's your title, but...
No, it's not, no. Because the thing is, when we have a crowd in, of course, you are the voice that the crowd hear, and you give them all the information, sir. So you are definitely definitely the voice of the Kiro, and it's a joy to have you up here and a joy to see you. And how are you, most importantly?
Extremely well.
Good. You're looking in good form, I have to say. You're looking very good, Nick.
Well, thank you. I was on the golf course yesterday, had a lovely round up on the Wiltshire Downs, and with this to look forward to today, my first game of the season.
And how, obviously last season was a bit different in that it obviously didn't start till August, but how much did you enjoy sort of the role last year as well? Because it's a crucial role in that, as I say, you are keeping everybody informed with what's going on, but obviously there was hardly anybody in the ground, obviously, so it was a bit different last year because you were just announcing to the players, I suppose, last year.
Yes, initially you want to be commentating. Yes, it was a very soft launch, but having said that, it was a little earlier than August. There were 1 or 2 games when there was a little crowd in. I think the first championship match
right,
probably,
yeah, we did
where there was an experiment with maybe
right.
1,500 coming in.
Yep.
But the good thing was that all through the summer, the committee were ever present up in their little hospitality meeting area, and so it never felt like it was a wasted time, and as you say, all the players had to be outdoors for COVID reasons. I remember Sussex in particular clapping heartily and being a crowd.
Short ball, and gloved by, is that a forearm or glove? I think it might be forearm from Ollie Pope, looking to pull that ball from Tom Helm. No, glove, nothing from umpire Bainton, so a single to Ollie Pope. It went over the top of first slip and down towards third man, just ballooned off the glove of Ollie Pope. Again, he was just through it very early. Anything short, there's no pace at this time of the season, of course, April the 2nd, and through that very early was Ollie Pope and sort of gloved it down to third man, but picks up another single, moves on to 79. The partnership's worth 118 now. Smith on 47, and Jamie Smith just pushes down to backward point. Played that one as if it hopped a touch at him. Well, you, Mr. Blake, you have one of the best views in the ground from up there at the pavilion end. It's a tremendous view. You see, we used to commentate from the box where you have the third umpire now. That used to be our box that we used to commentate from, and then we came down this end. But it's I have to say, I love the view from this end, but I do miss that view over the back of the JM Fin stand across London. It's an incredible view, isn't it?
It is a wonderful view. Much the same happened at Lord's, of course. People used to love the old turret in the pavilion, and some of them probably still hanker after it if they can remember. Remember it?
That is an unbelievable view as well. Forward comes Ollie Pope. Good length ball from Murtagh. But yeah, your view, so you can see, I can remember, you can see Millennium Eye or whatever it's called, the big wheel, the gherkin. If you crane your neck out the window, you can see Houses of Parliament, Big Ben, can't you?
It's a fantastic panorama. It really is. And I was always amazed that the club managed to cantilever the entire pavilion up a notch when they did the big move of, what was it, 20 years ago now, probably.
Of course, we've got one oval square being formed away from your box to your right, from our end. See, it's looking very. I was saying actually, when you wander down from the oval tube, it looks wonderful at the pavilion end, and taking shape now. You can see the corporate hospitality boxes there. It's going to be a fantastic structure, though, isn't it?
It really is. I think it's already one of the best grounds in the world, and I think the addition of that new membership area, big membership area, is going to be amazing.
Forward again goes Ollie Pope, pushes this one out towards extra cover. So, Mr. Blake, I've sort of teed it up with Johnny Barron, but I think people would be very interested. You are now the voice of the Kier Oval, but you have been involved in cricket for many, many years. Just explain to us what your role. You were very high up at the higher echelons of the game, I think it's fair to say. So I think people would be interested. They're going to hear your voice throughout the summer, sir, as this is whipped. That's a lovely shot from Ollie Pope. Just slightly over pitched by Murtagh, but he's taken that from a roundabout where, if not outside, is off stump, and has just whipped that through the leg side. Murtagh's got his field set for the offside, and Ollie Pope, yep, he's taken that from outside his off stump and just whipped it through the leg side for foot. Gorgeous shot. 83 now to Ollie Pope. But yes, your history in the game of cricket, Mr. Blake.
Well, I suppose the official history started in 1989. I'd done 5 years sports marketing with an agency working in tennis and golf. Managed to get the job as marketing manager for the Old Teston County Cricket Board when the offices were in the MCC ticket office.
TCCB.
TCCB.
As it was.
Yes. Probably rather less controversial than the ECB, which of course had to have the full England and Wales Cricket Board, but I did put my foot down at E and WCB. So yes, I joined in '89, and team sponsors were only just being allowed at the start of that era. Sky had only just started and did the famous West Indies tour.
I was going to say, because that would have been that was the first overseas televised tour.
It was.
So you were there when
that happened.
The formation of all of them, with them in a car park in Isleworth, and Alex Stewart's first tour, and Graham Gooch, and so you were
NASA,
there for that,
yeah.
and NASA. Wow.
Yes. And I went out for the Jamaica test and saw us win.
Wow.
So that was fabulous. Sky then came onto the scene a little bit more and took the Sunday League.
Yes.
And then BSB came along, so there were 3 of them all bidding. BSB didn't last long, so Sky built up their profile with the One Day Internationals. That was the big change in 1995. I think they got the rights to the One Day Internationals.
But then, of course, you'd have had the '92 World Cup as well, with England getting to the final. So that must have been a really interesting time to be there, with all of that sort of beginning to take off, really.
Yes, it was. I mean, with all due respect to Graham Gooch and Atherton et al., the 90s wasn't a very strong performing side, although we did have some really good performances. But I don't think we won a major 5 test match series until 1998. I've been there 9 years. And we never won the Ashes in my time, at home or away.
That was that era where Australia were just utterly dominant.
Yes.
Gorgeous shot there from Ollie Pope. You'll see it again. You've seen it once, you'll see it again on the replay. But sometimes, as I said, you don't really need words for Ollie Pope. You just know it's a good shot, and that's on the up, checked handsomely through the covers for 4. It's a gorgeous shot from Ollie Pope. He's on to 88 now, 232 for 4. Well, I'm thinking actually 89 when you started under Gower. That was a horrible Ashes series. That's when England played 47 players or something, wasn't it? And
it was. We lost, I think, 4-0. I didn't join till October.
Well done. Well done.
So I managed
Very wise.
I managed to avoid that Ashes defeat at home, but I didn't avoid, let me think, probably 3 or 4. But the good thing was, having done the Channel 4 deal and then the renewal, I left in early 2003, but I felt very much part of it, and I was here for all 5 days of the 2005 Ashes.
Yeah.
Which was obviously one of the best
it's funny,
cricket experiences.
Sort of looking back now, you tend to, with the way cricket is now, you sort of forget. You don't forget, but it's sort of how England was so different. Team England was so different then, wasn't it? There was, central contracts weren't around. As I say, that '89 series, well, virtually the entire county cricket staff almost got a game for England, didn't they? And it was about players coming in and out, and
a few captains too.
Absolutely.
If you remember.
Well, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I think 3.
Yeah, well,
maybe?
I remember, and I also remember that the year before that there was the '88 West Indies where, Chris Cowdrey captain, Gooch captain, Embry captain. There were a number of them, as this is a short ball from Helm, and that's pulled by Ollie Pope out towards deep backward square. But being there, what must have been fascinating and must have been pleasing for you is being there with those building blocks, as you say, and central contracts coming in 2003, and then seeing what happened in 2005 to have played a big role in that must have given you a huge amount of pride, I would have thought.
Yes, I think looking back, I think the formation of ECB was very important for the whole game, because it was disjointed before that, with the NCA and the TCCB working sort of not quite hand in hand. And out of ECB, the most important thing was central contracts. Without a doubt, the players were just county players on loan to England, really, in the 90s. As much as Mickey and others and Gucci tried to get a regime, and did up to a point. But when you've got central contracts, you're England, and then you play for your county, and it's a completely different mindset. And sure enough, as soon as Fletcher got appointed in 2000, it began to build from there with Nasser and then Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that what Fletcher and Hussein did. I'm not sure England would be where they are now without what they did at that time. Has pushed this one by Pope down towards backward point. Just going back to the delivery before that, I think Jamie Smith had a bit of a life perhaps there, because it was a bouncer from Tom Helm that Smith went to pull at, and it burst through the gloves of John Simpson, and there was no signal from umpire Bainton. So I think that's a life for Jamie Smith. He moves on to 48 now, but I think a little life there for Jamie Smith, and 234 for 4.
It's a great stand, isn't it? I think Pope is the best England player since Ian Bell came onto the scene.
A lot of people that sort of Ian Bell and Ollie Pope, those two names sort of always are in the same sentence. We were saying that these two put on 266 in the first class opener in Abu Dhabi a couple of years ago, and that was Jamie Smith's first class debut, and he got 100 and Ollie got double 100. But I don't know how much they've batted together since then, because obviously Ollie got injured, poor chap, and then went off and played for England. So they complement each other really, really well, these two. And then, of course, during that time as well, you'd have had a World Cup in this country as well.
Well, I normally roll my eyes at that point, because the 99 World Cup was quite a tricky time. I think I probably took on one too many jobs. I was marketing director of the ECB, and I didn't really want to give that up. It was so new, and there was interest in the TV rights and delisting, and whether there'd be other bidders. Channel 4 eventually, of course, came through. And so I took on both roles, but it was quite a stressful time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, it wasn't a great show by England either, as everyone knows.
Yeah, it was one of those World Cups, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because the weather didn't really play fair either for that World Cup.
Yeah, the weather wasn't too bad. I don't think it spoilt too many games, but it was probably a little bit nippy to start with. Not quite as nippy as it is today, but we did at least get a wonderful semi-final at Edgbaston, which
unbelievable.
I watched from
unbelievable
behind the arm, sitting next to Ali Bakar, who was banking on South Africa at least getting to the final, because he was going to be the director for the next one in South Africa, and his face fell a mile when.
I think everybody remembers that final delivery. Smith on 48 here, drives back down the ground. Pope takes evasive action at the non-striker's end, with Murtagh sticking a hand out, thinking that might come back onto the stump. When you were doing that role, because all the counties now, they have their own marketing. Emily Clark here is absolutely brilliant with the way she does her marketing, and we're seeing new competitions coming up left, right, and obviously we've got the 100 this summer as well. When you were doing that job, did you get a feeling that cricket was, with central contracts and with new competitions, did you envisage it going the direction it's gone in?
Well, let me try and unpick the question first of all. Because
I suppose as well for you, if you left in 2003, that would have been the first year of T20 as well.
Exactly. The proposal got passed in a meeting of the first class county forum, and passed by I think 13-7 at the back end of 2002, because I remember doing a presentation about all the research we'd done, etc.
And do you mind me just? I'm fascinated by that. So, what was the initial when that sort of 2020? This was a new thing when that sort of was first, and it was. What was the name of the lovely gentleman at Hampshire that
Stuart
Robertson. When that was sort of first presented, what was the sort of initial feeling about it?
Well, remember that we had tobacco sponsorship with Benson and Hedges.
Yes.
So we had 2 50-over competitions. By then, both were 250. 50 overs, both NatWest and B&H. So when B&H were about to finish, because they pretty much had to, our thinking was, do we really need to have 2 50-over competitions? It's a bit like the conversation football's had about the League Cup from time to time. And I suppose in the same way as the 40-over game had reinvigorated with the Sunday League, the county game in the late 60s, it had rather run out of steam. And so thinking was, let's try a shorter competition. Let's go and do some research and see if people would, love to come to a shorter game after work, after school. And no surprise, really, that all the boxes were ticked. And Stuart particularly managed not only that research, but also the building of the product. Once we knew we were going to go ahead, then things like dugouts and batsmen coming in quickly, etc., etc. And he and John Carr, who's still at the ECB now, it was John Carr, I think, who thought, well, people play 20-over cricket now. And that was, 20 years ago or so, and had been doing so for some time, evening cricket. So it turned out to be a no-brainer. I think, in terms of where it turned out, I think the missed opportunity, and it has something to do with this club actually, in my view, was when there was a very good proposal with the late David Stewart, I think, at the helm, with Keith Bradshaw and others from the main grounds, who put up a very good case for an event that could have been built up alongside, or even to replace, the T20 in some form. And by then India had stolen a march with the IPL, but around that time we could have made a better move. Originally the T20 was built, as I say, for the county game.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. And were you, because I can remember the first game here against Middlesex, and 10,500 people turned up, and everyone was like, wow, this actually does work. And then going off round to Imber Court and places and absolutely rammed. Smith works this one away off the stumps, and this will be his 50. Jamie Smith. It's been a good innings this from Jamie Smith. Enjoyed this innings from Jamie Smith, and he's just saying that one's just come back at me a touch, but nice 50 from Jamie Smith. Moves on to 52, and this partnership has moved on to 136. Little acknowledgement to the Surrey players clapping on their balcony. But 241 for 4.
He's a very impressive player.
He's a good player, isn't he?
Really good.
I think you're probably seeing Surrey's top 6 for the opening game at Bristol on Thursday here, to be fair. I think if there was any talk about who might get in there, I think that's been nailed down now. This has been a nice innings from Jamie Smith. Oh, that one goes past the outside edge. Good response from Harris. Yes, and I just remember it, everyone thinking, wow, this works. This is great. I suppose from you, it's like with anything, even if you think it's the greatest thing in the world, and until you actually put it out there and people turn up, so was there a bit of trepidation, obviously, going into it, thinking, are people going to turn up and have a watch?
I think we were very confident.
Okay.
I mean, another good thing about the World Cup is that the ticketing systems all got updated, or most of them did, to an extent where you could say, well, we've handled a World Cup, we can definitely handle a T20, and those grounds who hadn't necessarily hosted could have had, a bit of a mentoring. I mean, going back a little further, if I may, when I first joined, not every county even had a marketing manager. And I went to my first B&H match, probably televised game, at Leicestershire, and I decided at lunchtime I think in those days you had lunch at 1 o'clock and then carried on the second innings. So I went to see the shop at lunchtime, and there was a sign in the door saying closed for lunch. And at that moment I thought, we've got some way to go here. And you remember Brian Downing, of course. Brian was chairman of marketing from about 1992, and he and I put together a little program for like a template for the counties to have some direct marketing, leafleting, telephone sales, and put together a bit of a package as to how to market the county game. And it grew a lot. I inaugurated meetings of all the marketing managers, and it was a really good forum, sometimes over 2 days, bonding. And rather than being competitive with each other, most of the time that produced shared experiences and improvements all round. So that was fun.
Yeah, fascinating time. Absolutely. With everything that's happened now in the game, to be there with sort of the start of all of that. Toby Rowland-Jones is into the attack and bowling to Ollie Pope. That one hardly gets through to John Simpson. They're sort of crept through to John Simpson. As Terry and I were talking there about his fascinating role with the ECB. Jamie Smith, after his 50, played another lovely shot from James Harris. Just stood up tall and pulled him away through the leg side for 4 more. So this partnership really beginning to flourish now with 140. Pope on 90. Just the one slip you can see in there now, unsurprisingly, as Pope just waits for this from Rowland-Jones, opens the face, guides it off down to third man. Will take a single, and one more to Ollie Pope. He moves on to 91. So you must be delighted to be still involved in the game, I would have thought, and still being able to come to games and do your PA announcing.
I absolutely love the job. I've done a little bit elsewhere as well, but this is the main home now, and I've always loved Surrey as a club. Always enjoyed coming here. I love the committee room lunches, I have to say.
Yes.
And of course, one of the best views of the game is just outside that committee room.
Smith lets this one go outside his off stump. Give us an idea then about your day when you're up there, because it's not just sort of reading players' names out, is it?
No, I think you need a feel for the game. You need to probably have experienced a few days out of the cricket, and maybe with a bit of interest in the presenters. I've heard a few, Alan Curtis, and Johnny Dennis, of course, and now Graham Woodruff. So when I get here, normally about an hour to hour and a quarter before the start of play, I simply sit down, write out all the team names, and with numbers, because that's quite important. On a day like today, it's quite tough. I do recognise most of the Middlesex players, because I do follow them as well, and the Surrey players I know pretty well now too. So it's then a matter of just writing yourself a small script, and the emphasis on the word small.
Well, I suppose what you don't want to do is have too much detail. Driving again there is Smith straight into extra cover, because I suppose your main role, as you say there, is player identification as much as anything, isn't it?
Well, yes, but also parish notices, and of course we didn't have much of that. We had a little bit of that when we had 1,500 people in, and I had to remind people about social distancing and so on. I think there'll be a bit more of that this summer.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
In fact, today we had a briefing from the ground security, Alex Carey, about what would happen in an emergency. Because I gather, dear Brian, when the crossbow came over, he told the spectators to take cover.
Well, we were just saying that the late great Brian Rain, what a wonderful man he was as well. Absolutely. But yes, of course that was these two teams.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd forgotten about that. How could I forget about
there,
that?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we weren't too sure where it came from.
Yeah.
But it was just sort of literally, the game was, we were commentating away. Well, Johnny was on with Kevin Hand at the time, and suddenly there was something, and then all the players ran off, and then we were on air for the rest of the day and into the evening, really. And I remember looking out the window here and seeing sort of the terrorist police with their guns up in the top of the OCS stand, and yeah, it was extraordinary. This is a lovely shot, straight down the ground by Ollie Pope. Will this run away for 4? Yes, it will. That's a gorgeous shot again from Ollie Pope. He has played. His highlights package tonight is going to be rather lovely. It could be set to a very nice piece of classical music, I think. Could Ollie Pope's highlights reel tonight? That's another gorgeous shot, straight down the ground for 4. But yes, that's a nice way. Your parish notices are very important, aren't they? Very, very important.
They are. The other nice thing about coming back into work at the game is the teamwork up there is great.
Yeah.
Elliot Walter on the scoreboard and big screen.
Well, Elliot's a wonderful, wonderful chap.
Yeah. And then Debbie and her colleagues, depending on which one, next door. And we have the windows, as you probably know, open between the scorer's box to the right and me, and then Elliot on the left. So those the side windows are all open.
Yes.
So it was a little bit of banter.
So you can chat across
not
to
just
each
banter,
other.
but mainly how many balls does he face? He's on 49 now.
Yes,
you know.
absolutely. Well, of course, Debbie in her first season, full season.
Yes,
As
indeed.
driving again is Pope, even better.
Beautiful shot.
Over pitch by Harris. Now that takes Pope on to 99, so I'll keep an eye on this now. But that was handsomely played by Ollie Pope again. Another one for his highlights reel tonight. But he's just looked in lovely touch all day today as Ollie Pope. Couple of lives, but every time he's played a shot of aggression, it's tended to race off to the boundary. And what I enjoyed was he went through a patch where Middlesex bowled very well to him, and he just got his head down, got through that, and then came back again. So he's 99 not out, Ollie Pope. It's been a very nice innings, this. And there is his 100, and what a nice way to bring it up. Short one from James Harris, and pulled away by Ollie Pope behind square for 4. Lovely innings this from Ollie Pope. Moves to 103. Lovely way to get his summer started for Ollie Pope, and what a nice way to go to it. The partnership's 153 between himself and Jamie Smith, but that was banged in by James Harris, and Ollie Pope, gorgeous shot, just pulling it behind square and away for 4. And Ollie Pope starts his summer, I suppose we can say, with this 100 in the pre-season game. He hasn't played a game since getting back from the tour to India, so very nice way to get started for Ollie Pope. Everything seems to be in the right place at the moment, as this is short from Harris, and this is 4 more. And umpire Bainton had to take evasive action there, because Ollie Pope has jumped all over that and crashed it through cover point for 4 more. And that is a gorgeous shot again from Ollie Pope. And Terry, he's just looked in lovely touch all day, hasn't he?
He has. Now, a couple of quick questions. As it's a friendly, any chance of him being retired and get someone else in? And
I
secondly,
suppose so.
What about a declaration with 10 overs to go?
Yeah,
if they score quickly enough.
Yeah, there might be. I think probably
not.
Not.
Yeah.
I think they'll probably. I think a lot of these games are. I don't know what's happened, but actually some of these games are, we'll bat today, you bat tomorrow, and we'll see where we are tomorrow night. I think there's a bit of that goes on.
Yeah.
But I think as well here with Ollie Pope, you just say to him, just keep batting.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, the best thing that Ollie Pope can have at the moment is as much time in the middle as possible before going off to Bristol on Thursday. So I should think they'd have to drag him off at the moment, especially with the way he's timing the ball now. But yeah, it's been a super innings from him. It really has today. And he's in one of those patches again where he's seemingly timing everything. Even that, there, they've got the sweeper, but he's just pushed that, timed it beautifully out towards that sweeper on the cover. Now, Terry, the thing is, even I know that he goes to 100, you have to announce that around the ground. So who's up there at the moment doing the announcing at the moment?
His name is...
Is it George Willis up there?
George
the
Willis.
Great George Willis, yes. I thought I heard his dulcet tones going around.
Well,
the ground.
John said to me, quite rightly, if ever you get a puncture on the motorway, what do we do?
Yeah, well, it's have a backup, somebody on the bench. That's always very sensible to have somebody on the bench. Now, that's a lovely segue into my next question for you, which I've been building up to because we discussed it before you arrived, Mr. Blake. But I have to ask you now. My colleague, Mr. Johnny Barron, as Ollie Pope pushes Roland Jones out for a single to the sweeper on the cover rope. A new over starting, 264 for foot. Now, you met Johnny Barron a few years ago when he came to you inquiring about a role possibly with the TCCB, it would have been back then, and he says he still has your letter of rejection framed, I think, somewhere. He's up the back of the box listening at the moment, I think. So the first question, and you have to be totally honest with us on here, do you remember meeting Johnny Barron for this chat? Because he said you were in your whites about to go off and play a game. So do you actually have any recollection of meeting a young blonde haired lad looking for his first break into cricket, or absolutely no recollection whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
So there you are. And so then
I don't think it was a job he was applying for.
Was it just a
I think
chat?
he came for
it?
a cup of coffee. I've had lots of cup of coffees in my time. People saying, you know, someone would like to come and see you about a career in sports marketing.
But I think what he's saying is you were at that time were rushing off to play in a game yourself. So possibly your full concentration might not have been on that chat with Johnny Barron.
Absolutely.
Right, but
that's my mitigation.
Had it been, by now he'd have been running the ECB. Is that what we're saying?
I would have had him.
But, right, super. Now, do you remember writing your letter of rejection to Johnny Barron, or was it just a typed letter which you signed at the bottom? There you are. That's another. It's honest on here. We're honest. Or do you even remember seeing a letter to Johnny Barron rejecting him as Smith drives straight back down the pitch and there's no run?
I'm afraid not. And I imagine this was in the mid-90s.
Yeah,
94. 94.
There's no question at all that my PA would have written the letter.
Right, so your PA writes the letter and puts it in front of you.
Yeah.
So what we're saying, Terry, and this is why it's such a joy to have you up here, because Barron has built this one up about interviews and formal meetings and all of that good stuff. Smith waits once again. Forward he comes, pushes this one out into the offside. What we're saying is, just to clear this up once and for all, you have absolutely no recollection meeting Johnny Barron and have no recollection of actually signing the letter saying there's no work for you. Because what was the phrase that Terry used in his you're not employable?
Not yet ready for the work.
You're not, yes, not yet ready for the work. And you were so right. You were so ahead of your time.
He must have done a very bad interview with me if I said you're not yet employable. That sounds like by anybody.
Yes, and that was just over a chat, which Terry can't even remember. Wow, there you are. So that's the full story, everybody. Thank goodness Terry came up. But now, of course, look at you both now. Isn't it nice that you're back together in a commentary box together?
And I'll never forget him again. Mind you, my age does count against me because I am becoming a little more forgetful than it was 27 years ago.
Is it that long? 27. What, you'd have been 32 then, was it? Round about then? But no, well, he's been very excited to see you again, I have to say. He really has been. But I'm glad we've got the full story now. The full story. But just imagine if you had remembered that meeting. As I say, you'd have been running the ECB by now, I would have thought, Johnny Barron. But there he is. He's
or if not, at least a little happy that I remembered him.
Well, absolutely. I think what
Johnny, I'm so sorry.
No, I think what I'm going to do is, when we're allowed to, I'm going to take the two of you off to somewhere where we can sit in the beer garden, and you two can, literally, you can do that talk, the whole thing again, and see if it's too late, Johnny Barron. You never know. You've still got time. As Pope is forcing off the back foot again out towards the sweeper on the cover. We'll do this over, Terry, and then we'll get Johnny Barron back.
Yes,
if that's all right with you, sir.
I'd like him to answer these appalling memories of mine, because I can't really remember the job that he might have been applying for.
There was more. I think it was
advice.
Tushy Squires.
You see, there we are, everybody. All of a sudden, the name is just shouted across the Surrey live stream. And Terry now seems to have a bit more of a recollection as Jamie Smith waits again and driving back down the ground is Smith. Goes up towards mid-on and there's no run.
Oh, well, I feel more easy now because
Good.
I don't think he was applying for a job. I think he was he was coming in for a cup of coffee, a chat.
Cup of tea and a chat and
Yeah.
advice on a career.
But what
any career, any sort of career.
But what surprises me is that I would have written a letter.
You've still got it.
Basically putting him off almost and saying you're unemployable.
Well,
so I'd like to see that letter.
Well, maybe you could bring that in. There's a short one by Harris.
Shame on me.
Almost pulled behind him there, did Jamie. Well, when we go for when we're allowed to, we'll go for a formal get-together, you two getting... Why don't you bring the letter with you then?
I'm sure I've got it.
Filed away amongst the other rejection letters from...
It wasn't unemployment, it was
Not ready for the work environment. Right, okay. And how old were you when you were
12?
27, was it? 27? Waiting again is Smith here. And back of a length delivery and pushed back up the pitch once more. I think it's lovely. I think it's lovely that you two are back together after all these years, with Terry having absolutely no recollection of that meeting. But you did say that Terry was rushing off to play in a game. There you go. So that's.
I was worried about facing Simon Hughes, who played in that game.
Ooh.
And he bowled me a gentle half volley to start with, which I managed to dispatch and got me soon after with a much quicker ball.
Yes, I think that's what they do, these pros, isn't
Yeah,
it? They
exactly.
butter you up a bit and then
Yeah.
knock you over. As a single for Smith, just pushing this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary row. Well, Terry, thank you so much, sir. And do come and see us throughout the summer. If young George over there is getting used to coming off the bench, then do come and see us again. And as I say, I will definitely take you and Baron, when we're allowed to, for a pint after a day's play, and Baron can bring his letter and we can read it together and see exactly what you did say.
What I did say.
Yes, so here's
Exactly.
4 more for Pope, is it? No, pulling away down towards fine leg. So 1 more to the total. Thank you to Terry. Absolute joy to see Terry. There's some antiseptic wipes there because we have to wipe everything down for Johnny Barron. That's been said before, that phrase as well, hasn't it? So we're getting everything wiped down for Barron, and 267 for 4. But that's that. What I'm glad we've it's a super story, and I'm glad we've sort of cleared that one up, really, as Terry is doing with Johnny Barron's headphones at the moment. Lovely to see Terry. So there we are. I felt a little like the late great Cilla Black on here, reuniting these two gentlemen, and Ollie Pope on 111, and Roland Jones continues, and Pope's driving out there towards short extra cover, and there is no run. 162, the partnership came together after lunch, because Ben Folkes was out on the stroke of lunch. LBW was Ben Folkes for 9, and that was 105 for 4. Pope will turn this one off his hip into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single, and that'll move Pope on to 112. Welcome back, Johnny Barron. Well, we've cleared that one up anyway. That's good, isn't it? That we've cleared that one up.
No, it's no. Well, Terry ran the show. He absolutely ran the show. I mean, I think he's being very humble, but he was tournament director for the '99 World Cup. he basically was at the forefront of every major decision in modern cricket that the game has taken, and quite rightly recognised that I was completely and utterly unemployable.
Yes. It was lovely to have Terry up here doing the role of the voice of the Kia Oval.
Yeah.
Doing it very well. as is Smith and Pope at the moment. Been a lovely innings this from Ollie Pope, hasn't it?
It has. Fascinating hearing about the birthplace of the 2020, wasn't it? And the kind of inside story as to all those absolutely iconic moments in cricket. If you think of, you know, how 2020 dictates almost every pound that's spent in the international and domestic game. Incredible. And he was there.
Yes, all the meetings beforehand.
Yeah.
When the ideas were thrown around, didn't really time that. Jamie Smith just clips it up towards mid-on. But yeah, amazing, really. And that now, we're coming up for 18 years now. 18 years ago it was, this summer.
And you were on comms, Churchy. How many? What season? How long have you been doing stuff here? I mean,
far too long.
Have you done 20?
Far too long now. Well, I suppose yes.
Yeah.
Now, I suppose I have really. When I first sort of started with updates and everything.
Yeah.
It's been 20 years, and I suppose now started doing the old ball by ball again. 19 years ago.
Wow.
2002, I think it was, that we started the ball by ball again. So there we are. Still babbling on.
Still
after
here
all these years.
Yeah, but it's thing about it.
Because I've got no better. As forward comes Smith and plays this one. I'm just going to leave you for a call of nature
of course.
at this point.
Of course. Now the thing about doing ball by ball is it's just the most lovely environment to work in. It's a true pleasure. You get to watch the game you love and talk about it, and it's a very relaxed format. Radio, oh God, it's easier than TV, that's for sure. No comparison. But it's a lovely, friendly discipline that people can engage with. You consume as a listener. Very solo experience listening to it. Can be communal sometimes. And anyways, I warble on. Sorry, 268 for 4. 7 minutes past 5. How many overs bowled in the day so far? 74. So we still have a fair bit of cricket left. 16 left in the day to get up to 90. Church is back. God, you're getting quicker, Church. I'm going to put you on the clock next time. That is really quick.
Thank you.
I mean, you haven't missed a delivery.
No, I know. In between overs.
Cool. That's honed technique, I think.
19 years.
Ooh, flashing outside the off stump. Naughty shot that from Ollie Pope.
Yeah, that was the shot of a man who thinks he can hit every ball for 4 now and is seeing it like an absolute football.
I think that the thing is, you see, Ollie Pope will drive you on the up. If you're a fraction wide, he'll just chop you away. If you're straight, he's almost got a 180 arc. He can nip you away on the leg side. And he's timing pretty much everything that comes in his direction.
Well, and the other thing is that I haven't got the scorecard in front of me, but there'll be a huge amount of boundaries in this innings from Ollie Pope.
Yeah, we saw that package a little earlier on. There were some good shots, weren't there? A couple of straight ones. As for the West Indies, they're struggling to take any wickets whatsoever. That's in Antigua. Kemar Roach will be with us shortly. He's in the attack at the moment.
He won't be at Bristol.
No.
But then here for Leicestershire. And I suppose Mr. Brathwaite as well won't be at Bristol on Thursday for Surrey's opening game.
But we need a bit of time off.
Was also the whole isolation thing as well, I suppose.
Good point. Good point.
Flights over and where you have to stay and all that good stuff.
Oh, where's that gone? That is a nice approach to the green, isn't it? Just plopping down in front of us. Yeah, I can give you a bit of a that isolation's quite tough. So it's 10 days, I think, minimum. Testing on the 2nd and the 8th day of isolation. It might be different if you're an elite athlete because of the level of testing that you go for. So it might be, I think elites are 5 days. Must be even shorter. I mean, if you think of all the England internationals going back and forth. But yeah, coming back from Europe, it's 10 days. Oh dear. Missed out there.
I think, as I say, I think Ollie Pope here has either had the message, right, you got your 100, get on with it, or he is literally thinking he can hit every ball for 4.
Well, I mean, I think this is the stage in a pre-season friendly where you might as well just practice your range hitting. I wonder if we'll see one of his little reverse dabs at some stage.
The last thing you want, though, is him doing one of those straight up into his nose or something. He has played some lovely shots today, though.
Yeah, he has.
And I think, you know, everything looks in fairly good working order, and it's been a lovely partnership between these two. Of 165.
100 VT.
Ah, thank you very much indeed, Mark. So this is the best of Ollie Pope on the stream, and as we were saying, there's been some lovely shots all round the ground from Ollie Pope.
Don't bowl that.
Well, he just times everything, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, it just gets better every time you watch it.
That's I think it's the next one that's the one that sort of lives in the memory. That one there. I quite like to keep that. This is my screensaver, I think.
If I could play one shot like that in the season, I'd be happy.
Well, that's what we said at the time, wasn't it? Most normal people, if you played that, would retire there.
Yeah.
But he's just played shots all around the ground.
Yeah.
It's been a lovely innings from Ollie Pope. It really has.
Rowan Jones back into proceedings. Pushed away nicely by Jamie Smith. But yeah, look at all this. It is just a wonderful collection of shots, isn't it? From Ollie Pope.
Yeah, good highlights package.
Well, you'd be happy with all that. Just as if this was like, oh, here's your 10, 12 best shots you played in your career, you'd be happy with that lot, wouldn't you? It's like, it's a serious gun. Ollie Pope. Serious talent. Roland Jones. He's pushing forward is Smith.
I think Middlesex have bowled pretty well.
Yeah, they have.
As well. I think, everybody will take something out of these 3 days. I'm just wondering whether Middlesex will bat tomorrow.
Yeah.
Normally what happens, isn't it? You sort of bat once and then see where you are in the game, basically.
Toss up on the final day. Well, I'll tell you what. Surrey have a serious side, don't they? Starting the campaign. Really serious side. Got Roach to come back in. This side is going nicely. Amler, of course, in there. 3 of your test players. I mean, 3 good ones as well. All of which have scored hundreds for England in the last few years. It could be a compelling watch, and well, if the 2 spinners get picked, and I like you, I think just play them. Absolutely. And Jones again just tucked in the onside, because I guess to some extent, although it's still the Bob Willis Trophy in the Championship, but is there a hint of this year, Churchy, that's kind of hint of development, a hint of a free pass, in that it's not a championship? Yeah. No.
14 games.
No, I mean, not like that. What I mean is that we go back to a traditional championship format next year, and that playing the 2 spinners worked nicely through mid-wicket by Pope. Another couple didn't quite time it as well as he'd like to.
No,
but if you did play the 2 spinners, it would be just a fantastic opportunity for them through the course of the year.
Well, that's what I mean. You've got 14 games, and I don't think it's a free pass at all. I think last summer might have been with 5 games.
Yeah.
But
No,
I
I mean,
this summer isn't, and I think as well. I just think unless you get somewhere and it is as green as you like.
Yeah.
But even then, I'd be tempted.
what I mean is that, you know, the role of the domestic game is twofold, isn't it? Obviously, individual club success, etc., but developing talent, and those two are just outstanding. And it would be a great watch, wouldn't it? And also, I tell you another thing you're looking at is some reasonable finishes. You've got a couple of spinners working in tandem. But it's an exciting side, isn't it? If you think of the firepower you've got, the likes of sort of Jordan Clark and Jamie Overton, Plunkett, I mean, all of those can do both disciplines very handsomely. Of course, Conor McKay, who was injured most of last year, wasn't he? He's a talented player.
Absolutely. You know, Matthew Dunn as well.
Matthew Dunn, I mean,
Gus Atkinson.
Gus Atkins, yeah, some good ones. Ooh,
cutting here is Ollie Pope, short one. And they've got sweepers out there now. They'll pick up another single, but then, you know, you look at Middlesex as well, and you've got some experience in there. You've got some younger guys coming through.
Young Atherton.
Yes, indeed.
Josh DeCurse. Be interesting to see when he's through his kind of university term whether he challenges.
I think if you're honest, though, the team to beat still is Essex.
Absolutely.
I just think you look at that Essex team and they've worked on it, and they've suddenly hit a rich vein of form with getting Cook back. You've got Harmer. You know, you got Lawrence for the start of the summer. They've got Simon Cook. They've got Jamie Porter.
Wesley.
They're a very balanced looking side. And then you've got Tendescarter doing another year at 41. You know, and he'll have a good season, I'm sure.
Will.
Absolutely sure.
It's like the 80s, isn't it? Essex were quite dominant in that period, I remember. The likes of sort of Hussain, Gooch, Pringle, Foster.
Short ball pulled by Ollie Pope for 4. It's not that short. He's just taking it off his hip. And again, it's just a very, very strong shot from Ollie Pope. And that whistled away for 4 runs. Adam is pointing at something. Is it the floodlights you're pointing at, old boy? Yeah, the floodlights are on. Floodlights are on.
He's put 50p in the meter.
Very good.
Is that your responsibility now, Adam? One of your little remits?
The 50p. Found his 50p as Pope's driving again. Times this very nicely out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up another single. One more to the total.
Serious question, Adam. An hour of those floodlights, what are you looking at popping in the meter, do you reckon?
£1.50.
Got to be a fair bit of power up there, isn't it? Judging by my EDF utility bills. I mean, that's...
And unfortunately for you, though, what you don't know is that the local tennis club that you play at, they're using your electricity for the floodlight. That's why your bill's so strong. This is a short ball, top edge from Jamie Smith. He'll just get a single, actually. Looped away over John Simpson. Anderson banging that one in. And looking to Paul, who was through it very, very early. Yes, it's just got a bit gloomy here, so the floodlights have been turned on. Good Friday, of course. Good Friday. Easter weekend is upon us. Be nice to have some fairly good weather for Easter. Again, another short ball with the field spread. Well, Ollie Pope was trying to put that over the top of the marquee, I think. Didn't get anything on it at all, and Simpson took that one away to his left. 282 for 4 at the end of the over, and on the board we've got 13 left today.
Yeah, Good Friday 2 years ago, Churchy. Do you remember where we were?
No idea at all.
Sunny Hove on a beautiful packed day. Royal London One Day Cup. I think Will Jack's got some runs. I think Visa might have hit the winning runs.
Now was that
lovely day.
That was the game where you drove past the stranded
Lizzie Hammond,
correspondent Lizzie Hammond on the motorway.
Apologies,
and just
Lizzie,
left her there.
If you were listening, I honestly didn't realise it was her. I feel guilty now. No, I feel terrible now looking back on it. But yes, it was. We were all stacked up, couldn't get anywhere near the ground, and then I saw her tweet when I got to the ground, thinking, "Oh my God, I literally left a damsel in distress by the side of the roadside. I felt terrible.
Now Nick Gubbins is coming back into the attack to bowl his leg breaks with his, as Johnny Barron's described it, sort of table tennis stance at the top of his mark with his leggies. Nick Gubbins.
I think we could get some entertainment here. I think both. Well, Smith would probably like to bat big here, wouldn't it? But Ollie Pope, I think, is probably feeling he's done and dusted. Here is Gubbins. Oh, might have been the googly, that one.
I think Ollie Pope will look to play a few shots, because he is anyway.
Gubbins again. Oh, that's a nice shot from Jamie Smith, just using his feet. Drilling it. It's only as far as the man at extra cover. Are you billeted in town, Mark Church? Are you back to the back to the
back to the
bungalow?
The bungalow, yes indeed. Yes, drive back tonight and then drive back up in the morning.
How is the place, by the way, old boy? Have you
still standing?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So
any developments?
No developments whatsoever. But no, very nice. Thank you very much indeed.
I haven't seen the aforementioned bungalow.
It's very nice. Very nice. It's done me proud over the winter months.
Gubbins again is in and squeezed on the pad. I think
bowled him.
Has it?
Yes.
It has. Well, there we go. Missed that completely. And unfortunately for him, so did Jamie Smith on 60. Nice bit of bowling from Gubbins.
Thankfully it's on the live stream so everybody could see it. But yes, it's well, I think it's just Ollie Pope there has just sort of driven over the top of it. We said he was going to try and get on with it, got a little inside edge onto his pad, and it's just rolled straight back onto his stumps. But it's been enjoyable stuff, that. It really has. And I think Surrey will be pleased with that from Ollie Pope, obviously, because he's got 100 to his name. 1, 2, 3. 283 for 5. And Smith 61 not out. But yeah, Nick Gubbins will be pleased with that as well, won't he?
Absolutely. Big scalp for him. Be interested to see that again. So just rolled onto the stumps.
Yeah, I think basically I think he yorked himself and got a little bottom edge that sort of and that horrible sort of rolling back, and then it just clipped the stumps. So here's Jordan Clark out into the middle, averaging 21.23 for Surrey.
Yeah,
here's Jordan Clark.
Now he really can hit a long ball, and this will be quite interesting because I don't think he'll be able to resist Nick Gubbins for very long, will he? Jordan Clark likes to give it a right old lump. Always fun watching him bat. Really can hit a long ball.
Well, he'll probably have a little look first.
Yeah.
And then look to play some shots at this time of the day. What have we got left after this? Over 12. So yeah, very nice innings that from Ollie Pope. Good partnership as well, wasn't it, between Pope and Smith? Gubbins with the wicket of Ollie Pope for 123. 283 for 5 on that scoreboard now, as you can see on the live stream. Clark's first delivery tucked away into the leg side. Still with us, and no run.
Memo to self: watch the game.
It's difficult when you've got 2 games you've got to watch.
I've been quite good. Well, that turned. Sorry, straight to first slip, but that's in the other game. Yeah, nice bit of bowling from Gubbins. Just wonder if we can see that again. The
well, it'd be good. It'd be good for you.
Exactly.
Because you completely missed it the first time.
Well, I was kind of.
Something must have happened in the test match.
No, nothing.
At that point.
86 without loss. One's, I think Blackwood's got 1 to go from the footholes, and that's what we've seen But Schleinkert.
I'll tell you who'll be cursing you at the moment.
Go on.
Young Jack with his clip at the wicket.
Oh.
Jamie Smith driving nicely out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Get a single. That'll take Smith on to 62.
Might not get retweeted.
He might not get retweeted, that one. 284 for 5.
Yes. Sorry, Jack. I'm usually quite switched on. But it did take a while to hit the stumps, didn't it? It rolled.
It took a while, yeah. It did take a while. So 2 slips come in for the new batsman, Jordan Clark. Surrey winning the toss and having a bat this morning. And a short one from Anderson. There. Ducking underneath it is Jordan Clark. Got himself a gig in the 100. Jordan Clark.
Oh, hello.
There's the Surrey live stream producer on his phone. Yes. I think probably just at the moment sorting out some more technicals there, or jacking up a big interview for later.
Yeah, the boss.
Either that or ordering his Deliveroo for later on this evening. one of the three, as this one's punched off the back foot by Jordan Clark, and there's no run.
Our paymaster.
Oh, he's done a terrific job again
Just
with the live stream. Very, very good stuff. Jordan Clark he had injury problems last summer as well, of course. Played the first, from memory, played the first game, and then I think it was a thigh strain kept him out. Then played the semi-final of the T20 and has gone here with an outside edge off Anderson and picked up by Eskenazi at first slip. And Jordan Clark goes without scoring. So, yeah, just looking to force off that back foot to get started. Big edge. Nicely picked up at first slip. So Jordan Clark goes without scoring, and Surrey a 284 for 6. But yeah, he played the semi in the T20, but didn't get a huge amount of opportunity last time. Very good cricketer, Jordan Clark. Not his day today. Gone without scoring, and 284 for 6.
Well, that'll serve me right for building him up as he came strolling in. And, well, an over later, he's strolling back. Still a talented cricketer, mind. But yeah, slightly put the commentator's curse on him. Sorry about that, Jordan.
Smith still there, though, on 62. And Anderson with his first wicket of the piece today. Anderson with that wicket of Clark, and then Harris with the wicket of Burns. Roland Jones, the wickets of Amler and Stoneman. Harris getting rid of folks on the stroke of lunch, and then Ollie Pope going for 123, bowled by Nick Gubbins, and then Jordan Clark going there without scoring. Brings Jamie Overton out to the middle. Had a good winter out in the T10 in Abu Dhabi. Got himself a 100 contract as well. He's played one game for Surrey against Sussex.
Batted well.
Yeah, got 55. You can see it there in his one game. That was against Sussex in the final game of the season in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Very handy addition to this side. Another bowler who can bat.
Well, he wants to be seen as an all-rounder.
Well, absolutely, and you know, one of those where his batting credentials are very much creeping up on his bowling credentials. But yeah, that T10, I think he was leading wicket taker in the tournament. I think he got a load of runs as well. MVP, was he? I mean, that's handy, isn't it? Because I think that's a good tournament. I know everybody talks about 2020, but I think there'll be a few more T10s knocking about.
His first ball, and he just lets it go. Jamie Overton. Anderson. Again, Anderson, last season impressed. Just looking at his stats for Middlesex in the Bob Willis Trophy last season with the bat, averaged 28.37, high score of 92, 227 runs. And with the ball, 14 wickets at 17.85. So, you know, proper all-rounder. Pushed away by Jamie Overton out towards cover. And there is no run. Will Gubbins get another one? Yes, he will. He's just picked up the wicket of Ollie Pope. So he gets another one. 284 for 6. A bit gloomy here now. We've got the floodlights.
Yep.
We've done well today with the weather. The weather's played fair, hasn't it?
It has. We've still got a fair bit of 11 left, half an hour to go, so there'll be a bit of afters, I think, unless we get a bit more spin. Gubbins up here from the Vauxhall end is into Smith, who's tucking away on the onside. There'll be a single.
Might get a declaration.
Might get a declaration, yeah, good point.
Well, I'm just wondering whether they have said, you know, Middlesex will bat tomorrow.
Yeah.
They normally work these things out in these sort of pre-season games before the start of play.
Yes, of course, because the university games don't have first-class status anymore,
Some
do they?
do.
Do they still? I thought they'd all gone.
No, I think there was a couple, maybe.
It's away on the onside. Oh, really nicely. God, that's timed. Timed beautifully by Overton. Nothing more than a short-arm jab through the onside, but that's rattled between the two men on the ropes. Boundary. Very nicely played.
Yeah, I think it's more a case of just building up to the start of the championship season.
Gubbins again into Overton, tossed up and just tucked away on the onside again. They'll get another single. Up to long on. That's been a very enjoyable first day thus far. It's lovely to be back, you know, Church. You're just watching a live game in front of actual real life players in whites is a real privilege, and it's only when you don't do it that you realise how lucky you are getting the chance to do it. Oh, up and over extra cover. That is a shot from Overton. Beautiful stuff. Just a few bounces as that tumbles away to our left-hand side. Nice use of the feet. Second boundary in the over.
He's done that a couple of times, hasn't he, Smith? He played that lovely, languid chip down the ground off Gubbins for 6. And that one, just a lovely use of the feet inside out with the turn, over extra cover, and away for 4.
Yeah, nice bit of batting by Jamie Smith. Played it really well. Gubbins again to Smith, who's just tucking away on the onside.
Yeah, I think, you know, both teams will be pretty pleased with today. It's been a productive day. That's the most important thing.
Down the track again, Jamie Smith just working up to long on. I think what will excite Vikram Solanki is the calibre of the squad he's got available for the first few weeks of the season. Is serious, isn't it? He's pretty much got a full squad of internationals.
Yes,
pretty much.
And I think, you know, what is it they always say? He's got nice headaches.
Yeah, lovely headaches. I mean,
nice selectorial headaches.
Yeah, the permutations on the lineups. I mean, you know, from a romantic point of view, it'd be great to see the two spinners play. Whether that becomes a reality as they draw the curtains back at Bristol on Thursday and it's, you know,
raining. You never know. The forecast changes so quick, doesn't it? Anderson continues. Jamie Smith just covers up. But at the moment, the long-range forecast, not that it's that lot far away actually, but doesn't look great, I have to say, for next week. In fact, thankfully, we're not playing on Monday because there is snow about on Monday, and it's going to be very cold, I think.
Well, it is chilly here. I mean, just walking down to Sainsbury's at lunchtime, other supermarkets are available. It was really cold.
Forward again goes Jamie Smith, pushes out towards short extra cover, and there's no run.
But it is nice being back, isn't it? It is nice being back, I have to say. That was it. Yes, only did 6 days on comms last year, Churchy, because of COVID restrictions, and so nice to be up and at 'em early this year.
Really time that, Jamie Smith. Looking to punch through the offside.
It takes an experience like last summer and last year that we've gone through to realise how kind of precious and valuable these experiences are, and how much you don't take them for granted, but sometimes you look at a calendar and you think, oh God, look at the schedule and this, that and the other, whereas actually it's a complete joy to do.
Plays this pretty late. Does Jamie Smith, hopping a touch on that one, playing it down towards backward point.
If you think of the journeys that we've witnessed over the years, somebody like Sam Curran, his first game in 2020. Remember announcing his name when I was up there. I think he'd been yanked out of school, hadn't he, in the lower six?
He still talks about that.
Yeah. But you see all these players from their first game go on to England colours, go on and develop. Ollie Pope likewise.
Runs for Smith, just pushing off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road. They'll pick up one more. Well, I think away from the professional game, for recreational cricket, I think the fact that, I think people are just desperate to play again, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Really?
Well, it's funny how many, sportsmen are either sort of mounting comebacks. I noticed Chris Adams has got himself in. He's going to be playing a bit of Lashings this year and playing a bit of Taverners. Because they've been locked up in the house for 12 months.
Mm. Yes, I think just to be out there playing with your mates again will be
absolutely
tremendous, won't it?
I mean, one of my favourite days last summer actually was just very simply on a Sunday going down to Tilford, sitting on the wall at the Barley Mow, having a couple of beers and watching the boys battle out on a Sunday afternoon, and that felt like wow. And then 5 weeks later or whatever, we're all in lockdown again.
Yes, absolutely. I think we might be seeing a bit of Sam Robson here, who, of course, very good performance against Surrey with the ball last summer in the Bob Willis Trophy. A couple of wickets, didn't concede a run.
Yeah, always handy.
Sam Robson. Still, coaches making their way with dog sticks towards the marquee at the moment. So it's been well frequented today, the marquee. No doubt the heaters will be back out there again at some point tonight from the ground staff. Well done to Lee Fortis. It's looking very nice again. The ground as always this time of year as well, where the square looks green, and then by the end of the summer it'll look very, very brown with all those different wickets having been used.
It's got a lot of cricket coming up, hasn't it?
It has.
Think of all the formats. Well, not franchise cricket, but the 100, of course, will be played here, alongside the Vitality Blast. The small matter of a big test match against India. Are there any other? There must be other.
One days,
yeah.
Here as well. Right, so here is Sam Robson, and unlike last year, he's conceded a run off his first ball, just tucked away by Jamie Smith down towards long on, and they'll stroll the single. 297 for 6. Something's been switched on somewhere.
No, I think
that's very short from Robson, and that's punched off the back foot by Jamie Overton. Picks up one more. Takes Overton on to 6 there. Jamie Smith. Just Eskenazi in there at slip for company. Of course, Simpson behind the stumps. As that's short, that's pulled by Smith for 4. It was asking for it, and it's been put away very nicely by Jamie Smith. He's still got time here. Jumping all over that one and putting it away through the leg side for 4 runs. 300 comes up for Surrey. So 302 for 6. Nicely put away by Jamie Smith. This one's just turned into the leg side, but on top of that marquee now you can see the floodlights glinting off that roof. There you go. See those floodlights glinting. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Jake. Those floodlights glinting off that remarkable marquee roof. A short ball from Robson, and they've got the sweeper out there, and it's cut away by Jamie Smith for a very long single.
Yeah.
One more to Jamie Smith. He's on to 75.
Played it nice though. Really nice.
Oh, that's
Dragged
very
down.
short. And over to Mayfield, he's missed out there. Just pushed that straight out to Nick Gummidge at extra cover. I think it's fair to say Sam Robson got away with that one. End of the over. There's 8 left 303 for 6.
Yes. Not exactly the perfect start for Sam Robson. A couple of rusty deliveries in there. What have we got left in the day? 8 overs left.
I wonder, that sounds like it's a helicopter or something nearby.
Do you see that helipad out in Dubai?
Yes, what was that about? Was that for an advert or something?
Well, they stuck a proper wicket drop-in pitch and outfield up there.
Yeah, it can't be very big though, can it?
No. I remember Federer and Nadal played a set up there once.
Yeah, they did. And Tiger, didn't Tiger?
He?
Yeah,
Launch one off there.
Yeah, yeah.
Crikey.
Yes,
yeah.
Wouldn't want to be running back for a catch there, would you? Yes, I wasn't quite sure. I thought that must be for an advert or something.
I remember the Federer and Nadal exhibition match up there, thinking, well, you don't want to sort of overrun one in the far corner, do you?
They've had all sorts of things over the years. I don't know why it came up the other day. Do you remember when Ian Thorpe, the swimmer, raced a great white shark? Yeah, there was that. And then Brian Habana raced a cheetah.
Yeah. Did he beat him?
I can't remember now.
Going some. Oh, slapped away that.
You see, that's where Overton is so dangerous with the bat. Is that wasn't that short. He's such a strong lad. He's just stood up tall and just tugged it leg side. He's so strong. Man, that's not actually that short. Really. He's just stood up tall, got on top of it and tugged it into the leg side for 4. Very, very good cricketer, Jamie Overton. I think he could have a big summer, this lad.
Could, absolutely. In all formats. With both disciplines. And you feel he's been itching to have a really big one as well, don't you? Slightly sawn off last year.
Well, he actually, he started well for Somerset in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah.
Picked up wickets left, right and centre, then came here and played that one Bob Willis Trophy game, and then had a very good T20 with the bat, basically. And then, as you say, I think his reputation sort of enhanced by the T10.
Well, it's one of those that people are quite sniffy about a tournament like that. But for me, those kind of scenarios where you get all the teams in one place, you built it for broadcast, I think they're going to be more and more prevalent, because the reality is in these T20 competitions is travelling endlessly around the country is just going to be on, you can do it in the IPL, maybe the Big Bash, but otherwise, it's fixed venues, really. And all the big guns were there, weren't they? From Gale was there, Pooran was there, as an example. Loads of others. Fidel Edwards played, of course, got himself into the West Indies side almost off the back of that and a good CPL. But all the major coaches were there, so can't do him any harm whatsoever.
Oh, he's a talented lad.
Yeah.
Robson's going to get another one down below us.
So Kevin Hand, of course. He's tweeted already an article he did a while back about how T10's the way forward.
As here goes Jamie Smith, slog sweeping. That's gone all the way for 6, and he's held the pose there. As Jamie Smith, he's kept his head like a good drive off the tee. He's just kept that head down as he's hit it.
Yeah.
And if you watch this again on the replay, there you go, just as a look down and away it goes into the
look 6
blue yonder. Yeah, Dan Lawrence played one of those on his Test debut, didn't he? On to 82 here is Jamie Smith.
Shot and a half that.
Yeah, lovely shot.
This is a fair Middlesex attack. Although you feel there's a few runs available from Robson and Gubbins. There's Robson again. Smith just driving on this occasion down the ground. No, it's handy this. I think it does wonders for your confidence, and it runs at this stage of the season. Take these memories into game 1. Overton just thrashing that away on the offside.
Well, look, it's better than not getting any.
Well, exactly. Well, Michael Afton always had quite an interesting... What he used to say, save your runs, didn't he? Save your runs. Don't use them all up in these kind of games, but each their own. Robson again, and again that's punched off the back foot just in front of square by Jamie Smith, who's ticking this over nicely. Partnership's coming good time actually, 32.
Murta very sensibly saving his wickets for the championship.
Yeah. Here is Robson, and that's driven nicely away just in front of square by Jamie Overton. Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, come Thursday.
Well, you just think that. Yeah.
Nipping around a bit perhaps at Lord's.
Robson again. Smith, who's hauling that away on the onside and will go. And they'll be disappointed because he's picked the man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Very disappointed.
Bold for that.
Yeah. Robson picks up another one against Surrey. And I think Smith will be a bit disappointed. Yeah, 84 he goes for, 318 for 6.
I think he lulled in there, didn't he, with the 6. And dropped another one in. But no, good innings.
Yeah.
That from Jamie Smith. He'll obviously be disappointed, but it was a nice innings from Jamie Smith. Gone for 84 now. But I think, you know, he's had a good stay at the crease. He's made some lovely shots. He's looked in good nick. Everything seems to be in good working order, and he gets a punch of gloves from Liam Plunkett, marching out there into the middle. Who, when I came down to do filming for the preview show, Mr. Plunkett, well, I hope he hasn't had a haircut yet, because his hair was absolutely magnificent. And sadly, obviously, we can't see it because he's wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
But he's a fine figure of a man anyway. But with his long hair as well. And Mark Stoneman at that point was sporting, well, I mean, he might still be, but sporting a very large beard. I have to say, it did look as if they'd sort of been in one of those films where they're in a dinghy somewhere.
Castaway.
Yes, basically, yes.
Or the terminal.
And they're found on the desert island after
a
year and a half. So he's out there in the middle now with the bat in hand.
Well, it's been a bit like that, hasn't it? Well, the batting, the kind of power hitters keep on coming, don't they? Plunkett's no slouch with the bat. Quite exciting to have him involved at this stage of the season as well. What a classy performer he is.
Absolutely. It's been a while since he's played a game of championship.
Yeah.
It was his debut for Surrey actually in 2019, it would have been. I think was his last game. Championship cricket. Gubbins is coming on now from the pavilion end. So if there was a crowd in and you were sat in the pavilion, you'd be getting a very good view of his backside as he bends down at the start of his run.
Might be getting a good view of the ball as well.
Overton sweeping. He's got this in front of square, and that's away for 4. He's picked that up on the full as Overton. I think Gubbins for a second thought it was going to sit him on the boot, but actually he swept it away in front of square, and that whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. And Overton's on to 16.
Good shot that is.
Short from Gubbins, and Overton will get a single, just works that down towards long on. That brings Plunkett on to strike for the first time. After this, over 5 remain on this first day. We've still got tomorrow and Sunday.
I'm trying to think of Plunkett's. I think they're one of the moments I can remember best with bat in hand. I can remember a 50 very early on in Pakistan, actually. One of his. That was like, God, 2007, possibly. But I also remember him hitting a 6 against Sri Lanka, last ball of the game to tie the match.
I think that's the one that most people sort of remember of Plunkett with the bat.
Yeah.
Get off the mark here. Liam Plunkett. A single into the leg side.
Takes kahunas to deliver that, doesn't it? Got one option. He's been around.
As here goes Overton, using the feet, driving up towards mid-off.
Yeah, must be 2007 he was out in Pakistan. Probably the last time England went there, I'd imagine. Pretty sure he was on that tour.
Right, again, every time Liam Plunkett's mentioned, I still find it bizarre that he wins a World Cup, bowls beautifully, and then that's it.
It seemed one of the harshest decisions I think I've seen. Here is Robson. Oh, well, that's slapped away about a millimetre to the left of Tim Murtagh.
Wasn't getting flat,
I mean, literally that. When they say a yard either side, that was maybe a centimetre to his left-hand side.
He's got a championship game on Thursday.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that not the most athletic bit of work we've seen there, but nice shot from Plunkett. Oh, got a good piece of that. Might go. Murtagh's underneath it. Takes it very neatly.
When it matters.
Showed the experience there on that occasion. And Plunkett, well, just having a dart at the tail end of this first day. He goes for 5. Surrey now 328 for 8.
Yeah, second wicket for Sam Robson. Murtagh there. No doubt about that one. Just backpedaling and taking it very nicely indeed. So, Tim Murtagh with the catch. Second wicket for Sam Robson.
You must think, Sam Robson, that this bowling lark is just an easy game.
Absolutely.
2 for zip last time, and then 2 for not very many this time.
He enjoys bowling against Surrey, that's for sure. So, yes, got a couple now for Robson, but yeah, nicely taken by Murtagh. Just backpedaling and take it above his right shoulder.
Gus Atkinson.
Yeah.
Next man in.
Well, Gus, of course, last year made his debut against Essex in the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah.
His first wicket for Surrey. It was a good one. Sir Alistair.
Handy. Can I have a guess? Because I wasn't there. I was on manoeuvres.
Yes.
I was COVID released. LBW?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. You see, I can visualise him just getting one darting back.
That's why you're so good at what you're going to do tonight.
I am actually.
Having not really.
Well, I am watching. Well, New Zealand. What I did in New Zealand? No, not them. West Indies haven't taken a wicket.
Gus Atkinson will be at the non-strikers then because they did cross. So Overton's back on strike.
A few more shots coming here, I would imagine. Very watchfully pushed out on the offside.
Now, the one I remember was the 2020 game at Chelmsford from Gus Atkinson, where he just strolled out like MS Dhoni and just finished the game and then walked off with the bat.
Wide of the off-stumper, swinging a miss.
Yeah, Laurie Evans has batted really nicely for 80 odd, and then it all got down to the, I think it was 4 were required off 2 balls, and like Dhoni, he just walked out there and slapped it for 4 and walked off.
Tossed up and worked away on the onside by Overton. 329 for 8. Coming up to the witching hour. Is it Good Friday today? It is, isn't it?
It is,
It's kind of in lockdown. You get a bit it's like everything merges into one, doesn't it? It's like
many days are the same, it seems. But yes, today is officially Good Friday.
How are you going to be on re-entry? I'm not sure I'm ready for it.
No.
Short and punched off the back foot in front of square. Get into a routine over lockdown, don't you? It's like then being confronted with actual life sounds quite complicated and difficult.
Yes. Well, I genuinely hadn't seen anybody.
Yeah.
Apart from my mum.
Yep.
Since 2020 finals day until about a week ago.
Lucky she's good company.
She is excellent company. Very, very fine company. I think I bored her rigid. So yes, sort of. Even this morning, sort of just coming back up to the ground, and London's very quiet.
Cool, blimey.
Here's Gubbins, and Overton late cutting this one down to backward point, and there's no run there for him. But yeah, it's all very, very traffic this morning. It was very light, and went for a walk this morning when I arrived. Nobody around at all this morning. As here goes Overton using his feet. Oh, he's driven that one back at Gubbins. I'm not sure. I think it might have been a bump ball, actually.
Yeah.
Last thing Nick Gubbins needs is his fingers taking a wallop at the moment.
Dented.
329 for 8 on that scoreboard, as you can see on the live stream. Overton, looking to give himself some room and go inside out over the covers, and gets a thick edge. Simpson would have thought he was in the game there for a second, but that flies away for 4 down to third man. That's 4 more for Jamie Overton, but just for a second here, Simpson would have thought, ooh, something. But as it is, just got enough bat on it. And that's flown off down to the third man boundary rope. 22 now, all the 3s on the scoreboard, 3-3-3, 4-8. Quicker from Gubbins, turned leg side by Overton. Robson's in there doing the fielding. But yes, it's very nice to be back. Really is lovely to see the cricketers out there as well, doing their stuff in their whites. That's very short from Gubbins. Overton sort of just stood and waited for it. Here comes Murtagh. Just played it down towards long leg, and they'll pick up 3 because Murtagh had to come all the way round from square leg. That is the sound. I've just worked out what that sound's current. The marquee with the lawnmower, yes. And I suppose it's being echoed around the plastic walls of the marquee. Atkinson looking for his first run, only been out there for a couple of deliveries so far. And there it is. Turns it out towards mid-wicket. Strolls a single. End of the Gubbins over, so 3 more to go tonight. On this opening day, the sort of story of the day is Middlesex bowling very nicely this morning. A couple of wickets for James Harris and Toby Roden-Jones, and then a very fine partnership between Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith. Pope going for 123 and Smith going for 84. So I think everybody's got a bit out of today, haven't they, really?
Absolutely.
Productive day all round, really.
Well, the Open's got a bit of a look, didn't they? They'd like Rory Burns would have liked a few more, and Stoneman, but it was a start. That's another boundary, isn't it? Yeah, through the offside. Oh no, nice bit of work at extra cover. Just a couple added for Gus Atkinson.
Didn't sound terribly good off his bat.
No,
there, that one.
Bit plank-like. Robson again pushing forward. Is Atkinson back to the bowler?
It's windy, isn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, bit of width offered. Going after that was Overton.
Nice to see sort of leggies from either end.
Absolutely.
Sort of going head to head. Battle of the leg spinners.
Gave himself a little bit of room. Missed that. What we are doing is rattling through these final overs. Hats off to Middlesex. We're not going to be.
Thank the Lord.
thank the Lord. Here is Robson, dragged down short, slapped. Now it's deep square in front of the marquee, and yeah, 3-3-9 for 8 now.
So you're back tonight for your verdict on the day's play from Antigua, of course.
Yeah, it's just nudged into the offside, no run. Yeah, I'll be giving my hard-hitting analysis.
Excellent. So that's with Flow
Sports.
The
rights holders.
Flow Sports, and on there we're Sir Clive Lloyd.
Sir Clive Lloyd,
Yes, yeah.
who's building up a bit of a rapport with the great man, actually.
That's
I mean, off camera, not quite
Right,
on
on
camera.
camera.
Tino Best will be back,
Mhm.
and Barry Wilkinson holds the whole thing together.
Excellent.
But yeah, last workflow for a bit until the next time, till South Africa tour.
When's that?
I don't. The
Gubbins.
dates aren't anywhere.
Ah.
Well, nothing here. Have you noticed that a lot? If you look at the future tours schedule, there's not much in the diary that people have ironed out, apart from England's trip to the West Indies next year, which is.
You'll be there in your
hugely
shorts
exciting.
and your
Well,
blazer.
I don't know.
Runs here for
Yeah.
Atkinson. Thickish edge, looking to cut from Gubbins. That races off down to the third man boundary rope for 4.
What I've learnt in this game, Mark Church, is take nothing for granted. So there's a possibility.
Oh, I think you should. I think you deserve to be.
Well, it'd be nice to be out there.
Yes, I think you deserve to be. And that hotel will welcome you back with open arms.
Well, I'm not sure some kids will,
If it's
sure
not-
some kids
if
will
it-
get a
if
test
it-
match.
Unless it's been shut down after that. But as forward goes Atkinson, that's hitting the pad. Leg by will be the signal.
You feel Barbados will get one. You feel Antigua will get one. And then, I wonder who'll get the other. Trinidad, Jamaica, maybe?
Well, Barbados is a lovely place to go.
Yes,
Isn't it?
you've done a fair bit of cricket there, haven't you, Mark Church?
It's lovely. We changed a bit since I was last there. This is tossed up by Gubbins. Full toss. It's driven down the ground towards long off, and they'll get a single. One more for Overton.
You gave me the best bit of advice. Go to Harbour Lights, Johnny Brown, and enjoy that.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good.
All inclusive.
Yeah, I might be a fraction old for that now, I think.
I don't know, you've had your jab. This one's cut away by Atkinson. Out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Whoop, that's looped over John Simpson. One more to the total. You're in that category.
Oh, I tell you what, look a bit parky now. I'm just looking in the little commentator camp. God.
3, 4, 7
Well,
for 8.
technically, I've been sort of injected with a load of COVID yesterday, haven't I?
Yeah. As
Ooh.
down the pitch goes Overton, that'll be 6.
Yeah.
And then nicely struck by Jamie Overton. Use of the feet and then just hitting Nick Gubbins back over his head for 6. 353 for 8 on the board. We've got 1 over left today. And as I say, I think it's been a fairly productive day all round, really.
Good run out. For me, start of the show, Toby Rowland-Jones.
Oh.
Should have had a few more, shouldn't he?
Bowled very
Drops
nicely.
by Eskenazi.
Yeah, bowled very nicely. To be fair, I think Middlesex bowled pretty well all
Yeah,
round
I
today.
agree. Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith, of course, with bat in hand. I'd love to see Toby Rowland-Jones rattle on that England door again. He's such a good player. And he can bat. Just is a great cricketer.
Well, I think I've never met the chap, but he always comes across as a very nice fellow
Yeah,
as well. And
he's a good man.
When someone's had an injury like that, just as he was breaking into that England team, you really want them to be able to come back and sort of do well again.
He'd have 35 tests by now, wouldn't he? You'd think. Smash through the offside in front of square. Another boundary. Nicely placed by Atkinson. He's well, he's only got a. He's early in his career, but he can certainly bat, can't he?
Oh yes.
Robson again dragged down. That should be. Oh dear, it's clothed up to mid off. They'll think about getting a single.
Well,
I think better of it.
I must confess that I hadn't quite realised how many all-rounders Surrey have got now.
Oh, hundreds.
In the squad.
Absolutely.
There's quite a few, isn't there?
Yeah. Tossed up, driven through the offside by Atkinson. Very elegantly again. Another single added. What have we got left in the day? Is there one after this? Oh, this is it. This is it. Well, Middlesex have done well, haven't they? They've rattled through these last 11, Mark Church.
They have indeed.
They must have been listening to us.
So you've got 2 leggies going
Yeah.
from either end. Oh, this
Oh
is a way
dear.
to finish the day.
I think that might be out. It is. Yes. Not the most elegant shot, but that'll do us, I think. End of the day, 3-5-8 for 8, Surrey. And, well, a good day all round. I think the Middlesex side have got a fair bit out of it with ball in hand. And, well, Surrey, most have had a bit of a start, haven't they?
Well, yes, I think a productive day all round, really. Yeah. I'll just quickly run through the card for you, because that will be the last ball of the day. And Jamie Overton going for 32. Robson's ended up with 3 there. Banging down the door to Stuart Law. So, it was Burns and Stoneman opened up this morning. Burns was the first to go. 62 they put on. Very nice runs when Harris got a ball to bounce a touch more on him than he was expecting. Gloved it and caught behind. And then Amner LBW to Roland Jones for 8. Stoneman caught by Robson. That second slip off Roland Jones for 36. And just before lunch, Ben Folkes LBW to Harris for 9. That was 105 for 4. And then the big partnership of the day, really, 178 between Pope and Smith. And Pope going bowled by Gubbins for 123. Lovely innings from Ollie Pope. Shots all round the ground. The highlights of that will be worth watch tonight. There was one on drive, which, well, was just gorgeous from Ollie Pope today. Jordan Clark went without scoring. That was 284 for 6. Jamie Smith, lovely 84 until he was out off Robson. And then Plunkett caught by Murtagh off Robson for 5. And then, as you just heard there, off the last ball of the day, Jamie Overton sensibly trying to lump it towards the River Thames and going for a quick fire 32. Gus Atkinson 14 not out. As I say, Robson with 3 wickets. A wicket for Anderson, 1 for Gubbins, 2 for Harris and 2 for Roland Jones. So 358 for 9. I'd be very surprised if tomorrow morning Matthew Dunn and Gus Atkinson come out for a bat. But you never know. And I'd enjoy watching those two have a bat tomorrow morning. But I would think we'll probably see Middlesex start their innings tomorrow morning. But thank you for your company today. It's been a joy to be back with you. Well done to everybody on the Surrey live stream. Well done to Johnny Barron. Thank you to Terry Brake for not only joining us but clearing up that long-running saga that he doesn't remember. Doesn't actually remember meeting Johnny Barron at all at any point, or writing a letter to tell him he's unemployable. But the good thing is you've met together again today, which is excellent.
We've been reunited.
We've been reunited today, which is lovely. You and I have been reunited. Yeah, lovely to be back with you all. We will be back with you tomorrow morning from 11 o'clock for day 2. But tonight, Surrey batting first on this first day of this pre-season friendly. They have finished 358 for 9 from us all from the Kia Oval. Very good night to one and all.